Pursuant to order made Thursday, November 25th, 2021, it's my duty to inform the House that today we'll begin using the electronic voting system. En conséquence,
accordingly, beginning today and until June 23rd, 2022, members voting remotely will use the electronic voting system.
Reminded that IT ambassadors are available to help them confirm their access to the system. Right there?
No, just tabling documents.
Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act and subsequent in subsections 25(1) of the professional and let me start that over. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act and subsection 25(1) of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, the Privacy Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Des renseignements personnels et de l'éthique. Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de
It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Information Commissioner on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021.
2021. Pursuant to Standing Orders 108(3)H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de commission.
Presenting reports from committees.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As today is the first time I rise in the 44th Parliament, I would like to thank the kind people of the riding of Waterloo who have given me the honour to represent the diversity of their voices in this place. Conformément au mandat que lui...
Pursuant to the mandate in the standing orders and the order adopted by the House, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on the subject of committee membership.
Pursuant to order made Thursday, December 2nd, 2021, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Early Learning and Child Care. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for seconding this bill and for her work on this file. There is an affordability crisis in this country, and being able to afford housing, food, or other necessities has become increasingly difficult, and the pandemic has only exacerbated the struggles many encounter. Families are struggling to find early learning and childcare spaces, and costs are unaffordable in many cities. Parents are forced to make impossible choices between delaying their return to work or paying huge amounts for the childcare that they need. After promising an affordable childcare program for 28 years, I am glad to see Liberals are finally moving forward on their many promises. However, there is still a lack of critical details on the agreements signed with provinces and the long-term stability and universality of this program. I am tabling this bill today to establish the core principles of a universal early learning and childcare program, one that is based on accountability, quality, universality, and accessibility, and to establish the standards needed to meet these principles. I am calling on the government to work with us to continue to move childcare forward. It is too important to get wrong. Thank you.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to table this private member's bill. It's about, the goal is to eliminate mandatory minimum penalties in the criminal code and some other acts.
I note, and other members may note, that we have recently received a similar bill, a government bill C5, that also aims to eliminate mandatory minimum penalties. The government bill C5 only removes some, and not even all of those that have been already found to violate the charter by the courts in Canada. I was the member of Saanich Gulf Islands representing my constituents when mandatory minimums became increased. It was back in the Parliament of when Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister. And it was then that we dove deeply into the evidence around mandatory minimum penalties. It became very clear that there were no criminologists anywhere in the world, nor any jurisdictions, that had found that using mandatory minimum penalties actually reduced crime or addressed crime. They did have the effect, though, of increasing the number of people incarcerated with additional financial burdens on the provinces. I'm very honored to put forward this bill this morning, and I hope that it will meet with the approval of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions
Presenting petitions.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition this morning from constituents who are very concerned with the state of the law within Canada to protect our water. Water courses and watersheds are inadequately protected, the petitioners assert, from certain industrial activities. They're calling on the government to update the laws in Canada to protect fresh water and to protect those ecosystems that sustain and maintain water for humans and non-human use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to table a petition here. The signatures were collected by a resident of Montreal, Sally Livingston, and the people who've signed are very concerned about the climate crisis. They want the federal government to do more, to have targets that are in keeping with science and the Paris Agreement, to reduce significantly our greenhouse gas emissions, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, put an end to subsidies to fossil fuels, and to decarbonize the economy with full respect for the rights of Indigenous people and workers so that we have a greener future with renewable energies. And we agree with that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Sainte-Marie-Madeleine, in my riding, there's an intersection that's very dangerous. There are a lot of accidents. The media have covered a lot of these stories, including the Journal de Montréal recently. You're probably saying that's a municipal issue, but there's a railway. So when there's a railway, that means CN and Transport Canada are involved. So something needs to be done, and everyone agrees that CN and Transport Canada are not cooperating. I myself tried to communicate with them, but got nowhere, and that's unacceptable in my view. In June, I tabled this petition in the House in the week before we stopped sitting, knowing that we'd have this pointless election and have to start all over again. So all the documents in waiting were basically shelved. So once again, I'm submitting that initially it was 200 signatures. Now I have 1,500. And why a petition? Because of the legal requirement for the government to answer after a certain number of days. So we're calling on all the actors to sit down at the table. It could be in my office, the member for Boltua in the National Assembly, Transport Canada, CN, and the Quebec Transport Minister. A meeting is not too much to ask. It needs to be done quickly. Something needs to be done because otherwise the accidents, injuries, and deaths will just keep racking up. Presenting petitions.
Petitions? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. So, orders of the day.
Well, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising on
A point of order?
Yes, on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to briefly respond to the statement that you made yesterday with respect to the admissibility of Bill S2, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act. As S2 made clear in coming into force clause, the government has always had the intention of introducing a bill in this House with the accompanying royal recommendation to implement changes to the Parliament of Canada Act with respect to the evolution in the Senate. I will draw to attention of members that there have been many instances of bills being introduced in the House and the Senate that contain non-appropriation clauses. In some of these instances, we have had Speaker's rulings to confirm that the use of non-appropriation clauses were in order both in this House and the other place. Without reflecting at length on the other place, I will note that this bill was adopted with the support of all groups, including the Conservative senators in the previous Parliament. Given that there have been some changes in the Senate since the last Parliament, the government wanted to confirm that the approach of S2 remains acceptable to the Senate. The fact that the bill was passed at all stages certainly is confirmation of that. In light of your statement, Mr. Speaker, the government has proactively given notice of a government bill in this House to amend the Parliament of Canada Act for the introduction in the coming days. And the bill will be accompanied by a royal recommendation as the case requires. As such, the government has no intention of seeking to proceed with Bill S2. I thank members for their attention and look forward to working collaboratively with all parties to advance this important initiative that has received broad support from our colleagues in the other place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on housing supply.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending December 10th, 2021, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bill. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bill be distributed now? Agree? Agreed. Mr. Genereux, seconded by Mr. Redekop, moves that given that the government has failed to increase the housing supply in Canada, 2, en consacrant
2, the government's $400 billion of new spending has produced a surge of inflationary pressure that has driven home prices more than 30% above pre-pandemic levels.
Prix enregistrés avant la pandémie. The House call on the government to A, review and consolidate all federal real estate and properties in Canada in order to make at least 15% available for residential development.
B, ban foreign investors from purchasing Canadian real estate.
commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residence. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to stand here on the last opposition day of the year, but it also gives me great pleasure. It's to split my time with the honourable member from Saskatoon West. So, Madam Speaker, there is a housing crisis facing Canadians. Across the country, there are places where a couple with dual income can simply no longer afford to live, where seniors just can't afford their monthly payments, and where university and college students have completely given up on ever owning property. The average home price in Canada, Madam Speaker, $717,000. You want to know what it was last year, Madam Speaker? $606,000. That's an 18.2% increase. But when we put this in perspective, when this Prime Minister came into office, it was $450,000. We're seeing house prices rise this year over last year by 20%. New home builds drop 5.2%. We have the lowest supply in homes in the G7 with the fastest rising house prices in the G7. This simply can't continue, Madam Speaker. Now let me highlight an example of a young couple right here in Ottawa who reached out to me and shared their story. Tony and Amanda. They live in a 667 square foot apartment. They just had a little baby, Clara. Now, a 667 square foot apartment is a small place to raise a new baby, Madam Speaker. So Tony and Amanda are looking for a new home. They searched for months and months while putting in 26 offers on 26 different homes, all above the asking price. Know how many homes they got, Madam Speaker? 0. I also want to share the story of Sammy. Sammy is a nurse in Calgary, Alberta. Sammy has been saving since he was in high school for his future. He told me that he grew up in a family where the values were to work hard, get a good education, and eventually own a home. Sammy checks Realtor.ca almost every day, and he says he's just devastated seeing the prices. One area of the city where he thought he'd be able to afford 5 years ago is now selling above asking price consistently. So to this day, Sammy still rents, Sammy still checks Realtor.ca every day, and Sammy is slowly losing hope. Let me tell you about another couple, Madam Speaker. They're from Burnaby, British Columbia. Ryan and Sarah. They both graduated from university in the last 3 years and have good jobs. Ryan's a financial analyst, and Sarah is a teacher. Both were raised with a dream that if they work hard, study hard, they'll be able to afford a home one day. But they spent the last 2 years looking, and they put in some offers, but again, know how many were accepted, Madam Speaker? 0. They don't want to rent forever, but what Sarah said to me is heartbreaking. She says, "I have simply just given up." Imagine that, Madam Speaker. A young couple on the cusp of their future together that has a majority of their lives ahead of them have simply just given up. These are 3 of the many stories of outpouring we've heard from since the election across this country. So this brings us to what the Liberal government plans to do. They have told us that they're going to build 100,000 new homes across this country by 2025. 100,000 new homes. Know how much Scotiabank has predicted Canada needs, Madam Speaker? 1.8 million new homes. Not in 4 years by 2025, but right now. So simple math tells you there are 1.7 million homes short. So yeah, 100,000 new homes is the promise. It's almost laughable if it weren't so sad when I think about Ryan and Sarah, Sammy and Tony and Amanda. Now what the government seems to not understand with this promise is that you need housing supply. You can offer all the tax incentives in the world, but you need to have the homes for people to move into first. So essentially what they're saying is come into my store, everything is 100% off. You walk in and there's nothing on the shelves. There's simply no inventory. Madam Speaker, this is where the Liberals have failed to address the real problem of housing supply. And that's where our motion comes in today, Madam Speaker. Over the past few weeks during question period, a number of Conservative members of Parliament have stood and raised very thoughtful solutions on what could be done. For example, looking at the tremendous amount of buildings and land the federal government owns. You know how many buildings the federal government owns, Madam Speaker? 37,246. You know how much land the federal government owns, Madam Speaker? Nearly 41 million hectares. This is a substantial amount of property and buildings that could immediately provide to municipalities and provinces to help with supply. Now just go to the Treasury Board Real Property Report, Madam Speaker, and see the countless number of buildings which are in critical condition, or the land that's in areas that could really help Canadian families find a home. This is a tangible policy solution that the Liberals could take from us right here today. Another policy suggestion: the tying of infrastructure dollars to federal government new housing supply. Now, we know the government has had extreme difficulty getting infrastructure money out the door, but we're hopeful that might change. We put forth a policy idea that was widely supported by a large number of stakeholders and communities. It was to ensure that we're working with municipalities receiving federal funding for public transit to increase density near funded projects. We're seeing projects announced, but not necessarily built, but announced over and over again. There is no connection to the housing crisis we're facing here in Canada. Our motion helps fix that. Our motion also touches on the issues we're facing when it comes to foreign ownership. You know how many empty homes there are in Canada, Madam Speaker? 1.3 million empty homes. The Liberal solution? Tax them 1%. Again, almost completely laughable if it weren't so sad. 1% to a billionaire in another country? I'm sure they're really shaking scared, Madam Speaker. Again, in this motion, we are generously offering another solution. Implement a policy to ban foreign ownership. That 1.3 million homes I spoke of, Madam Speaker, imagine in places like Vancouver, where a young couple can now afford to have that home. Or a place in Montreal, where you can dream again of the possibility of home ownership. Homes simply aren't available, and a lack of a plan from the other side has only made it more challenging for Canadians to buy homes. A recent survey came out just yesterday from Sotheby's International that states the majority of young Canadians have completely given up on home ownership. Given up, Madam Speaker. According to the survey, over 80% of young Canadians aged 18 to 28 have said the possibility of home ownership in Canada is completely out of their reach. These are Canadians with their future ahead of them, just simply giving up on ever owning a home. To me, it's not only sad, but it speaks to the failure over the last 6 years of the government to fix the housing crisis. It's not like the crisis has snuck up on them, Madam Speaker. It's something that experts have been warning about since they came into office in 2015. The Canadian Real Estate Association has written budget submission after budget submission offering solutions to the supply issue. The Appraisals Institute of Canada has put forth possible solutions that would get more homes onto the market, and other groups like Inclusion Canada have again submitted solutions to the government that would not only address housing affordability, but also affordable housing. These are terrific organizations who are doing their part to offer solutions to what so many Canadians have identified as a crisis. And again, that's what we're doing here today, Madam Speaker, offering this government solutions. The number of available homes is failing to keep up with demand, and this government has simply hoped it would fix itself. They have said they've had a plan all along, but the numbers speak for themselves. And we're hearing from the real estate agents, home builders, not-for-profit organizations who all say that their plan will do little to alleviate lack of supply. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, we're hearing from young Canadians themselves who simply don't know what else to do. I'll end with this, Madam Speaker. We are in the position to offer a detailed plan to tackle home prices for Canadians. We are here to offer solutions for Canadians. We are here to make life affordable for Canadians. Will the Liberals please join us and enact these measures for Canadians?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the intervention today. I look forward to the opportunity to speak about it a little bit later. But I did want to address one point that I have heard on a number of occasions coming from the Conservatives, and it's talk about millions of hectares of available federal land. Well, in my previous work before coming to this place, I was on Kingston City Council. And I can tell you that from a planning perspective, the only land that's really valuable in terms of building housing is land that's within close proximity to actual services, especially if you're talking about high density. Can the member expand on, of these millions of hectares of land that's available, how much of it is actually within reach of services to be developed, or more, and if you can't give me a number in terms of hectares, could you give me a percentage?
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for waiting in the debate today. There are 41 million hectares of land, Madam Speaker. Not only did the member listen to my speech and recognize that is a huge amount of land that this government should explore and where we could possibly build more homes, but he also indicated he was part of the problem before he even got here, being on municipal council. So I think that particular member right there is probably should look back and maybe some of the decisions he made in his own municipality and think maybe this is something that he should have got on top of when he was even there, and now as part of this government, he has an opportunity to expand on these solutions that we've offered here today. So I hope he'll support this motion, and I hope we'll be able to get these homes built for young Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the motion. The NDP would like to propose an amendment for the member's consideration. In the stipulation of providing federal lands available for residential development, one thing that I think needs to be stipulated and made clear is that residential development needs to be nonprofit and cooperative housing in a permanent sense. It doesn't make sense if the federal government is going to make land available to a developer to build high-rise, high-price luxury condos, for example. What we want to make sure and is put in place is that these are lands that is used for nonprofit and cooperative housing, affordable housing permanently. Would the member support this amendment?
The member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for also offering this government solutions. I think at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it's been such a failure on that side that you're seeing opposition using the days like today to offer these solutions to the government. To the particular amendment, I was in the members' riding actually recently and toured a wonderful affordable housing opportunity that's right there off the rail line, and it's for Black and Indigenous members of the community, and looking at being able to recognize their history in the Vancouver area, but also allow some of that affordable housing. I think that's part of where we need to go. I think today's motion, what we really want to focus on is just how unaffordable homes have been for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. In fact, it is a very important issue that we're talking about today. It's the housing crisis, one of the worst crises we've seen in a long time, and we're experiencing it now. However, in the motion, the Conservative Party friends are focusing a lot on the rise in house prices, but what we see particularly in Quebec is that there is a major problem for renters. Not just in Quebec, or rather just in Quebec, there are many people, thousands, who need help with their rent. During the election campaign, the Conservatives talked about it here as well, and they're asking the government to invest to help people. And what we've been asking for years is that the private sector is not doing the work to help the most vulnerable. Can my colleague agree that the government needs to invest massively to invest in social housing in Quebec and elsewhere?
Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and then thank you to my colleague for the question. He raises a very important point that I think is something that's missing from any sort of policy plan that the government has right now, and that's that rent-to-own piece. And I know we heard a lot of it in my community, and I suspect in the members' community, about how we get that market in terms of ensuring more young Canadians can have that home ownership, and that's what we're trying to address in the solutions today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I'll be speaking about the housing affordability crisis in Saskatoon, and also speaking to our motion, which attempts to get something actually done on housing compared to 6 years of Liberal inaction. Now, first, this is my first speech in the 44th Parliament, and I just want to do some quick thank yous. I want to thank the residents of Saskatoon West for choosing me to represent them here in Ottawa, and it's my honor and privilege to do so. And I want to thank the people that live in diverse neighborhoods like Riversdale, Hampton Village, Downtown, Caswell Hill, Blairmore, Confederation, Montgomery, and the many other areas of the riding. It's my honor to serve everyone in the riding. I want to thank my family and friends, my wife, my Cheryl, my sons Kyle and Eric, my parents Alvin and Irene, my extended family and friends, and also the member for Carlton Terrell Eagle Creek and her husband Milton Block for their support and encouragement over the years. And of course my campaign team who got me here, Stephen, Daniel, Lisa, Jared, Sam, Carol, and Oliver, and all the other folks who donated and worked tirelessly to get me elected. I also want to thank the leader of the official opposition for appointing me as Deputy Shadow Minister for Citizenship and Immigration. Now, the last speech I gave in this House was in June, 6 months ago. Instead of coming back after the summer break, we had an unnecessary election. And it saddens me to say that on August 15th, when Kabul was falling to the Taliban, when Afghan interpreters who risked their lives for our troops were fearing for their own lives, our Prime Minister was scheming with his party to call an election. And we know the outcome of that election, $600 million spent to keep the status quo. Parliament quiet for 5 months. And now we're back to the same old game of the NDP supporting the Liberals. And the sad part is that it wasn't necessary. Before the election, the leader of the NDP pledged his unwavering support to the Prime Minister. We will vote to keep the government going, he said in February. In August, he tweeted a plea to the Prime Minister to not hold an election, saying New Democrats are eager to help expedite legislation. And just in November, he said, if the government wants to pass legislation, they can count on us. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Afghans wait. Now, speaking of elections, the Prime Minister has been quick to mischaracterize our election platform when it comes to housing. This gives me a chance to remind him and the entire Liberal caucus of our real plan. Canada's Conservatives committed to build 1 million homes in the next 3 years, to address corrupt practices such as money laundering that have driven up prices, to make it easier for more families to get a mortgage, to build more homes near publicly funded transit, to ban foreign investors from buying homes if they're not planning to move to Canada, and to partner with municipalities and the private sector to build new rental units and encourage foreign investments in affordable, purpose-built rental housing for Canadians. And in the spirit of reconciliation, address the housing needs of our Indigenous communities. And to redeploy underutilized government buildings into housing. This is a Conservative plan for housing in action. Someday soon we will be in government, and when we are, Parliament will be sitting, ministers will have mandate letters, and we will implement sound legislation that builds Canada up instead of tearing it down. In the meantime, we'll do our best to hold this government to account, and our motion today is just one of the ways that we can do that. Now, we know that the government is the largest property owner in the country with over 37,000 buildings. We also know that much of this space is underutilized. Conservatives want to turn at least 15% of this space over for homes. Now, in Saskatoon, the federal government owns 37 properties with over 1,000 hectares of land. This includes 98 buildings with a floor area of 146,000 square meters. So 15% of that is 22,000 square meters, or about 75,000 square feet of housing. At 750 square feet per house, that is 100 new homes in Saskatoon alone. This is a Conservative plan for housing in action. I'm also calling on the Liberal government to commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residence. The Liberal campaign plan on page 13 promised to begin taxing the sale of primary residences. Initially, primary residences owned less than 1 year would pay the tax. But we all know these rules change over time. The Liberal spending spree will eventually force them to expand this tax. It's a slippery slope that I want to stop before it even gets going. And I know that folks in Saskatoon would be very upset by such a tax, And that's why I'm calling on the Liberals to stop their plans to tax primary residences. I'd like to provide an update on the housing situation in Saskatoon, Madam Speaker. Much of the focus is on the large metro centres like Toronto and Vancouver, but we have many of the same housing affordability problems in Saskatoon. I held a town hall on this very subject in the spring and received significant feedback. Participants spoke about the impacts on everyday working people, the impacts on seniors, especially the impacts for those on minimum wage and on government support. Firstly, they talked about the price of homes that's continuing to rise. Now, in Saskatoon, it's not as much as in the bigger centres, but it's still 6% year over year. And even at that rate, a house will increase in price by 70% in 10 years. Now, for a young couple, it seems impossible to save up enough for a down payment. And it forces nearly everyone to opt for the 5% down payment option. The problem is that CMHC insurance fees eat up almost all of that down payment. So the typical first-time homebuyer claws and scratches to save, only to give that down payment to the government. But at least interest rates are low, right? Not for long. The historic lows are coming to an end, meaning big surprises for homeowners at renewal time. To provide context, my first mortgage 30 years ago was at 13%. Do you know why rates were that high? Stay tuned, I'll talk about that in a minute. The second thing I heard was the cost of rent that just keeps going higher. A cheap place in Saskatoon is $1,000 a month now. That's well beyond the affordability of many lower income folks. It forces people to share housing, to couch surf, or just simply live on the streets. I've had many immigrants say to me that they came to Saskatoon because rent and house prices were low. This is no longer the case, causing some of them to have to move away to larger centres. Thirdly, people spoke about the direct impact on our homeless population. More and more people are sleeping on the streets. And besides COVID, addictions, and mental health problems, now the cost of housing is further complicating the lives of our homeless population. Just this morning, Saskatoon City Council was forced to approve a plan for a temporary shelter to house 50 people over the winter as an emergency measure. Well, what about the Liberals' Rapid Housing Initiative? As our local paper said, Saskatoon struck out at the first round of $1 billion, and apparently Saskatoon wasn't a target area for Liberals' spending. Finally, last week, the government did pledge $7.5 million to build 34 homes, but it's a very modest start. And I believe the government should be embarrassed, considering that Saskatoon is one of Canada's 20 largest cities. I mentioned my first mortgage was 13% 30 years ago. Do you know why rates were so high back then? Out of control government spending, which led to inflation. Which government was in power for most of the years leading up to this crisis? It was the Liberals. Who was the Prime Minister that started all of this excessive spending? Pierre Elliott Trudeau. There's a direct link between excess government spending and inflation. Excess spending increases inflation, which increases interest rates. It's just a matter of time, and it appears that time is now. We can't just blame COVID. The Liberal spending spree started long before COVID, as reported by the Parliamentary Budget Officer just this week. They've been adding programs and civil servants from the first day they were elected. Their philosophy is that government is the solution to every problem. The more and bigger government, the better. The finance minister said it would be irresponsible not to borrow money since interest rates are so low. The Prime Minister famously said he doesn't think about monetary policy, which means he's not worried about inflation. He's not worried about the economy. The Liberals made $1 trillion bet that interest rates would stay low, and it appears that he was wrong, and homeowners will pay the price. And of course, food inflation we've seen at 15%, housing inflation more than 20%. Average paychecks are barely rising. These are real-life consequences for a Prime Minister and a Finance Minister who have clearly stated they do not care about the economic consequences of their actions. Inflation is rising, and interest rates will surely follow. Contrast that with the Conservative plan that has two underlying foundations. One, that deficit spending and massive debt will hurt our long-term prosperity. Any Canadian who piles credit card debt on top of credit card debt knows that reality. Eventually, it gets out of control. And two, that current macroeconomic reality means that inflation is out of control. Wages are stagnant and prices are going up. Purchasing power goes down, people get poorer. Conservatives have always been the party Canadians turn to when the economy needs mending. We are here to provide solutions to Canada's housing crisis. Conservatives have always fixed the mess created by the Liberals, and we will do it again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. The Conservatives talk about almost 41 million hectares of land the federal government owns that should be redeveloped. But of that nearly 41 million hectares, almost 36 million hectares is Parks Canada. 2.3 million is Environment and Climate Change Canada, and 2.2 million is National Defence. So that's about 99% of the land owned by the federal government. What bases does the member propose closing, or what parks does the member propose closing to build houses on those sites?
I do want to remind members that the Honourable Member had the floor and there was some heckling going on this side of the House, and so I would ask members to ensure that they hold any heckling comments and questions until it's their time to speak. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Land is one way to look at this, but the way that we're looking at it is actually through buildings. And buildings are what are the concern here. And so there are ways to take underused buildings and convert them to residential areas. They're often close. They're often in places where we can use them in the city, close to transit. And we know the government tends to be, there are underutilized resources, underutilized buildings, and those are the ones that we hope to convert and use for residential properties.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Excusez, Madame la Présidente.
Pardon, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of things in my hand. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague. We know that the ratio of housing in Canada is the lowest of all G7 countries, and it's been going down in the last 5 years. Since the Liberal government has been in power, is there not a space for the government to invest further into housing?
Member for Saskatoon West.
I think we need to look at all options for investing into housing, and of course the government can invest into housing. We also need to look at having private sector and other organizations invest into housing. There's many charitable organizations that want to do this work. There's lots of options, and I think this is a case where, as the member previously pointed out, we need 1.8 million new homes in Canada. We need to look at all options. All options need to be on the table. We can't restrict to any particular thing, and we need to encourage all organizations, governments, private sector, everybody to work together to solve this housing crisis that we have in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You guys got me okay on the other end there? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've heard the Honourable Member, and in fact all Conservatives, flout the private sector, talk about the investments from the government in and around $400 billion. What they never seem to talk about, though, Madam Speaker, is the $750 billion that went into Bay Street and big banks, which was the absolute gasoline on the fire, on the dumpster fire of this housing crisis. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Member, given all that they've created in this Conservative plan for housing, they've never once talked about rentals, and they've never once talked about the financialization of housing. So would this Honourable Member agree that there needs to be steps to eliminate the preferential tax treatment enjoyed by financial firms, and particularly through the CMHC for big companies like REITs who are gobbling up all of our rental stock?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
I thank the member for the question, and we've talked a lot about increasing the rental supply. And as I said before, we need to look at all the different ways of increasing that supply, whether it's through the private sector, the public sector, or the non-for-profit sector. All of these areas can contribute to the solution. And you know, the sad part is that 50% of young people today have completely given up on the hope of even owning a single-family home. Those are the people that we need to target. We need to increase the supply so that those young people can actually have hope again, and that we can solve the housing crisis in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis très...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to address this House as Parliamentary Secretary for the very first Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. This new portfolio recognizes that those three issues are closely connected. Affordable housing is essential to support diversity and create inclusive communities that allow everyone to access better opportunities. The honourable member for Durham and other colleagues on his side of the House like to talk about a capital gains tax.
D'emblée qu'ils sont les seuls à en parler, il y a
They are the only ones talking about this. They've been talking about it for months, even after we've confirmed time and time again that our government will not be imposing this type of tax. It's simply not happening. Canadians can see through these baseless partisan claims. Our approach to housing is visionary, and it is intended to rectify a serious lack of investment that was the legacy of a long history of inaction. During the throne speech, we confirmed that our government wants to continue investing to make housing more affordable. The new Housing Accelerator Fund and other commitments announced in the throne speech, as well as more recent measures, among a great other number of measures that our government has made, are going to support affordability, and we've been doing so since 2015. Investments in affordable housing are at the heart of our government's efforts to build diversified and inclusive communities that reinforce our economy and support our prosperity. Early this year, the Minister of Finance tabled a fifth consecutive budget in which our government recognized the importance of housing for Canadians. We propose real investments to improve results when it comes to housing for the Canadian public. We're making these investments because we believe everyone in Canada deserves a home. When I was very young, my mother tried to find housing, and she searched for a long time. We ended up on the third floor of a tiny apartment with my brother in a wheelchair in an apartment that was not adapted to his needs. I'm thinking of Mohamed, Joanne, everybody in my riding who are looking for housing, stable housing, affordable housing that offers not only a sanctuary in times of uncertainty like what we've been going through for 2 years now, but offers every Canadian the chance to succeed, offers every child the decent start in life that they deserve, offers every family the opportunity to prosper. Housing is a key driver of economic activity and helps create well-paying middle-class jobs. Building and repairing homes leads to more skilled tradespeople at work across the country. Investments in housing have also increased the demand for goods and services and lead to significant economic spin-offs. Over the last 6 years, our government has invested nearly $30 billion into housing. In cooperation with provinces and territories, municipalities, and nonprofit organizations, entrepreneurs, financial institutions, and many other partners, we've contributed to creating 110,000 units of housing throughout the country. Federal investment have also contributed to repairing and renovating 370,000 existing housing units and to update them to modern standards and make sure that they're available for future generations. More than 1 million people benefited from these investments. Over 35,000 people who were experiencing homelessness or were at risk now have safer housing thanks to federal investments and our commitment to eliminate chronic homelessness in Canada. As my colleagues know, the major part of federal funding was granted as part of the very first National Housing Strategy for Canada, presented in 2017. This plan includes over $72 billion invested over 10 years to continue to get results every year. Inaudible. Our government is accountable. When it comes to the National Housing Strategy itself, one of the most recent and successful programs is the Rapid Housing Initiative, or RHI. Phase 1 of the RHI was introduced by our government just a year ago with the goal of quickly creating homes for Canadians who are in severe housing need as a result of COVID-19. $2.5 billion in investment later, we're now seeing the creation of 9,200 units to support the most vulnerable people from coast to coast. These much-needed homes are designed to welcome new residents in less than 12 months after the funding is provided. I'm pleased to note that at least 25% of recent funding under RHI will go towards women-focused housing projects. Another cornerstone of our national housing strategy is the National Co-Investment Strategy for Housing, which tackles the main problem at the source of housing unaffordability, which is lack of supply. The Co-Investment Fund is intended to resolve this problem by creating up to 60,000 new housing units and revitalizing up to 240,000 existing affordable housing units. This will be done in partnership with other governments, nonprofits, the private sector, and other stakeholders to maximize those investments. This program achieved its objectives, Mr. Speaker. At the end of September, nearly 300 requests were approved, or applications rather, were approved, which represents a commitment of $4.6 billion in federal funding to build or repair over 108,000 housing units in Canada. Recognizing the value and impact of the Co-Investment Fund, the government has granted in the 2021 budget $750 million in existing funding to this program to accelerate the creation of 3,400 new units and repair 13,700 units over the next 2 years. Another $250 million will be reallocated to support the construction, repair, and operating costs of more than 500 units of transitional housing and shelter spaces for women and children fleeing violence. Advancing these funds will help our government address gender-based violence, which I know is a goal shared by all parties in the House. Madam Speaker, as you know, the Rental Construction Financing Initiative also provides low-cost loans to municipalities, nonprofits, and private developers to encourage the construction of rental housing in communities across Canada where it's most needed. More than $12 billion has been committed to date to support the creation of over 34,600 housing units, most of which will be affordable. $300 million in RCFI funding has been repurposed to help convert vacant commercial property into market-based rental housing, which in turn will free up affordable units for other households. We've also taken steps to renew and expand the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund. It encourages new funding models and innovative building techniques in the affordable housing sector. More than 19,000 units have already been approved for funding through this initiative, over 85% of which have been designated as affordable units. We've also enhanced the Canada Housing Benefit, which will provide direct financial support to help qualified households pay for housing. Specifically, we will invest over $315 million over the next 7 years to increase direct financial assistance for low-income women and children fleeing violence. The Federal Community Housing Initiative also received a significant boost in funding. This initiative supports community housing providers that deliver long-term housing to many of Canada's most vulnerable people. Our government also recognizes the unique challenges associated with building and maintaining sustainable housing in the North. With this in mind, we are providing $25 million in new funding to the Government of the Northwest Territories to support the construction of 30 new public housing units across their territory. A further $25 million will be provided to the Government of Nunavut to support the territory's short-term housing and infrastructure needs, including priority redevelopment and refurbishment projects involving approximately 100 housing units. Earlier this year, we took steps in order to facilitate access to property, especially in markets where costs are high, namely the metropolitan areas of Toronto, Vancouver, and Victoria. For people who are buying their first home in these regions, the eligible revenue threshold went from $120,000 to $150,000. The ceiling for a insured mortgage loan and incentive will be 4 times higher than the eligible annual revenue, up to 4.5 times the eligible annual revenue. With a minimum down payment, this will increase by $200,000 the limit for housing for those who are eligible to buy in these cities. It will go from about $500,000 according to the current program's parameters to $722,000. We've also taken steps to ensure that foreign non-residents who use Canada to invest passively into housing, which increases the cost of purchasing for young Canadians, pay their fair share. As of January 1st, a new 1% tax will be imposed on the value of residential real estate belonging to non-residents or non-Canadians that are considered as vacant or underutilized. This will increase federal revenue by $700 million over 4 years, starting in 2022-2023. All these investments that I've described today will contribute to making housing more affordable for Canadians, especially the most vulnerable, and ensure that our economic recovery is inclusive and resilient, and that no one falls through the cracks. Our government is determined to make sure that the economy works for everyone and make progress in terms of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, make progress in facing racism, discrimination, climate change, and childcare. I know that these objectives are supported by honourable colleagues on both sides of the House, as well as the Canadian public. I look forward to moving forward as a diversified, fair, and inclusive society, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to achieve those goals. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Honoré Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and congratulate her on her very important appointment. That's a good message the government is sending. So that to have a parliamentary secretary to the housing minister who's from Quebec. I have a specific question for my colleague, if she knows the answer. Funds were invested during the pandemic to support homelessness organizations, and those were renewed until March 2022. Those organizations are wondering what's going to happen after that, because resources were made available during the pandemic, but now there's a lot of uncertainty around that because those resources didn't exist before. Now they exist. They're just wondering whether the funding is going to continue after March 2022. I don't know whether my colleague knows the answer. What does she have to say about that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. There's the St. Lawrence that separates us, but otherwise our ridings are close. I'd like to congratulate him on his re-election. I'd like to reassure my colleague. I know that a lot of work is being done currently in his riding around homelessness, and will be very happy to participate. And to allay my colleagues' concerns, we will continue to support projects and initiatives around homelessness, and obviously we will work together with him on the follow-up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She's also in a neighboring riding. There's no river that separates us. And her speech was a long litany of projects and programs and figures, a lot of wishful thinking and window dressing. I think it's a bit of a shame because it's not really in touch with the housing crisis that people are currently experiencing out there in the real world. The Liberal definition of affordable housing is such that in Montreal, housing that costs $2,225 a month, if that's the rent, $2,225, the Liberals define that as affordable. I wonder if many people in Montreal actually think that's affordable, and I wonder what the Parliamentary Secretary is willing to do to change that definition. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my next-door neighbour in Montreal, and I congratulate him on the work he's done in his riding. Indeed, I think that people understand that the cost of housing in Montreal is a crisis. And like him, I'm very concerned about people in my riding, too, who are looking for housing. They're looking for solutions. But I'd like to remind him, just the same, that the National Housing Strategy is thanks to our government, and it's the first ever National Housing Strategy. It's a historic development, and that's the Liberal government that brought that in, and I'm very proud of that. But I'd be happy to work with him on these files on housing in Montreal and in our respective ridings.
Hunter.
I want to offer my congratulations to the Parliamentary Secretary on her new role and her contribution to this conversation. I wanted to pick up on a question asked by the Honourable Member for Vancouver East earlier in this conversation. We know activists across the country have been calling out for the need for more investments in non-market, public, subsidized, and co-op housing. We've not built co-op housing in this country since the early 1990s. Can the Parliamentary Secretary comment on the need and the commitment from this government to begin reinvesting in co-op housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This gives me an opportunity to remind him that his party, when it was in government, is the party that invested the least in housing. And at the time, I was a constituent trying to get cooperative projects funded, and there was no financing, completely non-existent. And today, our government is not only financing cooperative projects and housing, affordable housing projects all across the country, we're making up for the errors of the past, the mistakes of the Conservative government. Questions and comments? The Honourable
Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate my honourable colleague for her excellent speech and her excellent work on this file. You know, Madam Speaker, the last 2 years in Windsor-Tecumseh, I was able to participate in a number of historic announcements on affordable housing. It's a critical issue in Windsor-Tecumseh. $170 million partnership through the Repair and Renewable Fund to renew 4,700 units across Windsor-Essex. It was a partnership with local partners. A $25 million partnership with a private developer to build 33 or 31 new units in the town of Tecumseh. $22 million, again, a partnership with local partners to build affordable housing in the Meadowbrook project, and as well as $9 million to build new units through the Rapid Housing Initiative as well, too. I notice and I note in the opposition motion, there is no mention of partnerships in that opposition motion. And I just wanted to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if that is one reason why we've seen more investment in affordable housing in Windsor-Tecumseh over the last 2 years, historic investments, than we ever saw in 10 years of Conservative government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which gives me the opportunity to remind him that it was the Conservative government who withdrew from financing for housing, and all the money we've put in place for the National Fund will make it possible to create, over a number of years, at least 100,000 new units. These are historic investments, and every year the government is going to produce concrete results for all Canadians all across the country. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's have some straight talk here. All the government programs are window dressing, but in fact, very little money is actually spent. Sometimes it's only 25% of the fund because people don't qualify for financing. So the reality is that there's not that big of an increase in money being spent. But there's a housing crisis. Doesn't my colleague think the government could truly act, instead of talking? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I think that when comparing our record to the Harper government, I've been working in this area for years, in the area of affordable social housing, and the results speak for themselves. There was a project in my riding that waited for funding for 30 years. But it was federal investment that got things rolling, that unblocked the whole project and ended up producing real, actual housing units. And this is what's happening all across the country, not just in Quebec.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her comments. The reality is this. Canada is actually losing more affordable housing, social housing, than it is creating. And the Liberal government only committed during the campaign 20,000 units of nonprofit affordable housing to be built and to be created. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. Will she call on her own government to do what the NDP has been advocating for, and that is to build 500,000 units of affordable cooperative housing so that we can, in fact, get people who need housing, who are unhoused, the opportunity to have a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer. Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to answer, but I can say that what I find surprising is that the Liberal government's platform in the last election was 10 times more progressive and ambitious than the NDP's. So there was all kinds of things we committed to. But if there's one platform that committed to make housing a priority, it was the Liberal parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to share my time, because speaking for 20 minutes about housing, that I don't need to share my time, rather. I'm happy to have 20 full minutes to speak about housing. Now, the Conservatives have raised this issue, and I'd like to send a signal to them that it's dangerous, since we came back 2 weeks ago, and I'm glad we're back. But the Conservatives have asked a lot of questions and even planted some questions, the Liberals did, to make it look like they're taking care of this matter. But seeing a Liberal stand up and read a question to a minister who says, thanks for that excellent question and the member's hard work, well, I find this bad theater and a waste of time. I wish we could stop wasting time. But that's what we're stuck with. That's what we're stuck with. And today we're talking about housing. 6 months later, I remember there were some speeches back in June about housing, but unfortunately this situation hasn't changed. It's only gotten worse. So it's quite a contradiction. And I wanted to underscore it because I think it makes no sense. We had a pointless election. We lost a lot of time, wasted a lot of time and energy. And $600 million was spent on an election that led to the exact same result as before. $600 million. You know how much social housing could have been built with $600 million? 3,000 units, Madam Speaker, 3,000 people could have been housed. Women, victims of domestic violence, people with mental health problems, seniors, vulnerable seniors who've been made even more vulnerable by the pandemic. So it makes no sense, the waste. And we wound up with the exact same parliament as before. It's exactly the same. It's a carbon copy parliament. That's true, as a matter of fact. One of the things we heard frequently during the election campaign, we in the Bloc Québécois anyways, we heard this a lot, and I can't help but mention it again today. The Bloc was told, you'll never be in power. You'll never take office. There's nothing you can do. You're powerless. You have no decision-making power. We were told that all throughout the election campaign. Well, let's take Montreal, for example. 23,000 people are waiting for social housing, and it's gone up since the Liberals took power in 2015. The need is growing. But in Montreal, if you look at the election map, it's all red. It's almost all red. 25 Liberals, and they're supposed to be powerful and be able to make decisions. 9 ministers in Montreal, I think. 9 ministers of the Government of Canada have their ridings on the island of Montreal, including the Prime Minister. And so he should certainly be at the decision-making table. But in his own riding, Madam Speaker, in his own riding of Papineau, it's one of the worst when it comes to the housing crisis. That's quite something. What is the Prime Minister doing? What's he spending his days on while this crisis rages in his own riding? That's obviously not the only crisis that's going on. In fact, there are 4 major crises going on at the same time. Obviously, the health crisis, the climate crisis, which the Liberals are doing absolutely nothing about. They have the worst record of the G7, and they named a former environmentalist militant, an advocate for the environment, but nothing's happening. And then there's the language crisis in Quebec. 6 months ago, the government should have legislated to change the Official Languages Act. That hasn't happened yet. 6 months later, nothing's been done. French is in decline all across Quebec, including in Montreal, but the federal government hasn't legislated yet. There's a lot of things the federal government has done to undermine the French language, but there was no legislation because of the election. And then there's the housing crisis. That's the 4th crisis, the housing crisis. The Liberals' housing record is a disaster. When you talk about their record in Quebec, currently in Quebec, there are 400,000 households in need of housing. These are people who are paying either 30% of their income on rent, or their housing's unsafe, unhealthy, inadequate. So when there's 8 people in a 1-bedroom, that's just not going to work. There are 200,000 households paying over 50% of their income on housing. That's quite something. That causes severe anxiety. And every time I talk about housing, I'm using pre-pandemic figures, but we know things have only gotten worse with the pandemic. And there are thousands of houses, 80% of their income is going to their housing. 80%. When you are spending 80% of your income on housing, what's left? It's terrible poverty. If you're paying 80% of your income on housing, you are in dire poverty. There's almost nothing left after you've paid your rent. And the Liberals the parliamentary secretary threw a whole bunch of figures out at us, but I don't think she's aware of the reality out there in the real world. Homelessness has increased. Homelessness has increased. That's one of the issues we've seen in Quebec. We just went through a municipal election campaign, and housing was pretty much the number one issue in Longueuil, Montreal, Laval, Gatineau, Quebec City, all the mayors of all the major cities in Quebec. The main issue pretty much was housing. And I had a meeting with the new mayor of Longueuil. She made that her war horse and struck a committee together with Montreal and Laval to try to find solutions to deal with this issue, to tackle it. But the problem municipally is that their means are so limited. Massive investment is required, and the money's here. We know that housing is under provincial jurisdiction, but the federal government has its spending power, which they use inappropriately. We talked about this earlier. There was a national housing strategy, but that, it's interesting, when you look at the history of that, where did that strategy come from? Why did the Liberals talk about it so much? Well, it's because there wasn't even any strategy. So it's historic. We don't have to go back all the way to Methuselah, but when you look back to the 30s and the 40s, the government noticed that people were not able to afford housing, so it became apparent that the government would have to get involved somehow. And the federal government in the 60s and 70s did invest in housing. There was construction in Quebec and all across the country. But in the 90s, because of budget cuts, the federal government stopped funding housing. The Conservatives slashed funding. And then in 93, there was an election. Jean Chrétien was elected, and he promised, yeah, we're going to start. You'll see, we're going to get started. We're going to take care of people, and so on. And what happened? Well, they didn't do anything. They simply didn't do it. And according to a study by Frapp Rue, since Chrétien was elected in 93 and said he would do something but didn't, if according to Frapp Rue's study, 80,000 units could have been built in Quebec. So all kinds of people with all kinds of problems could have been housed if that funding had started when Chrétien took office. But then for 30 years, nothing happened. And then 3-4 years ago, the Liberal Party decided to start doing something. But as my colleague said so well a little earlier, there are some big numbers. And of course, those are inflated. They talk about spending over 10 years. And also, there's provincial funding going in. So they're kind of not trustworthy figures that the Liberals are using. But the national strategy in Quebec is a problem because for 3 years, nothing happened because the feds and the province couldn't come to an agreement. So for 3 years, no funding flowed to Quebec.
Au mois de mai, à Longueuil, une mère victime de violence conjugale.
And we saw this in there were people couldn't find housing at all.
She's in Longueuil. This woman that I'm talking about, if the agreement had been signed with Quebec when the national strategy was launched in 2017, she would have found housing. Do you know how much it costs? How much does it cost to get a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom apartment? Because she has 3 kids. In Longueuil, $1,500. $1,500. Who can afford that? Because we're talking about affordable housing. And this is what it takes. Makes no sense. So we could have resolved it. The government, let's talk about the national housing strategy and the fact that it took 3 years before it was signed. It created a lot of problems in Quebec. All the programs to create affordability, my colleague mentioned it earlier, all of the programs to create affordability in the national housing strategy mean that, for example, in Montreal, we're talking about housing that costs $2,000 a month to rent. What we want to do in the bloc is to mix up all the programs, take the money and put it where the needs are. Organizations on the ground and groups are close to the needs. No, these groups can take the money and take care of the real needs that people have. They're the ones with the expertise. They're the ones on the ground. And that's what we proposed during the election campaign. But a lot of money is being spent for nothing because they're not hitting the targets. Now, the government 2 years ago woke up and said it makes no sense. We have to invest. We have to help the most vulnerable, not just people who have money. And so it's launched the Canadian Rapid Housing Initiative. It's not a bad program. It's not a bad program. However, it's underfunded, vastly underfunded, $1 billion to build housing, rapid renovation of low-income housing, and little motels on the highway. We can make studios or one-bedrooms and house people. It's a good program. But a huge problem is that there was $1 billion, and then there were $500 million for large cities. But in the 500 for the large cities, there was 57 for Montreal and 200 for Toronto. And we didn't understand that. In fact, there were 63 million for Quebec, for the large cities. So decisions are being made in Ottawa. Well, there's something that's not working there. It makes no sense that in Quebec we pay millions in taxes, and yet people in Toronto are the ones getting most of the help. That doesn't make any sense. So this initiative, which isn't a bad initiative, there were 20 billion in there. Do you know how much it takes to house the most vulnerable? It's a program that is good. People had 3 months, and then the renters could get into the unit. And it was difficult. Sometimes people had to ask for the money a year in advance. Sometimes they would ask for $40 million, and then they got refused the money, and this was very difficult. So there were $4 billion worth of applications where there was $1 billion in the envelope only. So people aren't having fun Saturday night or Sunday morning. They have nothing to do, and they say, hey, why don't we apply for housing for the homeless? Or we don't have anything to do, honey, let's go do this application. No, we're talking about people who really know the needs in the communities. They're people who are involved in the communities, and they know where the needs are. They know. They got $4 billion in applications, and the municipalities were asking for $7 billion. They said, it's a great program. Okay, we're going to apply. And they did so to the tune of $7 billion. Great program, but not enough money in it. When it was launched, $1 billion, $1.5 billion, but it's not going to solve everything. The National Housing Strategy proposed building 4,000 units in Quebec. There are 40,000 people on the list. So over 10 years, we're not going to manage to fill the need. Before I conclude, I have a few minutes left. It goes by so quickly. We're talking a lot about figures, and that's fine because it's an important subject. Behind all this housing issue, there are people, real people. And for the past 2 years, one of the nicest things I have been able to do is to meet people on the ground in Longueuil. And I know there are people everywhere in Montreal, elsewhere, people who are involved in housing in particular. And I would like to say a word to them today because they do extraordinary work. Extraordinary work. We talk about homelessness, and I asked the parliamentary secretary about the homelessness issue. There is an organization that came into being during the pandemic. It's an extraordinary organization. It's a 24/7 service, so they accept everybody. And it became into being in the beginning of the pandemic. People who were homeless were fleeing Montreal due to the breakouts or the possibilities, and organizations working in homelessness got together, and quickly they created an extraordinary project, and I'd like to see if it will be funded again. So I'm going to name these people. Daniel Leblanc, he does wonderful work in the area of homelessness. It's a great resource in my riding. They offer meals 5 days a week for people who are homeless. Wonderful. Daniel Goulet, Macadam Sum, it's a bus that goes around to the young people in Longueuil. Lucie Latunel on the South Shore. Marlene Harvey, a very wonderful resource. And the Casa Bernard Hubert, Transition for Men. Nicolas Guildorsliff, new director of Val du Coin. There is a pillar in the area of housing, built housing units for seniors, very involved in social housing. Marie-Claude Lecaud, who has worked for years, who asks for assistance from the federal government. These are people who are on the ground. We're here making decisions here, and we're sending them checks, but they're going to take care of the people, and they know how to do it. They know how to do the work, but we have to do our jobs. And I want us to do our jobs, to take care of people and send checks so that people who are the most vulnerable of society can be taken care of There is another resource, Gilles Bourdon. There are many people. Sonia Langlois, she's a resource for young homeless youth. You can't imagine people who are homeless in the streets of Montreal at 50 or 60 years of age. Your time is unfortunately run out. The member will have time to add during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Ile, Kamouraska, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A passionate speech, if ever there was one. In fact, we know the issue. We proposed this subject for today, and I would like to ask my colleague this, because he talked about community organizations that are very important in all of our 338 ridings across the country. In our election platform, we had suggested taking 15% of federal buildings and making them available to create housing cooperatives and to make them available to community organizations. Does he think this is a good idea? I will just rectify the name. I said Kamouraska, Les Basques, and I forgot Rivière-du-Loup, the Honourable Member. Thank you. If this should serve the needs of the most vulnerable, if it's social housing, not office towers or condos, this is the issue here. We agree. We agree that we have to provide federal lands, but it has to help the most vulnerable. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malhett Langford.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I do truly enjoy listening to my Bloc colleagues' speeches in the House. They are always very vibrant and full of passion, and I sincerely believe that he comes to this place with a deep sense of caring for the housing situation we see in Canada. You know, the situation is quite dire. In my riding of Couch and Malahat Langford, we regularly see properties being overbid by $100,000. It's a real crisis. And, you know, I agree with him, his comments on the election. It was an unnecessary election, $600 million. However, the fact that all of the major parties spoke so eloquently and passionately about housing gave me some hope and optimism that this would be addressed in this Parliament. And I think, though, that the motion we see before us today is a missed opportunity because the Conservatives don't make any mention of an Indigenous housing strategy. They don't make any mention of giving aid to municipalities to help them with their land use decisions. There's no mention of building affordable non-market housing, which is so desperately needed. And I'm just wondering if my Bloc colleague can maybe expand on the missed opportunities that we see in this motion.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague. He is right. Ultimately, the major issue in the housing crisis is to take housing out of the speculative market. I think there was a motion voted here in 2017 that recognized that housing was a right just as much as health care. And that's the issue. If we admit that it's a right, then we have to take action. If we let it up to market forces, well, this means that there are housing units at $2,000 a month. That's what it means. We have to find a way to take housing out of the speculative market. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his very passionate speech about housing. He did have a throwaway line in his speech about housing being an area of provincial jurisdiction, and I think the rest of his speech was focused on federal intervention, and I think we both agree that there should be federal intervention. But as an Ontario MP, I've noticed the absence of our provincial partner, the Ford government, has not been there on housing the way previous governments have been. And the Honourable Member really glossed over what the provincial government is doing in Quebec. And if it's a provincial area of jurisdiction and things are getting worse, is it time for the government, the provincial government of Quebec, to stand up, as I think the province of Ontario and the Ford government needs to step up as well?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, listen. I think we have to avoid playing partisan politics when it comes to such an important issue here. Yes, he finds it funny. But let's take care of people. It's provincial jurisdiction, clearly. I'm not judging what the government of Quebec does, if it's doing enough or not. There are housing programs. There are no doubt things that are not done well on all sides. But the way that the money is spent here in Ottawa is not working at all. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Beijing's Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my honourable colleague for his great speech. I would like him to explain, particularly with regard to the national housing strategy, because the government is saying there's a lot of money, large sums available, and it's like it's sending giant balloons up, but the balloons are popping. So I'd like him to talk about that situation. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. The national housing strategy in the beginning was to send $3.8 billion in Quebec. We waited for 3 years. It was shared, 1.9 from the federal, the other amount from the provincial government. There was money for new housing, but there was, as we mentioned, or has been mentioned today, a lot of money to make things affordable. One of the major problems with this is the definition of affordability. The federal programs, and their loans, on top of it, often they're established based on the market price in a certain neighborhood or region, but it should be established based on the ability to pay, of households' ability to pay. So the strategy was launched. There were no funds for 3 years, and we got through it, but the crisis is going to make things much worse than it has.
Colchester?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member, for his speech, his passion on this subject. Also, I would like to talk about the government's effort, the money they spent on the elections. We have a plan here. I would like to know whether the member supports this bill. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Like I said earlier, it's not a perfect motion. One, the government has failed to increase the housing supply in Canada. I think everybody here in the House agrees with that. Obviously, the motion doesn't go far enough. What I'm asking is what the Conservatives would do if they were in power. Would they invest, and if so, how much? That's what we want to know here today. All this means that we would improve or ensure that the House addresses the issue. I think that's very important. We will support the motion, but it's not perfect at all.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Is the member concerned at all for the fact that in the motion it does not stipulate that to make federal lands available for residential development to be non-profit and social housing? Because otherwise, that land could actually be made available for luxury condo developers, which I don't think is the purpose of what we're trying to do here.
My colleague is right. It's not specifically mentioned, and that's dangerous. The devil's in the details for these types of things. If we don't tell the government exactly what to do with this land, they're going to give it to the highest bidder. And the most vulnerable, well, they'll get nothing as usual. So it's important to specify this is an important issue. Municipalities during the election campaign, one of the most important issues for municipalities in Quebec was the availability of land. There are organizations who are willing to do projects, but where, how? And the federal government has land. It's just a matter of making it accessible to house the most vulnerable. That's all.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm perplexed with the response from the Bloc. The member said a moment ago that they were supportive of this motion, but then agreed with the NDP that the motion is problematic because it tends to suggest that these lands should be opened up to developers. Why would the Bloc support a motion that this member himself has identified has problems in it that lead to the concern raised by the NDP?
Réponse, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. A brief answer. This is an enormous problem, an enormous issue. And now my colleague is trying to play one against the other. That just can't work. It can't work. They're the ones who are playing games. This issue is too important. The issue of housing should be raised more often. The government should do more and do it now.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my great colleague for Vancouver East. I can't help but follow up on what my colleague has just described, who's voting for a motion that is full of holes. I just want to correct him on one thing he said, saying that the island of Montreal was occupied by the Liberals. But no, there's one little orange corner of it that is left. We're dealing with a Conservative motion that identifies a real problem, but proposes a bad solution. It's important to have this discussion. in order to see what the real solutions are to face the housing crisis. This crisis is catastrophic in many cities in Quebec and Canada, especially Montreal, where the cost of housing has exploded over the last few years. People are having a hard time finding homes. They have to switch neighborhoods because they can't pay $1,400, $1,500, $1,700 a month. And during the 6 years the Liberals have been in power, there's been many strategies promised, but on the ground, we haven't seen any results or any change. On the contrary, the situation has deteriorated because of Liberal and Conservative neglect over the years. People are spending over 30% of their revenue on housing, and that means they are in poverty. Their situation is fragile. The other day in Canada, 1.7 million households, 1.7 million families, couples, individuals spend over 30% of their income on housing. That's serious. It's catastrophic even. In Quebec, we have 38,000 people waiting for social housing, waiting for something that's truly affordable. In Montreal, it's 23,000 people waiting on that list. And that's just increasing day by day. I had a chance to participate in an event by Frappru, also a coalition, the National Right to Housing Network. During the course of a day, we collected testimony from people who are living in unfit housing, who were victims of renovictions, badly heated, badly lit. It's affecting their mental and physical health even. It's so upsetting to hear this in a country as rich as Canada, a G7 country where we could do so much better. People telling me that there are 5 people living in a tiny apartment because it's the only thing they can afford. Every night, parents open up the sofa, which becomes the bed, and they sleep there. And they're in the way when kids have to get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. 5 people in a tiny place to live. People who have handicapped children, who don't have the resources and the means to have an entryway that meets the needs of their child, who have to go through the back where it's dangerous and badly lit, people who are living with mold, mushrooms in their houses. This is overloading our healthcare system because they are living in unfit conditions in housing that is completely inadequate, and that's the real problem, Madam Speaker. We were talking about the 1.7 million households who are spending more than 30% on housing, but there's people in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, my riding, it's 45 to 50% of their income. And when the cost of groceries goes up at the same time, they're basically being held by the throat. It's too much. Many households in Rosemont-la-Petite have to spend up to half of their income on housing, and it's unacceptable. And we've been hearing about the Liberal strategy for years. We have a motion before us that talks about the very real problem of housing, talks about young families, young people who want to buy homes. It's harder and harder. Condos and houses are often being sold higher than the announced cost on the market, and it's creating an extreme housing bubble. If we want to really focus on the actual problem, I think there's a few words that we need to be able to say, such as social housing. It seems that the Liberals are just unable to say it. The motion before us is extremely ideological. There are some things in it that make sense. With the NDP, at the NDP, we don't want to tax capital gains on the sale of a primary residence. But what's in this motion is highly ideological and connected to market forces, and that's all. If there's a great deal of demand, we just have to increase supply. And magically, prices will go down. Whereas everyone who knows this file, who's been on the ground and worked with local organizations, they know full well that if we could fix this problem through the private sector and just rebalance supply, truly the only real solution is to offer a better supply of housing outside of the market, community housing, co-ops, social housing. This project needs to include them. There needs to be an obligation imposed on building social housing so that if there's money coming from the federal government and the provincial government, they create some. There's no solution within just the market alone. We have to have housing outside of market forces. The conservative solution just isn't going to work. I want to focus on what we really need to do. The Conservatives have blinders on. It's capitalism only, and nothing else can be done outside of that framework. Now, when it comes to solutions outside the market, well, it's already been mentioned that there's a lack of construction of new co-ops. I had a chance to participate in, to visit the social housing that was built in Montreal. There was a documentary about it. Those residences were built many decades ago, and the money that is paid in housing gets reinvested in the co-ops and improves the situation of everybody who lives there. It's a real lesson in working together and participative democracy and collective accountability. So becoming the collective owner of a co-op really changes people's lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live in those neighborhoods and in those homes. And at the NDP, we're putting this forward. I just want to say to my colleagues from the Bloc who seem to be wanting to vote for the Conservative motion before us that there's going to be an NDP amendment. And I think it takes up some of the elements of what we've heard so far. We want to add some things. We want investments made into affordable housing that is outside of the market, nonprofit, co-ops. We want to build 500,000 new affordable housing and social housing units in the next 10 years, and not the 160,000 that were promised, but 500,000, which is the NDP proposal, and to have an Indigenous housing strategy for Indigenous peoples, by Indigenous peoples. It's not in the Conservative motion. It's not in the national strategy from the Liberals that they've been touting for years. This is what the NDP would like to put forward to correct the problems with the motion presented by the Conservatives. I hope that there will be a certain level of uniformity between discussion and action, and that the Bloc will be able to support the NDP's amendment that would make this motion much more interesting and logical when it comes to real solutions to be brought to bear. When it comes to real solutions, I talked about them with the parliamentary secretary. Right now, rules have been set by the Liberals. And that means affordable housing isn't actually affordable housing. Recently, according to the CMHC, a house in Montreal that was over $2,200 a month was considered affordable, and that's making fun of people. There's some people who are paying less than that, and they're already at the end of their resources. We need to think carefully and consider housing as a fundamental right. If people don't have good housing, they need to have recourse. I think we need to make a considerable effort in order to invest in social housing and make it fully affordable, which is the priority of the NDP. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I think one of the issues that we quite often miss when we talk about housing is seniors housing. And I think we have a golden opportunity with our motion here when we're talking about the 37,000 federal buildings and how we could utilize some of them for housing going forward. Would the member agree that looking to use those spaces for seniors housing, for seniors who are looking to move out of their single dwelling home and into a condo setting or into an assisted living facility, that maybe that's what we should be focusing on with that aspect of the motion on the floor today?
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Encore une fois, c'est la même chose.
Once again, same thing. housing problems for our seniors and for vulnerable people, yes, there is a problem there. When people see the rent go up and they're on a fixed income, that is a real problem, but I don't see any solution from the Conservatives. If they just want to give money to builders who are going to build condos for rich people, it's going to do nothing for seniors and who have a strict minimum of income. There's Bas-Saint-Pile, that could be an interesting piece of land to create truly affordable housing and not to build a baseball field. That would be a waste of land. I hope that no single government, either Quebec or in Ottawa, would invest in such a thing. It would be ridiculous. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to my colleague is that when you take a look at the motion that's before us, one of the suggestions that the Conservatives are making is that 15% of those properties here in Canada be converted, a minimum of 15%. And as the Parliamentary Secretary for Heritage pointed out, 35.7 million of those hectares are from Parks Canada. Keep in mind, using the Conservative figure of 41 million is what they're talking about. If you do the math, whether it's Parks Canada, Environment Canada, National Defence, that adds up to 39, 40 million. They're talking 41, do the 15% math. Their numbers just don't make sense. And I'm wondering if the member opposite would agree that there are some fundamental flaws of basic arithmetic that just doesn't seem to make sense, and if he could provide his thoughts on it.
It's the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie that's going to answer, and so I would ask the members of the official opposition to hold off on any questions or comments they may have, and they'll be able to ask a question or answer when it's their time. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question, which is a relevant one. It's as though they were considering the problem all backwards. It's not about the availability of land. The problems that are spending too much money on housing and are living in poverty. That's the problem. It's not the 12% of land or 19% of land that interests me. There's 23,000 households who are on a waiting list for social housing in Montreal. That's what I'm focused on. We need to look after people. If we need to occupy more land after, that's fine, but we have many people in our country who are spending more than 30% of their income. It's not about physical space or physical land space.
Honourable member, l'honorable député de Montmagny, Liselet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Son discours et ses idées par rapport à...
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his ideas about the issue of housing. He was saying earlier that the Conservatives couldn't say social housing, so here I am saying it, social housing. In 2011, when I was here in the House of Commons under a Conservative government, funding was made for housing co-ops in my riding. So he can't say that we never did that. The fact is, we did many times. And regardless of the percentage of lands available or not, the idea here is to make land available to organizations, to co-ops, to be able to set up social housing. I'll say it again, social housing. It is a solution. Does he think that this is a good solution? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, I'm glad they finally said it. They've proven that I was wrong. The Conservatives are indeed capable of saying social housing, but they're not able to write it because it's not in their motion. They must have forgotten. So that's one problem solved, but we're still focusing on social housing, co-ops, Indigenous housing for and by Indigenous people. I sure hope that he will vote for the NDP's motions in that case.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very delighted to enter into this debate. As members may know, housing is one of my deepest passions. I got into electoral politics back in 1993. Why? Because the federal Liberal government canceled the National Affordable Housing Program at that time. I was working as a community legal advocate in the downtown East Side. I was absolutely devastated because I saw firsthand what it was like for individuals who could not get access to safe, secure, affordable housing. And I worked day and night to find people housing, sometimes inadequate housing. That situation was back in 1993. Look at what's happening today. Things are even worse. I have never seen it so bad as I am now. And in fact, during the election campaign, wouldn't you believe it, the Liberal candidate came after me and said, well, what have you done in the last 6 years, having been elected as Member of Parliament? Well, I said, you should ask the question of the Prime Minister, what he's doing. You should ask the question of your leader, what they haven't done to deliver housing to those in greatest need. In Vancouver East, we had the largest homeless encampment in the country. For months, this went on. From the summer to the fall to the winter, it persisted. I begged the Minister of Housing to come to my community and see for themselves what was going on. I offer solutions day and night wherever I saw the minister. Sometimes it was at the airport while we were waiting for a flight to get out. Sometimes I would walk across the floor. I wrote countless letters to them. I even wrote a joint letter with the mayor, Mayor Kennedy, and the local MLA, the Honourable Melanie Mark, begging for the government to come to the table. The provincial government, the BC NDP government, had offered and said that they will match the funding with the federal government to address this crisis. Did the federal government come to the table? No, they did not. And yet they sit here today and talk about what a swell job they're doing with their National Affordable Housing Initiative. Let us be clear about what is going on with the National Affordable Housing Initiative, Madam Speaker. The reality is this. That initiative is not producing the housing that is most in need for those who are unhoused and for those who are living precariously with their housing conditions. The co-investment fund that the parliamentary secretary talked about, yes, it was a great program, with the exception of this. It is so riddled with red tape that it is almost impossible for nonprofits to make applications. They literally have to hire a consultant to get through the stack of questions, the pages, the reams of questions, to get through those questions. And worse than that, after they're able to answer all those questions, to submit the application, CMHC barely has the wherewithal to process it expeditiously. And you wonder why housing is not getting developed. You wonder why things are not changing on the streets. And then, with the co-investment fund, I must also take a moment and say where the problems lie with smaller communities, with rural communities, in northern communities, communities where they don't have the large infrastructure as I do in an urban center to be able to make those complicated applications. Well, they are just left out in the cold. That is the reality of what's going on, Madam Speaker. And then, during the campaign, actually just prior to the campaign and during the campaign, wouldn't you believe it? The Liberals went and bragged about their other program, the other largest program within the National Housing Strategy, the RCFI. The RCFI produced housing that is simply not affordable. Housing experts have looked into this program, and what have they found? They found that the developments are above, way above market, somewhere between 30% to 130% above market. That's the kind of housing that they're building. And how will that help the people on the ground? You would think that the government would want to bring forward a program to support private developers to develop housing that's below market. But no, not this government, not the Liberals. And then they'd go and say, what a great job we're doing. And they send out reams and reams of press releases making these announcements. Holy moly, Kaloli, I gotta tell you, I almost fell off my chair And I thought, under whose universe? Under what sane perception could you possibly accept the notion that housing built, never mind 100% above market and above that, 30% above market is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. And then, in addition, they made these announcements. Reporters actually found out, I think in Quebec there was such a project. They made the announcement, and then the project wasn't even built. Money hasn't even flowed. They're not embarrassed about that at all. And they just send out those press releases bragging about it. My goodness, I don't know what planet are people from. In my universe, truth matters. What matters even more is this, action. Because people on the ground need that housing. It makes me want to weep. When I came to Ottawa last week, I'll tell you, we were delayed in our flight because of the snow. Sorry, it was this week. We were delayed with the snow. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning-ish, around that time, I can't remember exactly now. I was in a cab, and the cab drove up to my apartment. There was a homeless man, 3 o'clock in the morning in Ottawa, in the bitter, bitter cold. I said to the cab driver, oh my God, that is a homeless man in this night, in this hour, on the street. I walked up to him. He did not even have a piece of cardboard on the ground, preventing him to cover him from the sidewalk. I just cannot imagine that situation. So it's not just in the downtown east side where we have a homeless crisis. We have it everywhere across the country. So please, to the Liberal government, stop talking about what a great job you're doing. Actually do the job and deliver the housing for people in greatest need. And to our Conservative friends, I'll say this. The motion in and of itself could be a good one. Accepting that, all they're thinking about is supply and how to do the gotcha moment with the government. And with their motion, when they say make federal lands available without stipulation whatsoever to require that residential development be tied permanently to affordable nonprofit and social housing and cooperative housing is not acceptable. That's exactly how the Liberals get away with driving a truck through the loopholes with their arguments about what a great job they're doing, producing housing that is way above market, and still say that they're producing affordable housing. We have to do better, and we must do better, because people's lives depend on it. I support the other aspects of the motion, the call to say to the government that we should never charge capital gains tax for people who are selling their primary homes. I absolutely support that. No question. I also support the second component of the motion, which is to say that we need to ban foreign investments. Absolutely, we need to do that, and we need to do more than that. We need to stop the financialization of housing and stop treating housing as though it's a stock market. We need to deal with REITs and bring in measures to stop those kinds of investments, because all that does is to drive up the cost of housing for those who need affordable rentals. I'm not saying that there's no place for market rental. There is. But boy, there needs to be some limit. And it cannot be at such a rate that people cannot live there. Now, I think I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have left? 2 seconds. So I need to move my motion. I move that the motion be amended in paragraph A by adding after the words available for the following: permanently affordable nonprofit and cooperative housing, and 2, by adding after the words primary residence the following: D, commit dedicated funding in the December 14th, 2021 fall economic statement towards the development of the Urban, Rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Strategy promised in 2017, including the creation of a fully funded by Indigenous, for Indigenous National Housing Center, and building 500,000 additional new homes that people can afford, including cooperative housing. If the Conservatives would accept this amendment, it would be a fulsome amendment, and we could make a difference. Let's do it.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend if he consents to this amendment being moved.
No, I do not, Madam Speaker.
There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Middlesex, Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Fantastic, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the Speaker from Vancouver East. I know her passion, and I've watched her work on this file for a number of years, and for those who are in need of social supports. So for any candidate who ever questions on how hard she works on this, I would say to them they should look at her record, because she has made many speeches on these types of actions. But some of my greatest concerns that I'm seeing this is, and I want to turn this into the home ownership piece, recognizing the ability to get a down payment. My son has had about $30,000 in the bank, and this is not much of an option for him to try to get into the housing market. And this, I believe, not being able to save your money is because of the inflation and the cost of living. Everything is going up. So how can you afford to get into a home if you cannot afford to save money? So I don't mean to sound silly, but does the member from Vancouver East believe that this is because of just inflation?
For Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her kind words. On the issue around home ownership, there are many, many factors impacting it. There is no question that there is a hot housing market, and that people cannot afford to get into owning a home. And some of those issues do tie into people flipping lands, such as the Liberal member from Vancouver Granville, who actually, prior to the election, would not even answer the question of when he was participating in flipping lands to make a profit. How much money did he make? And how did that impact, for example, into the cost of housing? And for people who want to get into the housing market, banning foreign ownership is also one step that can curb this, but it is not the only step. Addressing the issue of financialization of housing is a key factor within that, and I wish that this motion that the Conservatives table would include that piece as well. Because if we want to have holistic...
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always think that when the federal government has surplus lands available for the opportunity to be used, in particular by community and in this case by housing, that those lands should be made available through the proper process. What we're hearing from the Conservatives is a bit of a story on 41 million hectares of land, which includes 37 million from Parks Canada alone. And, the numbers that they're throwing out there just don't really represent the reality in terms of the federal land available. I'm wondering if the member can comment on whether or not she knows of any federal land within her riding that would be in close proximity to the services available in order to build housing, and to her passion, affordable housing more specifically.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. While it is true that the amount of land that's available is not to the tune to where the Conservatives are suggesting. But having said that, it does not mean to say, though, there's no land available. And what we should do, and what we could do, of course, is to look and see what land is available. And then to make that available to the nonprofit sector, to develop affordable social housing and cooperative housing. I'm not here to get market luxury condos developed. That is not my interest. That may be the Conservatives' interest, but it is not my interest. And that's why we moved the amendment. That's why I moved the amendment to have it changed so that we have that stipulation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe. Have you made the change? Scott.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly appreciate the incredible work done by my colleague for Vancouver East. She is such a strong advocate for those in need of that affordable housing piece that New Democrats fight for on a daily basis. I know in my riding, in my city of London, there are 5,000 people on the wait list for affordable housing, and it's indeed at a crisis level. One of the things that I'm always upset with in terms of what's happened through government action, inaction over the years is the role that the federal government has played. It used to be that they would build en masse affordable housing, cooperative housing. They did this at the provincial level and the federal level, but...
Give the honourable member for Vancouver East 5 seconds to answer. That's all the time that's left.
Well, thank you very much to the member. I know that New Democrats will always fight for safe, secure, affordable housing for all, and we strongly believe that adequate housing is a fundamental basic right, and that's why my colleague moved...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to indicate I'll be sharing my time with the member for Wellington-Halton Hills. Thank you very much.
It's always an honor to rise in this House and to speak, and especially on this important motion that we have before us today, which is, of course, our Opposition Day motion. And before I get started, Madam Speaker, I'd like to give some credit. I am a shameless team promoter. I love this team, Madam Speaker. I'll say it time and time again. I want to give credit to the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon for all of the incredible work that he did in the last Parliament on this file, Madam Speaker. And in fact, his work was used as the basis for a lot of our platform development, which actually received accolades from many groups across this country for the great ideas within our platform regarding housing. And I wish him the best in the Asia-Pacific development file as he continues on. And of course, wish the best for the residents and all residents of BC as they come out of this difficult time they've been going through. I'd also, Madam Speaker, like to recognize the wonderful Member of Parliament from Edmonton Riverbend who gave me the honor of speaking here today. I don't know if you know this, Madam Speaker. He's actually the father of 3 children, including the beautiful baby Hugh. And so, you know, he knows this issue very well because he's a family man. And in fact, I have family that lives in his riding. I've mentioned that to him before. And so this affects him and his family, and this affects everyone in his community. So I'm really happy to see him taking the charge on this motion and on this discussion here today. Madam Speaker, I'll also say I held this file actually under Families, Children and Social Development when I served as the Shadow Minister in that role. And with that as well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the new member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. What a fireball. I love that lady. A new mother and a strong voice for her constituents and for Albertans. But Madam Speaker, when she got this role, I told her that this file is hard. And this file is hard because I'll tell you what I saw, Madam Speaker, when I held that role of Families, Children and Social Development, and the housing file was still under that file. I saw a government traipse across the country, announce new housing initiatives, pat themselves on the back, and call it a day. And, you know, they would make outrageous claims, Madam Speaker. In fact, the Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth of Canada continues to make these claims. He would say things, for example, on November 29th of this year. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Since we came into office, we have helped over 1 million families get the housing that they need. He also said, Madam Speaker, on December 7th, 2021, we will keep working to make sure every Canadian has an affordable place to call home. Well, Madam Speaker, that is not what I saw in my role at that time. I read the files, I looked around my community, and Madam Speaker, I saw 2 things. I saw a government destroying my local economy, with glee, I'll add, Madam Speaker, forcing businesses and residents to vacate buildings because all the business was gone and all the jobs had been lost. And these buildings, Madam Speaker, were being purchased by the government for a song, being turned into subsidized housing, and then the government declaring a victory. This is what I saw time and time again. I'll repeat that. They would destroy the economy, force all the businesses to close, take all the good jobs away, purchase the buildings for a song, turn them into subsidized housing, and say, we did a great job. Terrible. There are no winners in that model, Madam Speaker. So while this government was passing C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, C-48, the tanker moratorium bill, and the Clean Fuel Standard, jumping and cheering and drinking out of their soggy paper straws, my constituents were suffering. They were wondering, can I keep my house? Will I have to move in with my sister? How am I going to make rent this month? But this government didn't care, Madam Speaker. They'd show up on this floor week after week claiming victory. The second thing I saw, Madam Speaker, was that all of these government programs that the government was claiming victory over was the result of two things: a poor economy and higher taxation. Every single benefit, every single program where I considered, why would Canadians need this? Why would Canadians need this program? It always came back to no jobs or no good jobs, every single program. So while this government was destroying the economy, killing good jobs, and taxing Canadians with one hand, they were handing out a measly little portion of what they had killed and collected with their other hand. But what could Canadians do? Say no to the small amount that was offered to them? There were no jobs to go back to. There were certainly no good jobs to go back to, no good jobs to go back to. Madam Speaker, I have the best riding in all of Canada. Calgary Midnapore was built on the backs of the generation that fueled this nation for decades, Communities thrived in lakes and parks that were created by a love of what they did and what it meant for Canada. But Madam Speaker, that all started to change 6 years ago. Jobs became scarce, business went away, out of province, out of country, and people had to turn to these benefits. Madam Speaker, they had no choice, and they were grateful because their jobs were gone. And I'm starting to worry, Madam Speaker, that some are getting conditioned to believe that they don't deserve any better. And now, Madam Speaker, we add affordability and inflation to this mix. Madam Speaker, Canadian housing affordability deteriorated for a third consecutive quarter in Q3 2021. The mortgage payment on a representative home as a percentage of income rose 1.7 points after a 3.2 increase in Q2 2021. Seasonally adjusted home prices increased 4.6% in Q3 2021 from Q2 2021, while median household income rose only 0.8%. Affordability deteriorated in all 10 marks covered in Q3 on a sliding scale of markets from worst deterioration to least: Vancouver, Victoria, Toronto, Ottawa-Gatineau, Hamilton, Montreal, Calgary, Quebec, Winnipeg, and Edmonton. That was the third consecutive quarter with a worsening in every single market, in all those markets. Countrywide affordability deteriorated 0.7% in the condo portion versus a 2.3% deterioration in the non-condo segment. Prices continued their relentless upward trajectory, rising 4.6% in the quarter and 18.6% year on year. That annual figure, Madam Speaker, was the most it has been since 1989, Madam Speaker, since 1989, before I graduated high school in Calgary, Midnapore, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about inflation, Madam Speaker. There is hardly a commodity which has not been untouched. Natural gas is up 18.7%, Madam Speaker. Gasoline is up 41.7%. I certainly think twice before I decide, I have to go and fill my car, it's time. Ground beef is up 8.2%, Madam Speaker. Sausages are up 11.3%, Madam Speaker. Steak is up 13.6%, Madam Speaker. I know I examined the cuts way more thoroughly now before making my choices at the grocery market. Eggs, not even a direct meat product, is up 7.4%. Butter, another Canadian staple, up 5.5%. Syrup, up 11.6%. Coffee, up 3.7%. Chicken up 8.3%. Madam Speaker, I remember a year ago I could buy a whole bird, the whole bird and nothing but the whole bird, for $10. Now, Madam Speaker, it's $14 when I go to the grocery store. So, Madam Speaker, this government, they want to claim victory on this file, but I won't let them. They destroyed our economy, they took away the good jobs, they increased taxation, and they want to pat themselves on the back. I won't let them. And neither will Canadians. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm still processing a lot of that. I have a question. I have a question here for the member. So, this motion that her colleague and the Conservatives put forward today suggests that we consolidate all of the land that the federal government owns and then make 15% of it available for housing. But if you actually look at the math, and if you go to Statistics Canada, you can see exactly where they get their number of 41 million hectares of land available. And of that, 97% of it is in Parks Canada, Environment Canada, and National Defence. So my question to the member is, to get to 15%, and assuming we got rid of all the other land that the federal government has, the remaining 3%, what 12% of Parks Canada, Environment Canada, and National Defence would she like to see disposed of for affordable housing?
For Calgary, Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that question is just totally irrelevant to everything that I talked about. You know, it doesn't even matter about the parkland and where we're going to get the parkland or what parkland we're going to take. And we love conservation. Conservatives were, in fact, the original conservators. Like, but we love nature. But, you know, I do know what this government will continue to do. They'll continue to destroy the economy so that they can get those buildings and they can have more affordable housing for Canadians through taking away their jobs. That's not a solution, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Comments, questions et commentaires honorables.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the motion today, I have the feeling that behind it, the Conservatives, what they want to do is to reproach the Liberal governments over the increase of everything and nothing. But one of the major issues related to housing is the fact that it is subject to speculation, that this is something that people use to make money on the financial markets. That's the major problem. Is it not time that we change up all the government programs to ensure that we take housing out of this speculative market, that we allow community groups that know the issue to help so we can help the most vulnerable?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After having listened to the question asked by my colleague, I think that we share the same idea. That is, that the most important thing to people is to have housing. And for that, we need a good economy, a lot of good jobs for Canadians. I think that we agree with these ideas. So thank you very much for the question. And I think that we agree that it's important to have a good economy, a lot of jobs, so that Canadians can have housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague from Calgary Midnapore. In my riding of Couch and Malahat Langford, the market has failed my residents, and it is failing residents. I mean, we are regularly seeing houses overbid by $100,000. And I'm just wondering why the Conservatives didn't take this opportunity to make mention of an Indigenous housing strategy, of making a commitment to building non-market affordable housing. Because in my neck of the woods, and I think this is the same for right across Canada, this is the type of housing that's in demand. I mean, people just cannot afford to go out and buy a house. They need something that is non-market and affordable, and that is actually going to resolve their needs right now.
For Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague, and I can hear certainly that his constituents are facing the same problems, which I referenced in my speech, which many Canadians are facing from coast to coast to coast. And I'm not sure if the member unfortunately missed the beginning part of my speech, where I gave credit, in fact, to our member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, who developed incredible platform contributions regarding this specific piece and Indigenous housing in particular, which actually received accolades from Indigenous communities across the country. So again, I can see with my House colleagues from both the Bloc and the NDP, we have the shared objectives of a better life and housing for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government's failure to properly oversee and regulate Canada's banking system and its failure to properly manage fiscal policy are the two reasons why Canadian families are struggling with skyrocketing housing prices and why Canadian families are burdened with record high levels of household indebtedness. It's also putting the stability of our financial system at risk. It's mispricing risk and leading to misallocations of capital toward residential real estate. As David Rosenberg has said, Canada's economy is overly reliant on, quote, credit, cannabis, and condos, end quote. The average house price in this country has skyrocketed over the 6 years this government has been in power. According to the Canadian Real Estate Association, the actual benchmark price for a home in this country has gone from $430,000 in November of 2015, when this government was appointed to office, to $762,000 in October of this year, the last month for which we have data. This is a massive increase of 77% over the last 6 years. That's an annual compounded rate of increase of about 10% per annum, far ahead of the nominal growth of GDP. It's putting the cost of housing out of reach for many young families and individuals looking to get a start to their lives. The average house price for a single detached home in Toronto is now $1.8 million. It's $2.9 million in Vancouver. In Fergus and Elora, two small towns in the rural area of my riding of Wellington Halton Hills, the typical house price has trebled in the last 5 years. It has gone from approximately $325,000 in 2015 to $950,000 in 2020. These prices are way above the long-term average of 3.5 times household income. Prices in many Canadian communities are now 8, 9, 10 times household income. We are an outlier amongst advanced economies of the OECD. In fact, our housing prices are some of the most expensive in the world. As housing prices have skyrocketed, so too has household debt. Mortgage debt makes up the vast majority of household debt. Mortgage debt comprises 2/3 of overall household debt, and the remaining 1/3 of household debt is closely tied to real estate, made up of facilities such as HELOCs and other forms of credit. In 2016, the first full year that this government was in office, household debt stood at $1.9 trillion. Today, it's $2.6 trillion, an increase of almost 40%, an annual compounded rate of increase of almost 6%, far ahead of the nominal rate of increase of our GDP. That amount of household debt is reflected in the fact that household debt as a percentage of household income has also increased since this government has taken office, and now stands at 173% today. The government has allowed this to happen. We have a housing crisis in this country, and it's because of this government's failure to properly oversee and regulate the banking system and its failure to properly manage fiscal policy. Madam Speaker, the government has had plenty of warning about this problem. And before I get into who has warned the government about this problem, let me tell you about one of the unintended consequences of these skyrocketing housing prices and skyrocketing levels of household indebtedness. Small to medium-sized enterprises have found it difficult to get financing. Canada has low levels of business investment relative to many of our economic peers. And this low level of business investment is one reason for our low productivity growth rates. This low productivity growth rate is of particular concern because it is the only long-run determinant of wealth and prosperity. And these two challenges, the challenge of skyrocketing household debt and the difficulty many small to medium-sized businesses have in getting financing to make investments in plant, capital, and equipment, are the two sides of the same coin. This government needs to take a hard look at its macroeconomic policies that it has put in place that has made life less affordable for Canadian families, and policies that are making it difficult for businesses to invest and grow and create jobs. The government is ultimately responsible for the regulation of our banking sector through the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and it's also responsible for mortgage financing through the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation, through tax expenditures, and through government programs, and through Finance Canada. The government has allowed mortgage credit to grow at unsustainable levels. The government's responsibility is to oversee mortgage credit through OSFI and CMHC. The IMF has warned Canada repeatedly over the last number of years about its oversight of housing finance. In addition, the IMF has found through their studies that government intervention in housing finance exacerbates house price swings and amplifies mortgage credit growth in advanced economies in the years before the global financial crisis. Moreover, the IMF studies also concluded that government participation did not provide a cushion against economic crisis, and countries with greater government involvement in mortgage financing experienced deeper house price declines. In a 2011 analysis, the IMF concluded that, quote, rapid mortgage credit growth and strong house price increases go hand in hand, end quote. And they added, quote, government participation in housing finance exacerbated house price swings and amplified mortgage credit growth during the run-up to the recent crisis, particularly in advanced economies, end quote. And they concluded by saying, quote, countries with more government involvement also experienced deeper house price declines, end quote. The officials at Finance Canada and CMHC have warned the government. For example, last year in September, officials at Finance Canada discussed forcing private mortgage insurers to tighten eligibility rules. But they left CMHC to try and manage the risk in mortgage credit markets on their own. Evan Siddle, the CMHC CEO at the time, said, and I quote, we had that conversation, and you'll have to pose the question to the government as to why that didn't happen, end quote. He added, in reference to the rejection of the tightening of the rules to reduce risk, by adding, and I quote, the Minister of Finance could have done it, end quote. OSFI itself has warned about skyrocketing levels of mortgage credit and mortgage credit growth. But when OSFI proposed higher mortgage stress test levels in 2018, otherwise known as the B20 guidelines, the Minister of Finance opposed the rule. And in March of last year, when OSFI announced changes to capital requirements for Canada's systemically important banks, the government didn't ensure that that additional liquidity, measured in the hundreds of billions of dollars, they didn't ensure that it wouldn't exacerbate the growth in mortgage credit. As a result, household debt, primarily mortgage credit, jumped 4% in the last year, picking up sharply in the middle of last year after March 2020's changes that OSFI had introduced.
The honourable members could have conversations outside the chamber, please, but not here while another member is speaking, please. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
The Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, warned earlier this year that Canadian households were taking on too much debt. In other words, the Governor of the Bank was warning the government that it's not using the tools it has at hand to properly regulate mortgage credit growth in this country. Madam Speaker, Canadian families are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. They're being squeezed by the increasing cost of living, and they're being squeezed by the cost of housing. And Madam Speaker, it's because of this government's failure to properly oversee and regulate Canada's banking sector and its failure to properly manage fiscal policy. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess my question is more on the broader context of the resolution or the motion that has been brought forward. And members of the Liberal caucus have been challenging the government, the opposition, to provide some details as to where they believe they're going to get that minimum 15% of the Canada Land Bank, given that it's in essence, our military, the Environment Canada, and Parks Canada that has close to that 90% level. Where did the Conservative Party actually get their numbers? Is it just something that they pulled out of the sky? Is there any substantiation to justify the numbers that they're talking about?
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Madam Speaker, we are proposing constructively solutions to the housing crisis we are facing. And the government is not coming forward with anything constructive to deal with what is a real crisis. This government has overseen a regulatory system of our financial sector that is putting households at risk, that's leading to skyrocketing housing prices, and it's also overseen fiscal policies that have exacerbated the problem we see in this country today. And so we're proposing solutions in order to address this, and the government is not. And my question to the government, Madam Speaker, is what is the government going to do about this situation?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I welcome the opportunity to have a debate here in this House on the housing crisis in Canada, because that's what it is. Certainly in my riding, South Okanagan West Kootenay, it's got very low, the average income in my riding is $30,000. The median house price is $900,000. It's one of the worst ratios in the country. It's affecting the labor market in my riding. People simply can't afford to live there, and so people are having a hard time finding workers. And so we support parts of this motion. We support the ban on foreign investment. We support the idea that government shouldn't be taxing people on their primary residences. But there's not a single mention in here about affordable housing. They're just talking about giving up federal lands for housing.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you for the question. Quite simply, here's the problem. The government's affordable housing measures are a drop in the bucket of the challenge that Canadian households are facing. Household debt in this country, largely made up of mortgage credit debt, has skyrocketed from about $1.9 trillion the first year this government was in office to $2.6 trillion in the most current year. That's a $700 billion jump in household debt, $700 billion. The government can come forward with all the affordable housing programs it wants. It's a drop in the bucket of the $700 billion in additional mortgage credit and other forms of household credit that Canadian families have had to take on because of this government's mismanagement of housing finance in this country. And so we are focused on the root causes of the problem rather than putting Band-Aids that will do little to deal with the housing crisis in this country.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Madame la Présidente.
There is a housing crisis. The market alone will not be able to solve it, and hasn't been able to solve it up until now. Every group involved in housing, whether it be Frappru or the Federation of Cooperative Housing and others, all of them are unanimous. Even municipalities across Canada say that somewhere throughout the process, the federal government must invest to house the most vulnerable. The market alone will never achieve this. Does my colleague agree? let's say the Conservatives make it back to power, would they agree to invest in housing for this country?
Je suis d'accord, on a besoin de...
I agree that there is a need for more affordable housing in this country.
We need more affordable housing, but no matter how much money the government puts into affordable housing programs in this country, it's not going to address the underlying problem, which is the skyrocketing levels of household indebtedness and skyrocketing levels of housing prices in this country. The Governor of the Bank of Canada only has one or two tools at their disposal to deal with monetary policy, the overnight rate and quantitative easing. The government has immense tools available at disposal. Dozens and dozens of tools through finance regulation, through CMHC, through OSFI to get a handle on this problem, tools that they're not using to deal with the underlying.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to just kind of expand upon the question I posed to my colleague across the way, ultimately believing that there are really serious fundamental flaws to this motion. You know, over the years, I've seen many opposition motions. I look at this particular motion, and I really don't know where it's coming from. I don't know the math that the member from Carleton is likely one of the authors behind it is actually used. And I want to be very specific. This is what the motion says in part. And I'm going to Clause A. Review and consolidate all federal real estate and properties in Canada in order to make at least, and I would underline this part, Madam Speaker, at least 15% available for residential development. Now, the member made reference that introduced the motion and said, well, we have 41 million hectares. So they're saying at least 15% of that 41 million hectares. Well, my basic math tells me that you're talking over 6 million hectares. Now, you think about it, well, member says it's ridiculous from the Conservative Party. It's a Conservative motion. I agree, it is a ridiculous motion. Madam Speaker, think about it. Parks Canada, 35.7 million hectares. Environment Canada, 2.3 million hectares. National Defence, 2.2 million. Now, you add those ones up alone, and that comes to 40 million. The Conservatives are saying 41 million make 15%. So are they suggesting that we get rid of parklands? Yes, you are. Based on your own numbers. You're making these silly... like I said, I don't understand where the Conservatives are getting their numbers. But read through the motion, Madam Speaker, and this is just one example of that. You know, most take housing very serious. Some understand that the national government does have a role to play. I've been a parliamentarian long enough that I have witnessed Conservatives oppose any sort of investment for housing from a national government's perspective. In fact, when I was very first elected back in 1988 at the Manitoba Legislature, Madam Speaker, I was given two titles, Deputy Whip and Critic for Housing. Provinces play a critical role on housing. When you talk about municipalities, well, municipalities are creations of provincial laws that are passed in provincial legislatures. Municipal governments, provincial governments have predominantly played the lead role on housing in Canada. I remember having a debate against Bill Blaikie, yes, NDP Bill Blaikie, where I was saying the national government, this back in '93, saying the national government needed to play a stronger role in housing. And Bill Blaikie was arguing, no, that wasn't the case. I represent a riding in Winnipeg North where there's been a need for social housing for decades. And we saw 17 years or 15 years of NDP administration where it was marginally addressed. Political parties of all stripes, I suspect, need to do a little bit of reflection and come to the table in terms of, well, what is it that we can do? But to try to say that as a government, this government has not been concerned about housing is so misleading, Madam Speaker. You can talk about generations. You'd have to go back 50 years plus to find a prime minister or a government that has done more for housing at the national perspective. The opposition could never, they could not give any sort of details in the last 50, 60 years where there's been a prime minister that has committed more financial resources to supporting Canada's homes, Madam Speaker. And that can be substantiated by real dollars and real commitments. So it's easy for the NDP to click their heels and say, well, we'll have 500,000 homes. Madam Speaker, you know, I kind of miss Adam Vaughan, who had a way in terms of expressing just to the degree in which the Liberal Party or this government understood the housing issue and the many ways in which we were tackling that problem. But I can tell you, it's going to be more than the federal government. It takes more than the federal government to be able to resolve this issue. Yes, the federal government has a role to play. And since 2015, we have seen hundreds of millions going into billions of dollars, the first ever national housing strategy put into place by this Prime Minister, by this government. Something in which no other opposition party, either in the last 6 years or prior, argued or articulated for, Madam Speaker. So there are plans that are out there. There is real, tangible dollars that is being put forward and onto the table. But we also recognize that you need to get partners. We work very hard at trying to recognize the need to have provinces and municipalities to do what they can, to play the role that they need to play, Madam Speaker. We have a very proactive Minister of Housing that's out in the communities every day virtually, Madam Speaker. You know, we've thought of making our current Minister of Housing an honorary Member of Parliament from Manitoba because of his interests in Manitoba and his presence that he's put into the province of Manitoba. A minister that genuinely cares about all regions of our countries, understands the issues of housing, whether it's in Vancouver, Montreal, Halifax. There are many different rural municipalities that are out there. We understand it. Whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance talking about how important it is that we fight to have adequate homes for all Canadians, that they feel comfortable, that we can provide hope, Madam Speaker. This is something which not only are we striving for, but we can cite examples of it. And if we talk about those examples, well, then they'll say, well, you're patting yourselves on the back. Yes, the government has accomplished likely more on housing than the previous Harper government. Probably, I don't know the actual number, Madam Speaker. I think we're at about 100,000 or getting close to 100,000 homes in the last number of years under this administration, or units. I know it's into close to about 300,000 homes where we've assisted in some form of repairs. I know it's the ongoing supports of tens of thousands of nonprofit housing units, something in which the federal government continues to commit for and to look at ways in which we can expand upon it. I hear, especially from my New Democratic friends, talking about the importance of housing co-ops, and I agree. Housing co-ops are important. That's one of the reasons why we were there shortly after we got elected back in 2015 to support housing co-ops that were having great difficulty because of the because of them and their mortgages and issues related to that, Madam Speaker. We saved a number or supported a number of housing co-ops. I know this minister is very much open to how it is that we can look at expanding housing co-ops. I think a resolution, if you want to talk about a resolution, and the NDP aren't too far off on this. You know, they talk about, well, you know, Indigenous housing plan from Indigenous leaders coming forward, coming to the table, and we have to appreciate the Indigenous people and the housing needs that are there and how it is that we can support that. But there's many other types of housing programs. Take a look at Canada's housing stock, and we get a better appreciation. There's a need for us to make sure that we maintain that housing stock. That's one of the, you know, we came out with a program just last year, the Canada Building Homes Grant. It's like $5,000 for people to improve their homes. There's going to be a few 100,000 people that could be eligible for that particular grant. That improves the quality of our homes in our current housing stock. That does help out significantly. It's better for our environment, it creates jobs, and it improves the housing stock. Encouraging and promoting members in our communities to get engaged in ideas like housing co-ops. I'm a big fan. Housing co-ops, condominiums, these are great ways to get people engaged in ensuring that they will be able to have ownership. Because there's a big difference between a tenant and someone that is a resident in a co-op. A resident in a co-op has a vested interest. It's his or her community, Madam Speaker, in a very real way. It's a big difference than being a tenant. And I am a strong advocate, as I know many of my colleagues are. We have organizations that are in our community, and I want to give a special shout out to Habitat Canada. In particular, here in my city of Winnipeg, Habitat for Humanity has done more, I believe, than the 3 levels of government at building new homes in our communities. It definitely has done a super fantastic job in Winnipeg North. Whether it's in Point Douglas, along Selkirk Avenue, or in the Maples, or in everywhere in between, new homes have been popping up in Winnipeg North, and it's because of Habitat for Humanity. And the work that they do in terms of bringing people together in order to ensure that people that would not normally have the ability to get a home are in fact becoming homeowners. You know, I've raised this organization as a model organization that government should get behind. And I'm glad that the federal government today is providing some support. And I would appeal to the current minister. Let's continue that support. Habitat for Humanity is an organization that I believe has a very important role to play in dealing with the housing crisis that we're in today, Madam Speaker. And the people that are involved in organizations like Habitat, because there are other organizations, also need to be taken into consideration. You know, we have resident groups, as an example, in our communities. We have advocates for people that are, you know, financially challenged. We have homeless, people that don't have homes, Madam Speaker. There are so many people that are out there. And the idea of having that debate, I think, on the floor of the House would have been far better than what is being proposed today. Even though I'm still allowed to talk about it, Madam Speaker, but that's not what we're actually voting on. What we're voting on, as I say, has significant flaws to it. When I made reference to, the land and the land usage, yeah, we do need to see more land. We do need to see more homes. Gee whiz, that's nothing new. We all know that, Madam Speaker. But it's not going to be the federal government, releasing the 41 million hectares and closing down our parks and so forth. Madam Speaker, the way in which we're going to see the number of homes that are needed to be built is not by Ottawa opening the purse and building them all. Ottawa needs to do what it has been doing, come to the table with substantial financial resources, work with the different organizations that are out there, work with the different levels of government, and try to develop a strategy that will see more homes being built in our communities. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I believe that the motion before us misses the mark. The primary recommendations that I would have put forward in a resolution dealing with housing in Canada would be a little bit more all-encompassing. It would address the finances. But I don't believe that there's a member in this House that can say that as a government we have not committed enough resources, financial resources. If they attempt to do that, I would ask them to reflect on their own election platforms. So we are at the table. We want to work with the different stakeholders. So a resolution that encourages not only Ottawa, but provincial jurisdictions of all political stripes and municipalities of all different sizes to recognize that we do have a national situation from coast to coast to coast that Canadians want us to deal with, and build the consensus that's necessary in order to see these different levels of government move forward on the file, and to empower the many different stakeholders that are out there that have the ability to be able to contribute, Madam Speaker. I look at Winnipeg North as a riding that I think has a lot of things within Winnipeg North that you could carry throughout the country in terms of the demographics, the economic fabric of the community, Madam Speaker. I could go into, for example, the Amber Trails, where we see these beautiful brand new homes being built, $600,000, $700,000, even more. To the more modest homes going into the Tyndall Park, where you're looking at that $300,000 mark. To some of the more older, established, with a great deal of character homes going into the traditional North End of $150,000 to $200,000, going into the Point Douglas area, Madam Speaker. Now, I could be out somewhat in my prices, but the point is that we need to take a holistic approach at dealing with housing in Canada. And for the first time in generations, we have a Prime Minister, a Minister of Housing, a Liberal caucus that is committed to being at the table and making a difference when it comes to housing in Canada. We would appeal to all members of the House of Commons to get on board, to realize what is actually there and on the table, and to start working with the different levels of government. Talk to their MLAs, the city councillors, the rural municipal reeves, our mayors. Reach out to organizations like Habitat for Humanity and the many other nonprofit, social, progressive-minded organizations and others to tap into how they might be able to contribute to a housing plan that will ensure what the Prime Minister and all of us want to see, is that people have a right to have a home, Madam Speaker. That is something that we need to continue to talk about and say, Madam Speaker. It's important that we do that. I thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Winnipeg North. I just wanted to debate with him around one specific point. He is misconstruing, misrepresenting the motion that's before us. We've actually said, Madam Speaker, in the previous election that we would like to review the extensive real estate portfolio of the federal government, the largest property owner in the country with over 37,000 buildings, and release at least 15% for housing while improving the federal lands initiative. Madam Speaker, the government has properties within places like Toronto, like Ottawa, even just across the bridge here in Quebec and Gatineau. Madam Speaker, we're talking about taking existing structures that the federal government has and coming to the provincial and to the not-for-profit societies and saying, here we have land that can be reconverted. They may be able to take the existing envelopes and translate them into apartments for people that need them. Madam Speaker, would he agree that the federal government has these properties and its right place is to give those properties, and especially since we have so many people working from home now, this becomes more and more of an option?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm glad the member seems to be backing away in terms of the Conservative idea of the 41 million hectares. The member can read the speech of the member of the Conservative that brought it forward. But I'm glad to hear they're retracting on that. That makes sense to do that. But in regards to a specific question, we have the Federal Lands Initiative. That's already happening today. Already today we have, an initiative that's there to take a look at it, and I'm very proud of the fact, in South Winnipeg in particular, Campion, what used to be, I believe it was Campion Barracks, and the redevelopment for housing, an Indigenous-led initiative, Madam Speaker. We are very much aware of the stock that we currently have, and that's why we established the Federal Lands Initiative, to do exactly what it is. That's what
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The colleague from Winnipeg North, in his speech, he talked about the amounts the federal government has spent. Yes, on paper, mostly, because a lot of programs and initiatives called for spending only a small part of their funding. And it's not the Bloc Québécois saying that, it's the PBO who said so. So what I'm going to do is invite my colleague to push his government to actually spend the money and announce massive housing construction projects. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I encouraged in my closing comments how important it is that if members genuinely believe what it is that they've been talking about, one of the most important things that they can do is to talk to our provincial counterparts, to talk to our city councillors and mayors and rural reeves and so forth. Because if we allocate the money, and some of that money is tied to provincial or municipal participation and prioritization, that's about partnerships. Not all of it will be spent. Yes, I suspect not all of it. But at least for the first time in generations, we have a Prime Minister and a federal government that says we have a role and we are going to play that important role in dealing with housing in all regions of Canada.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. the member waxed eloquent about how their government is doing such a great job in addressing the housing crisis. I wonder if the member realizes and knows that the parliamentary budget officer just prior to the election indicated that under the Liberals' watch that Canada lost over 180,000 units of social housing because the federal government did not provide the necessary subsidies or renewed their operating agreements in time to save those units. So we're losing more units than we are actually creating to ensure people who are unhoused have access to safe, secure, affordable housing. Does the member even realize that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
One of the things I realized early in politics, Madam Speaker, is that statistics can be easily manipulated, and for the member to try to give an impression that there's 150 or whatever thousand housing units that were subsidized that are not subsidized, I would have to look into that a little bit more. Maybe she can provide that information, bring it to me, Madam Speaker, and I'd be more than happy to take a look at it. What I can tell you is that one only needs to take a look at the national housing strategy, and never before in the history of Canada have you seen such a dollar commitment going to.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the topic of the national housing strategy, the PBO in 2019 identified that same strategy reduces the amount of funding for those in core housing need. And so I heard the member speak about 1993 in his speech. I'm curious if you'd like to share more about the need to invest in building new co-op housing. I heard talk about supporting co-ops. Can the member reflect on the fact that he's in government and is in the position where could it influence the need to build new co-op housing?
Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I was with the Western Residents Association, one of the things that we did is we established the Western Residents Co-op. And very early after leaving the military, I understood and appreciated the true value of housing co-ops. I can tell to the member, that shortly after coming into the government benches, that we provided the assurances to many co-ops in Canada in regard to the mortgage issue that would have caused a great deal of relief, I believe, for the future of co-ops. And there are many members, in particular, I would suggest to you within the Liberal caucus too, that are very strong advocates for housing co-op because it is an excellent form of housing, and we need to expand upon it.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion refers to calls on the government to look at freeing up 15% of federal real estate. And the member opposite keeps talking about parks. We're not referring to parks in this country, which all Canadians treasure and want to protect. We're talking about real estate like the federal government's building at Front and Bay Street in downtown Toronto. It's a 5-story building right next to Union Station. The primest real estate in this country. It sits across from Royal Bank Towers, which are 41 stories high. If that building was repurposed and redeveloped to allow for a condo to be built of some 40 or 50 stories, it would create additional supply in one of Canada's hottest real estate markets. That's the kind of real estate we're talking about in our motion, and not our national park system.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sensing some writer remorse over on the other side. If you don't like it, you want to keep the parks open, then my suggestion to you is delete A. And while you're deleting A, please...
Secretary, that I didn't write anything.
Better. My advice to my Conservative opposition members would be to delete A, and then they don't have to worry about taking away parks from Canadians. But while they're doing that, please delete C too, because C says commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sole primary residences, and that's just a silly thing to say because we've been saying that for a long time.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Isles.
Madam Speaker, if the member from Central Okanagan, Simicony Nicola, is curious about why we're talking about 41 million hectares of land, he should really go back and pay closer attention to the speech given by the member member from Edmonton Riverbend, because he's the one that started with this number earlier today. But, you know, I'll go back to another comment from the member from Edmonton Riverbend. He accused me, in my previous role of a municipal politician, for not building enough affordable housing, as if to say it should have been City Council's responsibilities from across the country. Well, here's the interesting thing, Madam Speaker. When I was on City Council, you know who was investing in affordable housing and housing more generally in Kingston and throughout Ontario? The provincial government. You know who wasn't? Stephen Harper. This member's been around for a while. I'm wondering if he can reflect on Stephen Harper's legacy as it relates to affordable housing.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that's one of the reasons why I was actually surprised to see the motion, because I sat in opposition when Stephen Harper virtually ignored. It was the housing issue. You know, in my comments, I made reference to the fact that all levels of government, I believe, have an important role to play when it comes to housing in Canada. And that's why I said I'm very proud of the fact, for the first time in generations, we have a Prime Minister and a national government that recognizes that importance and has not only put the money on the table, but is working diligently with organizations in different levels of government in order to improve our housing stock and housing supply.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member for Carleton. I'm pleased to rise in debate today to talk about today's opposition motion. Prior to 2015, I was in the mortgage brokerage industry. I spent 21 years in the residential mortgage brokerage business, so access to housing, to home ownership, and mortgage credit are issues that have been dear to me for many years, and they're also dear to my constituents. And there is clearly a crisis in affordable housing in Canada, in affordability generally in Canada. The average home price is now a staggering $717,000. So even if you subtract Vancouver and Toronto, the average is still $561,000 across Canada. So people have generally thought for a long time that this is, a peculiarity to two markets, maybe even especially Vancouver, but that is no longer the case, Madam Speaker. Affordability is a crisis across Canada. The average weekly wage is just over $1,000. So if the average worker saved 10% of their wages, it would take them almost 10 years just to save enough for the minimum down payment on the average house in Canada. But even that would be futile, Madam Speaker, because at that income level, they wouldn't come even close to qualifying for the nearly $700,000 in mortgage debt that they would need to take on to buy this average house with this average weekly wage. So generations of Canadians have achieved a degree of financial security and independence through home ownership by buying a home probably around the time of sort of family formation and then paying it off over a generation. Well, today's young people have simply given up on that dream. And as with all questions of people's unlimited wants and needs, this really is a question of both supply and demand. Canada's increasing population has always fueled demand for housing. But since this pandemic, the Canadian interest rates have been artificially suppressed through quantitative easing, wherein the Bank of Canada buys the Canadian government's debt in order to facilitate the staggering national deficits that are triggering inflation. And this inflation is nowhere more obvious than it is in our housing markets, where we have seen an extraordinary increase in the price of real estate amid an economic contraction. So you think about that. During a once-in-a-lifetime economic contraction, housing prices actually went up. During a crisis where there's a massive collapse in economic activity, real estate is going up or has gone up. So the effect of interest rates being artificially suppressed is clearly added to the demand for housing while doing nothing to address supply. And what of housing supply? A recent report says that Canada lacks 1.8 million homes. That's the deficit in housing supply. Developers have complained about delays in bringing new land under development. Regulation and red tape from all three levels of government cause delay and uncertainty that restrict development. And these issues are not new, and we were approaching crisis levels long before COVID. This government now takes enormous credit for its national housing strategy, which includes its signature program that it first announced just before the 2019 election, the First-Time Home Buyers Incentive. And I want to talk about this program because as recently as during these past 2 weeks, the beginning of this Parliament, the Prime Minister has cited this program in question period in response to questions from the opposition about inflation and housing affordability. So this program was designed to help first-time homebuyers struggling to access mortgage credit under the government's so-called stress test. The stress test was actually put in the first place to try to cool the market by restricting access to mortgages. So when they realized that the people that were being punished the most by the stress test were actually first-time buyers in real estate markets other than Vancouver and Toronto, they announced this program and called it transformational, claiming that 100,000 Canadian families will achieve the dream of homeownership through this program. So under this program, a would-be home buyer who must be an absolute top-tier borrower in terms of credit eligibility and employment and whatnot, they will have had to have saved 5% down from their own resources, and then they could apply to have the government also supply them with another 5%, which would have the effect of very slightly reducing the amount that they need to borrow from the bank and therefore slightly reduce their monthly payment. The borrower can repay the government back later, either when they sell the home or by paying out and discharging the government's interest in the property based on a future appraised value. So this was the government's 2019 solution for access to home ownership. This solution? I mean, this is to offer something that, people who would have already qualified anyway and would have had access to mortgage credit, giving them the chance to have the government be an equity partner with them in their own home, so that when the homeowner eventually sells the property, the government gets half of the profit, but if the property goes down in value, the taxpayer shares in the loss. This was their solution to access to home ownership before the 2019 election. But they're still talking about it now as if this is somehow part of their solution to the current crisis that we're in. This program was launched just before the election. It's now entering its third year. As of July, only 9,000 Canadians had accessed this program, this transformational program they claimed. Last night during Committee of the Whole, I asked the Associate Minister of Finance for an up-to-date figure. That 9,000 figure was a July figure. He had several very capable finance department officials around the table, but he chose to ignore that question, and so the July number is the most up-to-date one we have. But there's no question that this program has been a complete failure. It has not addressed really anything. It hasn't. It's hardly transformational. The problem of affordability and homeownership being out of reach for so many Canadians has gotten worse since, much worse since this program was announced. So today, Conservatives are proposing meaningful solutions that will actually address some of the limitations on housing supply while assuring existing homeowners and prospective homeowners that owning a principal residence, that we believe and this House affirms that it's an important foundation for stable families and communities, and the government will not tax the primary residence on its sale. So Conservatives are proposing that the federal government review and consolidate federal real estate properties and make 15% available for residential development. So we've heard today that the federal government owns tens of thousands of buildings, and these buildings are in various states of repair or disrepair, wildly varying degrees of functionality or obsolescence. Many of these buildings may not be worthwhile for, and maybe not be in the public interest for the Crown to continue to hold them. Commercial buildings have a life cycle, and the highest and best use for land varies over time. So we ask the government to take a serious look at whether it's in the public interest to continue to own many of these properties. And with large amounts of land and thousands of buildings, surely there are some that the federal government can use to add to the supply of housing to do something to arrest this out-of-control continuing inflation in real estate. Another factor limiting the supply of homes is the existence of unoccupied homes in Canada. So the Conservatives are proposing preventing foreign investors from parking their money in Canada as a place just to sit money while they have a vacant property. And for many years now, it's been widely known that Canada's real estate market has been a prime destination for wealthy foreigners to, at best, take advantage of Canada's relative stability and rule of law as a hedge on their foreign wealth, or at worst, Madam Speaker, as a haven for money laundering among the world's kleptocrats. So it's time for meaningful action. No foreign national should be permitted to buy a home in Canada just to have it sit vacant while Canadian families give up the dream of ownership. I see that I'm just about out of time, but I want to just quickly add that the Liberals have sent out mixed signals on the issue of taxing capital gains. In a recent interview with former CEO of CMHC, he talked about how and affirmed his support for such a tax. And we know that Adam Vaughan, who was this government's principal spokesman on housing issues, favored such a tax. And we know that this government will eventually have to reckon with the debt and deficits that have accumulated, that were accumulating long before the COVID crisis. And its instincts will always be to pass on these costs in new taxes. So it looks like I see you getting up, Madam Speaker. So my time, if my time is up, then I'll let it go to questions and comments. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's fascinating to see how this day is going. We started off with Conservatives coming out here talking about 41 million acres of land. It was in the first few speeches. And now suddenly, since holes have been blown into that argument, somebody back there is scratching out 41 million acres on these speeches and writing thousands of government properties, buildings that exist. Listen. We've heard it already said in this House, and the member put forward, I think, what is a good idea for declaring surplus land available for various different purposes, but it already exists. As we heard the Parliamentary Secretary say earlier, it already exists in the form of a land bank through the Federal Land Initiative. So can the member, comment on why his speech has suddenly adapted this, or the speeches in the House have suddenly adapted this tone of thousands of buildings, making them available when this already exists?
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Is it the member, is he asserting that they are successfully managing their 30, I think I heard in the member for Edmonton Riverbend speech, 37,000 buildings, that this has been a successful management and that they have succeeded in ensuring that buildings that have reached the end of their life cycle or no longer are functional for their intended purposes or meet the correct best in use of land, that they are succeeding in transitioning these lands for private development. Is that his assertion? I would suggest that he vote in favor of this motion and commit to 15%.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion itself does not talk about social housing. We understand the objective is to increase the offer, which is deficient. I would like my colleague to say whether, in fact, social housing is included in the Conservative Party's motion.
For Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, when a motion comes out, I think it's always tough when you then go ahead and talk about all the things that it could have said in addition to the things that it actually says. But the member is correct, I think, in terms of drawing attention to many of the deficiencies of the government on housing. This motion and my remarks on this motion primarily address the failure of supply and the role that the federal government can play in increasing the supply of real estate available for development and for sale for Canadians to buy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He said he had a background in real estate. We've had the Conservatives here who have refused to accept the NDP amendment to this motion that would specifically ask for non-market housing, for affordable housing. And as an example, another member of the Conservative Party just brought up an example of what a building we could use was in downtown Toronto, like right across from Union Station. I'm just wondering if he could perhaps opine on what a condo in such a building would cost.
Well, member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I think that a new development in that particular location would add to the overall supply and would put a damper on the endless increase in demand. I mean, the condo building that the member for Wellington Halton Hills spoke about would add to the supply and would throughout the market would have a positive effect on affordability. This is the problem. We have demand that's being fueled in part by this government's deficits, which are being facilitated through quantitative easing. We need to get past that. We need to increase supply and quit pouring gasoline on demand.
Quick question from the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was, I often watch on TV and show up here in the chamber and just feel sorry for the member from Kingston and the Islands. Today, again, tying himself directly to the Kathleen Wynne government, like, throw him a bone, Prime Minister. Please help this member. He sits there in the back benches, continues to heckle. But what I wanted to address is something that the member from Winnipeg North mentioned about our motion, and it was to remove Part C, which is a capital gains tax piece. I'm curious of the member from Vancouver Granville. I haven't heard from him speak yet today. I wonder what he thinks of that particular motion.
A very, very brief answer from the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, it sounded like there were some questions for a few other members there, but yeah, it's that third part of the motion. That was an interesting response that we had from the member for Winnipeg North. It seems that the
We will have to leave it at that and resume debate with the honourable member from Carleton.
Thank you. Why? Why? That's the most basic question anyone asks when something strange happens anywhere in nature. Why is it that a family in Riverside South, 25 minutes from here, a suburban Canadian community, has a family been bid out on seeking a house 8 times? Most recently, watching one normal middle-class house go $400,000 over asking price, up from $800,000 to $1.2 million. Why? Why have housing prices gone up 32% in just a period of a year and a half, while the economy has actually shrunk? Why? Why are housing prices going up while wages, in real inflation-adjusted terms, are going down? Why is this incredible bubble filling with air? Well, let's go through the reasons that we've been given for the recent housing bubble. Some people blame house prices in Canada, wrongly, on immigration. Now, we know that can't be true because throughout COVID, there was almost no immigration. And yet house prices went up. The normal flow of roughly 300,000 newcomers seeking houses came nearly to a grinding halt. So immigration cannot explain the ballooning house prices. Some have blamed inflation in general on supply chain problems, but of course, land doesn't have supply chains. It's already right beneath our feet. We don't import land on a ship. It isn't stuck at a port. It was put here by millions of years of geological development. So we can't blame foreign supply chains for the booming price of housing. Nor can we blame it on global factors, because housing inflation here has been far worse than any other nation on earth, with the exception of New Zealand. According to Bloomberg, Canada has the second most inflated housing bubble. And similarly, The Economist magazine has put Canada along with New Zealand and Australia as the countries it thinks might experience a massive crash on the scale of the 2008 crisis in the United States of America. So if this was a global problem, we wouldn't be suffering a much bigger bubble than the rest of the globe. And then some trendy commentators have said, well, it's just that Canadians' preferences have changed. Because of all of the cabin fever that comes with lockdowns, people want to live in the countryside, have more space, and therefore they're paying more for real estate. Well, if that were true, we could verify it very simply by seeing a drop in housing prices for inner city condos. If people were all unloading those condos in order to go live in the countryside, we would see those prices of urban condos drop. In fact, they too are up 15%. Finally, and more plausibly, some people have pointed to the fact that it is very hard to build anything here in Canada. Now, that is true, and that is one of the long-term structural reasons we have inordinately high real estate prices in Canada. We all are aware of the incompetent municipal and provincial governments that drive up housing prices with their bureaucracies, and the rich urban snobs who like to prevent people from living in their neighborhoods by lobbying city councillors from preventing development. That is all true, but it does not explain the rocketing prices that began in spring of 2020 because, of course, snob zoning and incompetent bureaucracies are nothing new. They did not appear in Canada. We did not have suddenly an airdrop of 1 million inner city snobs on Canada when COVID hit. They have long been here with the bureaucracies backing them up, blocking us from building housing for other communities for a very long time. So that is nothing new. So what is new? Why all of a sudden, when the economy fell off a cliff, did the price of housing suddenly rocket? Well, if you look more microscopically at the data, you will see that in March and April of 2020, house prices actually started to drop. We forget that now. Just as our #1 housing agency predicted, CMHC said house prices would drop 10 to 14%. And then suddenly, boom, a change in direction. And up and up and up and up and far away from the reach of everyday, ordinary working class people. What happened then in spring of 2020 that would cause this inexplicable phenomenon to begin? Well, the answer, of course, is that in late March and running through till about a month ago, the government had the central bank pump $400 billion into financial markets in order to make it cheaper for the feds to run deficits. The thinking was that if the central bank printed cash to buy bonds, they would drive down interest rates enough for the government of Canada to be able to run consequence-free deficits, at least in the short term. The problem is that much of that money overflowed into the mortgage market. And just this week, we found out that mortgage borrowing has totaled $193 billion in that period of time. That is almost $250 billion of mortgage lending. What do you know? When you flood the financial and mortgage markets with cash, that cash goes out and bids up the price of houses. And in fact, the multiplication effect of a dollar inserted into the housing and the financial system is really powerful. So for example, just to simplify, let's say that you have 10 houses in a given country, and those 10 houses are each worth $100. So total market value of all those 10 houses then is $1,000. If one person manages to get some of that money from the central bank and goes and bids up the price to say $200 for one of those 10 houses, well, that house then has a market value of $200. What happens to the entire street? Well, the entire street's market value now doubles. And so with $100 of extra purchasing power, it adds $1,000 of market price. This is the incredible multiplication power that leads to housing bubbles. That $400 billion led to a $200 billion of new housing demand, and that $200 billion led to many, many more multiples of increase in market value. Now, what happens with that? Then people go out and borrow against their new home equity. They have unrealized gains in their homes, which they then use to collateralize more debt, which they use to buy more assets, which further inflates asset bubbles. And we have seen a massive increase in the value of assets in the market price of assets across the economy since this experiment with central bank money printing began. Now, here's the problem. What goes up can come crashing down. People are basing their economic decisions on assets that are floating on top of a bubble. When that bubble bursts, all of those assets and the people who rely on them come crashing down. In the meantime, the poor and the working class are no longer to afford to purchase those assets. And thus, we see a massive expansion in the gap between the rich and the poor. You see, trickle-down economics has never worked. Giving money to large financial institutions and expecting it's going to reach the working class people at the bottom is a figment of the government's imagination. The people who do the work will pay the price in the crash, but they get none of the benefit during the bubble. And so, Madam Chair, the answer here is to stop printing money and start building houses. Free up more land. Incentivize our municipalities to clean away the red tape. Create work for our carpenters, our framers, and our other tradespeople. Open up more land to supply our young people with homes. And restore the great Canadian dream of having a place to live and a roof over your head, a country that is a meritocracy, not an aristocracy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So we've now seen this Conservative member come back to talking about land again to build. That's not the narrative we had heard. And more members clapping. Okay, good. So here's what we know, is that this motion is asking for 15% of the available 41 hectares of land, 41 million hectares of land to become available for redevelopment, as this member would like. Yet we know 97% of that land is tied up in Parks Canada, National Defence, and Environment Canada. So can the member just let us know what within Parks Canada the Conservative Party is looking to divest of in order to build what he is speaking of?
Well, Member for Carleton.
Yes, I wonder if we might have a messenger service here that I could use to deliver the member the actual motion. Oh, I see he's coming over right now. Come on over. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on over. You know, I'll read it to you right here. Here it says, review and consolidate all. No, come back. Don't run away. Come on now. I'm going to help you read the motion. It says, review and...
Honourable members, do the honourable members know and realize that they have to speak through the chair? This is not a tier. The honourable member does speak through the chair.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to help. Come on. He was having trouble making sense of the motion, so I was going to read it for him right before him. It says here, review and consolidate all real estate and properties in Canada in order to make at least 15% available for residential development. It's not the Parks Canada land. Parks Canada land does not have buildings. It does not have, it is federal real estate and properties. That member should...
Mind the honourable members, this is not a conversation. Thank you.
A little less conversation, a little more action, please, as Elvis would say.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I
apologize. I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicollet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in the previous engagement here, we had a member walking around the chamber without a mask on. I just would like us to all be mindful of each other by wearing a mask in the House.
Point well taken, and yes, please remind all members to wear your masks when you're not speaking. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope that the two members had some fun with their theatrics. The reality, of course, is this, that there are a great many of people across the country who need safe, secure, affordable housing. People who are right now in this moment who are homeless in the snow, in the dead of winter. I noted that in this motion from the Conservatives, there was zero mention whatsoever of the need for a urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy for Indigenous, by Indigenous. They are overrepresented in the homeless population, 11 times more likely to use a shelter than non-Indigenous peoples. So I wonder, does the Conservatives not care about Indigenous people's need for housing?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, we not only care about it, we're the only party that has a solution to it. All the other the approach of the NDP, the approach of the NDP, the Liberals, and the Bloc is all the same. More big, fat government programs in Ottawa that do nothing for First Nations people on the ground. Our approach, if I could continue, Madam Speaker, is that we believe in empowering local First Nations to give their people the opportunity to have title over their own properties. And that is the fundamental problem, is that you cannot get a mortgage if you cannot own a property. And if you cannot get a mortgage, then you cannot develop home equity, you cannot get a credit history or collateral or participate in the modern economy. And that's what we need.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting to see the Conservatives I think, backtrack somewhat on this motion. The bottom line is, I have read the motion. The person that introduced the motion made it very clear about 41 million hectares and at least 15% of that. You can't have it both ways. You can't have the critics stand up and introduce it, and then way down the speaking line, the finance critics say, oh, no, he didn't know what he was talking about.
That's pretty much what happened.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. Does the Conservative Party realize that they made a mistake? And maybe they should amend the resolution so it reflects what the member from Carleton is saying, right, not what their critics said at the beginning.
That's right.
Well, member for Carleton.
It says right here in the platform, review the extensive real estate portfolio of the federal government, the largest owner of in the country with over 37,000 buildings, and release at least 15% for housing while improving the federal lands initiative. 37,000 buildings that are underutilized, and with an increased tendency to work from home, more of that space will be freed up for...
Secretary, on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member is intentionally misleading the House. No, you are not able to intentionally mislead the House. He has said that he is reading the motion when he's in fact reading a platform.
Out of order, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
37,000 buildings. Many of them are empty. Increasingly, people are working from home. We're paying to heat those buildings, to occupy that space. Meanwhile, we can't house our people. Let's free them up to house.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, just so you know, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Saxville, Preston, Chesapeake. Madam Speaker, I rise today for the first time in debate in the 44th Parliament, and I would like to thank the good people of the riding of Waterloo for re-electing me and providing me the honour and privilege to represent the diversity of their voices, their perspectives, their experiences in this place. I would also like to thank all people, regardless of political stripe or affiliation, who volunteered who ask tough questions, who work so hard, who contributed in numerous ways.
Could we keep order and allow the honourable member to make her speech in peace and with quiet? Thank you. The honourable member for Waterloo.
I would like to also thank all the people, regardless of political stripe or affiliation, who volunteered, who asked tough questions, who worked so hard, who contributed in numerous ways, who voted and participated in our country's democracy. I am proud to continue to serve as their Member of Parliament. I often say, as much as the world needs more Canada, Canada needs more Waterloo. Last month, I participated, virtually of course, in Waterloo Region's 20th National Housing Day celebration. The stories that were shared were tremendous. Madam Speaker, I agree. All Canadians deserve housing that is safe and affordable, which enables them to raise healthy children and pursue opportunities to build better lives for themselves and their families, thereby benefiting our community, our country, and our economy. As we have learned and experienced during the pandemic, home is a sanctuary, a place of safety and refuge. Well, it should be, but that is not the case for everyone. COVID-19 has exposed the inequities that exist in our society. The global health pandemic has impacted the whole world, all Canadians, and disproportionately certain segments of our population and sectors of our economy. We know that by staying at home and keeping physically distanced, we have helped flatten the curve and reduce the spread of COVID-19 in our communities. Additionally, by getting vaccinated, we are further helping reduce the spread, even as new variants are discovered. I want to appreciate those Canadians who have gotten vaccinated. I encourage those who have been waiting to raise their concerns with professionals and to do their part to protect their friends, their family, and their neighbors. For me, getting vaccinated was personal. My father, who is my backbone, had a massive heart attack in October 2020. And by the time my mother convinced him to go to the hospital, our pharmacist, who has since passed away and we miss him, and my father's family doctor told him to go to the hospital, and my mom got him there. I will forever be grateful to the on-call emergency doctor who called in the heart specialist. They had to revive my dad, and the damage that has been done to his heart cannot be undone. And so for me, I will do whatever I need to keep my dad and my family and my loved ones safe. If I may, Madam Speaker, I want to share my heartfelt appreciation to the amazing and hardworking health professionals at St. Mary's General Hospital in Kitchener for saving my dad. Clearly, I digress. Let's get back to housing. This is something that comes up very often, especially in the Waterloo region. Just this past November 22nd, Waterloo Region had our 20th National Housing Day celebration. I commend the numerous housing advocates and housing champions, as well as congratulate the award recipients. So many of the people who attended the event, and even some angels who I believe were watching from above, have helped inform our government's housing plan. Our government's national housing strategy, the first national housing strategy in Canada, is a 10-year, over $72 billion plan. It will give more Canadians a place to call home while ensuring Canadians across the country can access affordable housing that meets their needs. We also launched Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy, and it supports the goals of the National Housing Strategy. The Government of Canada's homelessness programming now represents a $3.1 billion investment over 10 years. Reaching Home is a community-based program aimed at supporting local efforts to prevent and eliminate homelessness by streamlining access to housing and supports for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. This outcomes-based approach not only keeps decision-making at the local level, but also gives communities greater flexibility to address their local priorities, including investing in homelessness prevention and programming designed to meet the needs of underserved or underrepresented communities, including women and children fleeing domestic violence, seniors, youth, Indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, people experiencing mental health and substance use issues, veterans, LGBTQ2 individuals, racialized and Black Canadians, and recent immigrants or refugees. While homelessness is often more visible in larger urban centers, it's an issue for rural communities and communities like Waterloo Region. Our government has made it a priority to design programs and supports that meet the needs of smaller communities. As an example, the Rapid Housing Initiative invested approximately $2.5 billion to help address urgent housing needs of vulnerable Canadians by including the construction of modular housing, as well as the acquisition of land and the conversion of existing buildings to affordable housing. The Rapid Housing Initiative, through the National Housing Strategy, is investing in the Waterloo region in building units that will provide supports for some of the most vulnerable in our community. And we know that the pandemic has placed significant new funding pressures on homeless serving sectors in Canada, which, like all sectors, has had to transform how their services are delivered in order to prevent outbreaks, especially among those who are at heightened risk of contracting or transmitting COVID-19 due to underlying health conditions or reduced opportunities to self-isolate. That's why our government has invested an additional $400 million under Reaching Home to support the homeless serving sector in their efforts to reduce transmission and impacts of COVID-19 and support communities to implement more permanent housing solutions. As a government and as members of Parliament, we've been listening and engaging. That's why we knew we had to adapt our program in these extraordinary times. So in addition to these investments, the program's directives were updated to provide increased flexibility to communities for investing federal funds to support their local response to COVID-19. But we didn't stop there. As part of Budget 2021, our government proposed a number of additional key investments to make sure no one in Canada is without a place to call home. This includes an additional investment of $567 million under Reaching Home, because this program is making a positive difference and it works. We also provided $45 million for a pilot program aimed at reducing veteran homelessness, and we allocated $480 million to address Indigenous homelessness needs in urban, rural, and northern areas. This includes investments of $157 million for distinctions-based priorities with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners, as well as with Indigenous governments. Addressing homelessness and housing issues means we need ongoing collaboration. We will continue to work with our provincial and territorial partners and hopefully all members in this House to get the job done. Unfortunately, in the province of Ontario, the provincial Conservative government has been silent on two key issues that would help with the rising cost of living: housing and childcare. Compare that with our government's priorities, and I quote from the recent speech from the throne: "We must keep tackling the rising cost of living. To do that, the government's plan includes two major priorities: housing and childcare. Whether it is building more units per year, increasing affordable housing, or ending chronic homelessness, the government is committed to working with its partners to get real results." End quote. The speech from the throne goes on to say, and I quote, "The government will continue with the remaining two provinces to finalize agreements that will deliver $10 a day childcare for families who so badly need it. Investing in affordable childcare, just like housing, is not just good for families, it helps grow the entire economy." End quote. Madam Speaker, one of those two provinces is Ontario. All to say, the Conservatives talk a lot when they are in opposition, but when they are in government, their actions speak louder than their words. The Conservative cuts that have been made on the backs of Canadians have been exposed in this pandemic. Our government from day one has remained focused on Canadians and the most vulnerable. When we lowered taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians, Conservatives voted against it. When we gave families with children who need the most the tax-free Canada Child benefit by asking the wealthiest 1% of families not to take it, Conservatives voted against it. Every time we have invested in the National Housing Strategy, Conservatives have voted against it. Conservatives know very well our government will not tax primary residents, but yet again, in this opposition motion, they repeat this false narrative. It has been such a challenging time for too many people, but the Conservatives add to the uncertainty. This pandemic has demonstrated some of the best of humankind and clearly some of the worst. In closing, Madam Speaker, everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to call home, and our government will continue to work towards a long-term shared vision to do just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Charlwood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the member opposite and her colleagues love to brag about their housing program, but just on August 10th, 4 days before the call of the unnecessary election, the parliamentary budget officer himself, Mr. Giroux, in his report entitled Federal Program Spending in housing affordability in 2021 commented on the federal government's program. He said, this program is having a limited impact. Why is the Parliamentary Budget Officer calling this program such a failure when the Liberals love to brag about it so much?
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
I'm not sure if the member heard my entire speech. Clearly there is a lot more work to do, and we would like to do that with different levels of government, with all members of Parliament. I think it's important that we put our collective effort in ensuring that every Canadian has a place to call home. The National Housing Strategy has massive investments within it, and something that has happened is that we've never been able to gain the support of Conservatives. In 2015, homelessness was never mentioned in the Conservative platform. In the last election, it gave them an opportunity to mention homelessness 2 times in their platform. It's important that we actually consider people who do not have a safe and affordable place to call home. They matter, and we're going to keep fighting for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, they're talking about investment and money, but where the problem is that this is not really leading to concrete action at the Bloc. We support and propose having a federal budget that sets out 1% of its budget to invest constantly in social housing that is affordable, very affordable. That 1% would provide some foreseeability. And to do something concrete, we need to have foreseeability. What does my colleague think about the proposal of allocating 1% of the budget to social housing over the long term?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for that very thoughtful comment and suggestion. And I think it's important that we have these kind of respectful debates so that we actually can get to ensuring that more Canadians have a safe and affordable place to call home. Something our government has been doing is actually making sure that there are carve-outs when it comes to some of the most underrepresented and underserved communities. So I have plenty of time to have this conversation, and I would say that the Minister of Housing has definitely demonstrated his approach of being a collective one, but I think it's also important to note that all levels of government have a responsibility to be part of this narrative, and that we need to see all levels of government doing their fair share. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, the member talks like as though she really supports affordable housing and those who are homeless. But at the trajectory in which we're going with the National Affordable Housing Initiative, with this government, with their program, we are not going to meet the targets. We will not end homelessness. And so from that perspective, with the members' support, what the NDP is calling for, which is an injection of 500,000 units of social housing and cooperative housing so that we can, in fact, address the housing crisis that we have in this country.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to you in the chair. What I will have to say is that I believe that it's important that we keep working together to hit targets and exceed targets. Something that I've noticed from the NDP is that they believe that if you can't make it, then you shouldn't try. We're going to keep trying. We're going to keep investing. We're going to keep making a difference. And that's why the Rapid Housing Initiative, as an example, is actually making a difference in my community in the region of Waterloo. And I'm actually really proud of investments like that. So the member can continue to, I guess, kind of yell at me, but I will say that we're going to keep putting in efforts to make a difference, because I think every house makes a difference and we need to keep doing more. Thank you.
Before continuing to statements by members, I have the honour to lay upon the table the fall 2021 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 108,
les documents sont réputés renvoyés.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, these documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour and pay tribute to Evan Smith. Evan had a thirst for adventure and relished challenges that took him outside his comfort zone. He loved to explore the great outdoors and camped in every kind of weather, even at 20 degrees below zero. An experienced paddler, Evan canoed up the Mississauga River to Moosonee, followed by a dip in James Bay. He served our community through Scouts Canada. A talented musician and award-winning student, Evan focused on math and the sciences, and it was no surprise to his family that he chose to study engineering at university. Above all, Evan left an indelible mark on everyone he met, with his humor, kindness, and down-to-earth demeanor. His parents, Debbie and Adam, his sister Jasmine and brother Sean, his loved ones, friends, and all who knew Evan are devastated by his sudden and tragic death in September at age 18. Mr. Speaker, Evan Smith will be remembered with full and yet broken hearts.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Service workers, in large part, have carried this country through the pandemic. They have continued to care for the sick, to transport food, and to provide vital services. They are heroes. Their work has been critical, and they have rightfully been afforded allowances for essential travel throughout the pandemic. It's confounding, then, that the Prime Minister now is going to impose vaccine requirements for these essential workers starting on January 15th. If these new requirements come into effect, 20% of Canadian truck drivers who run international routes will have indicated that they will quit. Now, it's easy for some in this House to be dismissive of this, but it's important to pause and to understand. We are already short 18,000 truck drivers in this country, which means we can't afford to lose any more due to this arbitrary and harmful policy. More than 2/3 of our goods between Canada and the U.S. travel on roads and highways. So consider for a moment the ramifications. Goods won't flow, shortages will result, and prices will go up. So let's exercise some common sense and not penalize our essential service workers. Let's stand up for our heroes.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
I'm honoured to stand in the House today to share some wonderful news about my dear friend and former Member of Parliament, the Honourable Gurbakh Mully. Mr. Mully is an inspiration to both the Sikh community and to Brampton. In 1993, Mr. Mully was elected to serve as the Bramley-Gore-Malton's representative in Ottawa and continued to serve for an impressive 18 consecutive years. While he achieved great things through his role as parliamentary secretary for various ministers, he truly made waves and revolutionized politics by being the first ever turban-wearing Sikh to be elected in Canada and in any legislature in the Western world. In fact, Mr. Mully's election led to a Canadian law prohibiting members of Parliament from wearing any headgear to be revoked, paving the way for future leaders who can now wear their religious garments freely and with pride. I'm thrilled to announce that Brampton has named a park in honor of Mr. Mully this week. I know I speak on behalf of Brampton when I share my heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mully, for being a trailblazer and inspiring us all.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on November 7th, Ms. Michelle Lalonde was elected mayor of Saint-Adèle in Laurentides-Labelle, my riding, with 66% of the votes. Before running for office, she was president of the Saint-Adèle Chamber of Commerce. During an interview with the Journal Accès Laurentides, she spontaneously answered the following question: when was a time in your life when you showed courage? Her answer was very quick and sincere. It was deciding one day to change gender. So I believe that this new mayor of Saint-Adèle is very determined. We have before us an out and proud person who succeeds in her life projects without being prejudiced. For those who are questioning their transition, she's now a role model of success with her positive and constructive spirit. That's why I stand in solidarity with Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the holiday season is upon us, and as Canadians prepare to celebrate, it's important to remember that for some families, the need is even greater. Nearly 200 families in my riding rely on food banks. This year, once again, I'm bringing together the youth of Jeune Youth Laval to assist me with the Alfred Pellan Food Drive, which will brighten up the holidays for the less fortunate. Last year, more than 400 pounds of food were collected, and for 2021, the mission is to do even better.
Thanks to the generosity of businesses, farmers, organizations, and constituents, this initiative aims to make the season merry for everyone, as much through the joy of giving as the one of receiving. Merci aux jeunes et moins.
Thank you to the young and not so young for their contributions. Thank you to the individuals and businesses who, through their solidarity, make this initiative so successful. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the amazing people of Calgary Rocky Ridge for returning me to represent them in the House of Commons. I wish to again thank my incredible volunteer team, without whom I would not be here today. I thank my parents, Marnie and Dwayne Kelly, my loving wife, Kimberly, her parents, Brian and Melody Macbeth, and our incredible daughters, Katie, Jessica, and Megan, for their love and for their unwavering support. I also thank the other candidates, their teams, and the poll workers for ensuring that voters had a choice in a free and open election. I grew up in my riding, and I have in turn raised my own family in Calgary Rocky Ridge, where the people have elected me in opposition to this government. I will carefully consider all the measures proposed in this chamber, and if this government persists in the policies that have caused so much harm and disappointment in my riding since 2015, my constituents can count on me to oppose them with all the tools available to me in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Hello.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm truly humble and honored to rise for the first time as a Member of Parliament in the House of Commons. I want to thank the residents of Brampton Centre for placing their trust in me, and to my team who worked so hard in election campaign. Losing my father when I was 10 and being raised by a single mom, family means everything to me. I'm grateful to my wife Nazia, our children Ibrahim, Mariam, and Marwa for their continued support. I love you guys. Like many newcomers, I moved to Canada with the dream to succeed in this beautiful land of opportunities. From a humble beginning to an immigrant success story, I understand what it means to make ends meet, and the struggle of a single mother or a university student unable to pay their tuition fee. I will proudly be their strong voice in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise as the Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain, and I am so grateful to my constituents for electing me to be their voice in this House. I have heard that our government's plan for a national affordable childcare system will be transformative for families on Hamilton Mountain. I recently visited one of the umbrella child and family centers in my riding with the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Les enfants avec
The kids I played with at the Temple Mead Centre were fully engaged with their friends and educators.
At length with Executive Director Daryl Hall, who told me that more childcare spaces will ease his wait list and that our plan will save families in Hamilton Mountain $16,000 a year by 2026. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting for an action plan from the Ontario government.
Fight for families on Hamilton Mountain and to be part of a government that is committed to delivering high-quality, inclusive, and affordable childcare in Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before continuing, order. I just want to remind everyone that statements are being made and we all want to hear what they say, so if they can keep the chatter down, it'll make it that much more interesting. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
It's my honour and privilege to congratulate Damien Warner, Canada's 2021 recipient of the Lou Marsh Trophy, as awarded to Canada's top athlete of the year. Damien had the attention of not only all of Canada, but the world when he broke the record for the decathlon at the Tokyo Olympics earlier this year. Damien became just the fourth person to ever break the 9,000 point mark and the first in the Olympics. Damien joins a long list of great Canadian athletes who have received this award, but to me the greatest accomplishment of his is being an outstanding father of my first great-grandson. Congratulations, Damien, on your outstanding accomplishment.
The honourable member for Vancouver Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 13th, Ismaili Muslims across Canada will celebrate the 85th birthday of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan. An honorary Canadian citizen and an honorary companion of the Order of Canada, the Aga Khan has worked tirelessly to reduce global poverty, advance gender equality, and improve healthcare and education around the world. His Highness continues to inspire the Ismaili community to serve our fellow citizens and improve the quality of life of those around us every day. As Ismailis prepare to celebrate 50 years of settlement in Canada, we recall the partnership between Canada and the Aga Khan, which enabled our community to flee hardship in East Africa in the 1970s and make this our home. Since then, Ismailis from Syria, Iran, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan have found refuge in Canada, embracing Canadian values of pluralism, kindness, and compassion. As we mark the 85th birthday of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan, we express our gratitude for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in wishing Ismailis across Canada, Salgira Kushali Mubarak.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to proudly congratulate the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Decisive and nail-biting victory against the Saskatchewan Roughriders just this past weekend. Our shared pride of the CFL never fails to bring excitement for the whole family to enjoy, whether fans are watching from their television at home or cheering on the Bombers in person at the IG Field. This season has truly been one for the history books. No team scored more points than the Bombers, no team turned the ball over less or forced more giveaways than the Bombers, and no team's margin of victory was consistently well into the double digits the way the Winnipeg Blue Bombers was. I call on every member of this House to join me in wishing best of luck to our team in blue as they face the Hamilton Tiger Cats for the coveted Grey Cup this coming Sunday. Hamilton, I hope you're ready. I know we are. Go Bombers, go! Go Bombers, go!
The honourable member for Flamborough Glenbrook.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to disagree with my colleagues from Winnipeg and Manitoba, because as a proud Hamilton area MP, it's a great pleasure to rise and recognize the champions of the CFL's East Division, the Hamilton Ticats. The Hamilton Ticats have had an incredible season. It's been one of sheer grit and determination, which is much like the story of Hamilton itself. It's a team that now looks to avenge the loss they suffered to the Bombers 2 years ago, except this time, Mr. Speaker, we're playing on home turf in Hamilton's own Tim Hortons Field. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with the famous chant that has been recited at many Ticat games over the years and will surely be recited again on Sunday as the Ticats go on to win the 108th Grey Cup. Oski wee wee, Oski wah wah, Holy Mackinac, Tigers, eat 'em raw.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, and with the love and spirit of generosity that come with it, I rise today in the House to recognize the organizations and the teams behind them in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges who work tirelessly day in, day out to help those in need. This includes the Dorion Dream Centre, L'Actuel in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Le Pont Bridging and Meals on Wheels in Hudson, the Café de la Débrouille in Rigaud, the Source Entraide, Moisson du Sud-Ouest, and La Popote Roulante.
And organized volunteers, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of this entire community and this House, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude. I also invite everyone in Vaudreuil-Soulanges to continue showing the solidarity that we've always shown and give to these organizations that have always given to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Ottawa can be both a rewarding and frustrating place. Rewarding because of the many opportunities we have in making a real difference in the lives of our constituents, but frustrating in that many of the proposed solutions can be too slow or ineffective in addressing the challenges our country is facing. I do believe politics is an inherently optimistic enterprise, and that we are all here to do right by our communities and to make this country a better place. We have the ability, and I would say the responsibility, to enact policies and transformational change that will leave a legacy for future generations. We owe it to them to be bold in confronting climate change, in enacting healthcare reform, in pursuing justice and reconciliation with Indigenous people, and setting Canada on a path towards the renewable and clean energy economy of the future. I'm very thankful to the residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for again putting their trust in me to be here to fight for this bold future. And finally, allow me to wish you, Mr. Speaker, and all of my colleagues in the House a happy and healthy holiday season.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Massé-Nongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the St. Vincent de Paul in Berthier. It's an institution that makes a big difference in the lives of my constituents. Volunteers take over from one another to ensure that the services are provided. They provide food, furniture, and other secondhand items at a very low price. And they're very friendly. This is environmentally friendly. It reduces waste, and it's a priority to these people who also organize Berthier's annual food drive. That helps families to equip their children for school and stay in school. So congratulations, long live the St. Vincent de Paul in Berthier.
Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, we are guaranteed freedom of expression in our Constitution, except apparently according to the Toronto District School Board when it comes to calling out anti-Semitism. School Board trustee Alexandra Lalka was unfairly singled out for her criticism of anti-Semitic resources distributed back in May. They promoted terrorism. Even a review concluded that the pamphlets were anti-Semitic, and Lalka was right. But the TDSB's Integrity Commissioner went ahead and recommended censure of this trustee. The threat of censuring trustee Lalka not only shows that the TDSP doesn't consider the lived experiences of Jews who have faced dangerous consequences of vile hate to be valid, it shows that they don't care. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely concerning given we've spent the last year facing a reckoning on racism. Last night, TDSP trustees listened to reason and made the only justifiable decision. They voted no. It was 10-7. It should have been 17-0. This should have never been considered, and it's far from over in the largest taxpayer-funded school board in the country, and I will never let it go unnoticed in this House.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to sincerely thank the voters and residents of Pierrefonds-Dollard, as well as the volunteers and my family for allowing me to return to this House for a second time.
Take this opportunity to pay homage to a volunteer in my recent campaign. 2 weeks ago today, Osama El-Saman passed away at the age of 35 due to complications related to COVID. Osama was a refugee who couldn't return to his native Syria because of the political situation there. He was someone who enthusiastically believed in the promise of Canada and, despite not yet being a citizen, actively contributed to our democracy. Osama is survived by his wife Kauthar and 2 young children, Kusay and Sana, ages 4 and 2. A fund is also being established to help his young family live in dignity. His sudden passing reminds us how precious life is and how short it is. Osama El-Saman will be remembered and forever loved by his family and friends. May he rest in peace.
I just want to take this moment to thank all the people who had SO31s today. Not one of them went over. That was fantastic.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, half of Canadians under 30 have given up on owning a home. The Canadian dream used to be we work worked hard so that our kids would have even more opportunity than we had. The Liberals have dashed that dream, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is driving up the price of everything, and even a quarter of those who can afford a home are vulnerable to next year's interest rate hikes. Why is the Finance Minister still ignoring the inflation crisis hitting Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. We're the party in government that brought federal leadership back into the housing issue by bringing in the National Housing Strategy. We have committed to implement a $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund. We will also make enhancements to the first-time homebuyer incentive and put in a rent-to-own program to turn more Canadian renters into homeowners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
National leadership, Mr. Speaker. We're the only country with housing increases approaching 40%. And food inflation is the worst it's been in more than a decade. Next year, it's going to take another $1,000 out of every family budget. Canadians are going to be paying more from everything from bread to vegetables. And paychecks are already being squeezed to the breaking point. So my question is pretty simple. Maybe that minister will answer after the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister have refused. Will they finally start thinking about monetary policy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member across the way knows that the Bank of Canada mandate is reviewed every 5 years. This process is under review right now. The bank has undertaken an extensive process on this matter, and there have been good conversations between the government and the Bank of Canada, and we look forward to announcing the results of that review in due course.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We are increasingly concerned that the Bank of Canada's mandate may change. That is a quote from one of Canada's leading economists, Mr. Speaker, and that quote should have all Canadians concerned. Young Canadians are already priced out of owning a home. All Canadians are watching their grocery bills go up by thousands of dollars, and the Liberals want the bank to stop trying to control inflation. The Prime Minister was asked 11 times yesterday and didn't answer. So maybe this new minister will answer. Why is the Liberal government going to abandon the Bank of Canada's 2% inflation target?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition knows that the Bank of Canada is independent and has been so since 1991, when monetary policy became their province. Canada was the second country in the world to establish an independent central bank, and an approach that has become an international best practice. Canadians quite rightly expect better from all MPs than taking cheap shots at the strong, independent institutions that have served the national interest with so much predictability and good service.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all parents want to give their kids a better future. The dream of young people of buying a first home is now impossible because of this government, and the Liberals want the Bank of Canada to stop controlling inflation. Why is this government abandoning future generations? The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every Canadian deserves an affordable home.
We brought federal leadership back in the housing market. Every single time that we proposed more investments in affordable housing, the leader of the official opposition and his party voted against that. When we brought in measures to bring in the first-time homebuyer incentive, they voted against that. Even today, their motion goes against. There's no mention of affordable housing in their motion. They have no credibility on this issue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Every Canadian deserves the truth, Mr. Speaker. Prices are going up, but salaries remaining the same. Inflation is out of control, and the Liberals are doing nothing. Every week, Canadian families are seeing their grocery bills go up. Basic products like food are not affordable. Why are the Liberals abandoning the 2% inflation target for the Bank of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we understand that inflation and affordability are a pressing concern for Canadians, and we know that this is a global phenomenon and not just a problem for Canada. I also want to reassure Canadians that we are working hard to make life more affordable. Our childcare plan will considerably cut costs for families. We are determined to address the affordability and cost of living issue. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, things aren't easy for travelers after having gone through 108 steps at the border. They go home and they take a COVID test and they wait their results while in quarantine. After a little wait, they don't get any news and they think, okay, I don't have COVID. I'm going to go out. I'm going to go to a restaurant. But no, wait, it's not because they didn't get a result that they're negative. In fact, it's because the government is losing 30% of the test. That's what the Auditor General has said today, is that 30% of their test results are missing or misidentified. When will they start taking this seriously? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to thank the Auditor General, who plays a fundamental role in our democracy and in Parliament. We greatly appreciate her look back, and we will take into consideration her results to look forward, and we will continue to protect the health and safety of Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. So travelers go home, they take a COVID test, they quarantine, they wait the results. After some time, they don't get any news, and they think, okay, I don't have COVID, I'm going to go out, go to the restaurant, but wait. If they weren't notified, it's because 14% of those who tested positive were never contacted by the federal government. We're talking about 1,156 people who got COVID and didn't know it. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if we should laugh or cry. How could this fiasco happen? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this gives me the opportunity to remind people that COVID-19 is not over. Just this morning, we heard the Minister of Health for UK say that in the coming weeks and months, there could be 1 million Omicron cases in the UK, which represents 20,000 Omicron cases per day in Canada. It's twice as many as we saw in recent months. We all have to work together in order to protect the health of people here in the country.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Office released a report today which makes it clear that inequality is growing in Canada. Wealth is being concentrated into fewer and fewer hands, and people that are workers and are struggling in lower income have less and less resources, which is not surprising. And we also know the pandemic has probably just made all of this even worse. As you know, the pandemic has hurt working class people and lower income folks more than those at the top. All of this underlines how important it is to have a fair taxation system. So why does the Prime Minister continue to refuse to tax the super wealthy and invest those resources into making life more affordable for people?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member opposite for his question, and let us review some of the ways that we are making life more affordable for Canadians. A single mom with 2 kids will receive $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. The average family in Saskatchewan will get almost $1,000 back on the carbon price rebate. Seniors received $500 this month. We are increasing OAS by 10%. Each student will save more than $3,000 through the changes we made to the program. That's how we're making life more affordable, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
But this changes nothing about the realities that there are growing inequalities in Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer issued a report that clearly shows the fact that these inequalities are increasing. The pandemic has made the problem worse. This shows the importance of having fair and equal taxation. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to put in place taxation that will make the ultra-rich pay their fair share, invest in people, and make life more affordable? The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
And our government is committed to asking those who prospered during the pandemic to help a little bit more for those who did not. Our platform committed to raise corporate income taxes on the largest, most profitable banks in the country, as well as insurance companies, and introduce a temporary Canada Recovery Dividend, given that they've recovered faster. We are also working to implement a global minimum tax. 136 OECD G20 framework members have signed up.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, amidst the cost of living crisis, hard-working Albertans are being forced to pay more and more for everyday goods. For example, I recently heard from a constituent who had to pay more than $77 for 2 small cuts of beef, and yet the Liberals seem content to just dismiss this real-life implications of this crisis as simply a global issue. But that doesn't help my constituents who can't afford the products they need every day. So my question is this: does this government really believe it's just inflation, or is the Prime Minister just incompetent?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. And since taking office, this government has been focused on making life more affordable for Canadians. The very first vote I took in this place was to lower taxes on the middle class. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit to support families. We increased supports for seniors, lowered small business taxes, increased the Canada's Workers Benefit, increased the Canada Student Grant, all making life more affordable. And in Alberta, thanks to the childcare deal, Albertans will save thousands of dollars a month starting January 1. Life more affordable for Canadians. That's what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, there's entire areas in towns like Canmore where people are living in their vehicles. What does he say to them? There are parents who can't have to make a decision about whether they're going to give their kids lunches for school or a Christmas gift. What does he say to them? And there's people who can't afford gas to drive to work. There's seniors who can't afford to eat. What does he say to them? They don't want to hear about all the money the government can spend. They want to hear about actual results.
That's right.
And they're not seeing anything from this Liberal government. So what are they going to do about it?
Great question.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we saw through the campaign that the Conservative Party was skilled at flip-flopping, but I find it particularly shocking that the flip-flopping is happening in the same question period. The question for the opposite side is, do they actually want us to invest more or less in Canadians? Because if it's more, vote for C2.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Canada's most recent food price report indicates that families will pay almost $1,000 more to buy groceries in 2022. The cost of groceries, gas, energy, and rent is rising, and the purchasing price of Canadians is decreasing. Inflation is hurting majority of Quebec families. The Liberal government is responsible for this situation. When will it take concrete action to slow the impoverishment of Quebec families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always committed to making life more affordable for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I would like to share a few examples. A single mother with 2 kids will get $13,600 under the Canadian Child Benefit. An average family in Saskatchewan will get $1,000 in reimbursement for the carbon test. Seniors got $500 this summer, and a student would save $3,000 more, Mr. Speaker. A few examples show that how we're making life more affordable. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can wash its hands of the situation. That comes as no surprise because it's never assumed its responsibilities. The Liberals are accumulating deficits since 2015. They're increasing the debt. They're keeping the prime rate artificially low. The housing bubble is the second highest in the world, but the Prime Minister is telling us that he's not thinking about monetary policy. When will he step up and do what needs to be done to reduce inflation?
Housing.
Canadians deserve an affordable housing. Since 2015, we have invested more than $27 billion in affordable housing. We have also introduced the first national housing strategy. Our plan has more than $72 billion, has already helped more than 1 million Canadians to obtain the housing that they need.
The honourable member for Carleton.
La taxe libérale de l'inflation.
The Liberal inflation tax is now hurting people at the grocery stores. We see that the average family will have to spend $1,500 more. We're talking about a $1,000 increase. Canadians don't have $1,000, particularly after the increase in the housing cost and the increase in gas of $1.50. Yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted in English to something called just inflation to respect in linguistic duality. Well, he repeated in French that there is just inflation. The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the difficulties of the supply chains is real but transitory. We see that life is becoming more unaffordable for Canadians. We're therefore focusing on reducing the cost of housing and childcare. We're here to make things more affordable, and that's what we will do. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So-called experts have given up on this term transitory inflation, yet the Associate Finance Minister is trying to resurrect it. On the same day, we get a report saying that the average family will have to spend another $1,000 just to put nutrients on their kids' tables. We already have the second worst housing bubble on earth, $1.50 a litre for gas. The average family can't keep up with the cost of living. And this minister says it's transitory. If so, how long until all of this price inflation reverses itself and the prices come back down?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the other side is trying to paint a story of doom and gloom for Canadians, but Canadians know better. Inflation in Canada in November was 4.6.5%. In the United States was 6.2%. It was 6.2% in Mexico, 4.9% in New Zealand. The experts agree, Mr. Speaker, this is not a made-in-Canada phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, the former Bank of Canada, Stephen Poloz, agreed. Even the leader of the Conservative Party has agreed this is a global phenomenon.
The
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem more concerned by the fact that street gangs use CERB to buy illegal guns, rather than by the fact that illegal guns are circulating freely in Montreal. We agree. It's terrible that it was used for that, but it's no more terrible than if the guns were paid for by fraud, pimping, or extortion. The real problem, the major problem, Mr. Speaker, is that it's too easy to obtain handguns in Montreal. What is the minister going to do to stop criminals from having access to guns? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable when there is fraud in the system. We have to consider serious consequences, but the benefits that we introduced for Canadians during the pandemic are necessary and will be there for Canadians during the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, on one side, the Liberals who do nothing to stop the proliferation of illegal firearms. On the other side, we have the Conservatives who want to criticize CERB. And in the middle, there are concerned families, people who no longer want to go for a walk in Montreal, shots fired in libraries, stray bullets in the living rooms of honest folk. The problem is that illegal firearms are circulating in Montreal, and no one feels that the federal government is seeing any urgency. When will the minister finally understand that it's urgent and we have to tackle the problem at the source? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we are the government that strengthened gun control. We are the government who introduced and banned military-style assault weapons. We are the government that added resources at the border to fight against violence caused by guns. And we will continue to work together with all the MPs, all governments, in order to move this fight forward. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, what needs to be done is to send a clear signal that the government intends to take action now, not in 2 months, now. The RCMP border services and available resources should be put to work now. We need concrete action that take into consideration how urgent the situation is. We don't want the list of what has been done in the past. We don't want election promises and what they might do later if they feel like it. What are they going to do today, Mr. Speaker, to prevent access to illegal guns and put an end to armed violence in the streets of Montreal now? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, a life lost to violence is one life lost too many. We have taken important measures to fight against this crime, and we will continue to do so in order to prevent other tragedies from occurring, to stop illegal trafficking of guns. We have made important investments in order to improve the investigation capacity. I continue to speak with my counterparts in Quebec and the municipalities, and we will continue to work together with the Bloc and the members in this House.
For Calgary Midnapore.
It was reported yesterday that street gangs in Montreal defrauded Canadian taxpayers and used the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit in order to buy illegal guns. It's unthinkable that the government is letting this happen. When did the minister learn that money that should have gone to Canadians was used by criminals? The Minister of Labour. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the government does not tolerate fraud. We work and are continuing to work with all administrations and authorities in order to ensure that these individuals and others who committed fraud be held accountable. The government remains firmly opposed to gun violence and organized crime and will ensure the safety of communities in Canada. The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Court found that a street gang in Montreal fraudulently obtained over $100,000 from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit Program to fund illegal firearms smuggling operations, not to mention reports of this money being used for both human trafficking and prostitution. How could the government not take immediate action instead of funding organized crime with taxpayer dollars?
Of Employment.
Our government has zero tolerance for fraud. We have and will continue to work with all appropriate jurisdictions and authorities to ensure that these individuals and others who committed fraud are held accountable. We'll always take a hard stance against gun violence, illegal activities, and organized crimes, ensuring that we keep our communities and country safe. And I'll remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that 8 million Canadians benefited from this service.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
There has been the surge of deadly shootings taking place across Montreal, and now we have found out that criminals have been using CERB to purchase these illegal firearms. The irony of a government that purports to fight gun crime is overwhelming. So what will the minister do to ensure that this fraudulent activity ends, and more importantly, bring these criminals to justice?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think all members in this chamber can agree that we've seen too many lives lost due to gun violence, and that is why we've taken concrete action by introducing a ban against military-style weapons, by introducing additional resources to fight gun trafficking at the border. The only question that I have now is when will the Conservatives get on side and actually take the action that is necessary to reduce gun violence? Let's get the guns off our streets, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are seeing the highest increase in food prices in over a decade. For seniors living on a fixed income, this is a crisis, especially working seniors who are being punished by this government with the GIS clawback. The minister keeps saying that she's working on the right solution. Well, where is it? Because seniors are calling my office from across this country. They are losing hope. Hope, Mr. Speaker. They are scared of homelessness, of hunger, and are talking about taking their own lives. When will this government step up, remove the GIS...
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree just how challenging this pandemic has been for seniors, especially those most vulnerable. But, Mr. Speaker, our government has been there to support those most vulnerable by strengthening their GIS. We moved very quickly, Mr. Speaker, to provide immediate and direct financial support for seniors this summer. I can assure the honourable member that this is an issue that we're working extremely closely on to find the right solution to ensure and to support those affected. Mr. Speaker, as always, we will be there for seniors.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Since November 26, more than 160 professionals from the Office of the Auditor General are on strike. 75% of them are women. They have been without a work contract for over 3 years. These employees ensure that this government is accountable to the public. They are essential workers. What are they asking for? Just the same thing as other public servants. No more, no less. We call that fairness and respect. And the Liberals are sleeping at the switch. Will the Treasury Board give the OAG a mandate to negotiate a fair and equitable deal for these professionals? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to conclude an agreement with all negotiating agents that are fair for employees and that take account of the financial and economic context. The Canadian government has collective agreements with roughly 85% of employees that were negotiated last year. And also with the PSAC, we'll be working on the next round of negotiations. And negotiations are also underway with other agents as well. And we will be at the negotiating table, not discussing things in public.
West. Mr. Speaker, far too long, many people, especially Indigenous and Black and marginalized Canadians, have and continue to experience systemic racism that is rooted within our criminal justice. Can the Minister of Justice inform the House on what steps the government will take to address this systemic discrimination and strengthen our confidence in all Canadians in the justice system?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member from London West for her question. The numbers speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Past failed policies did not protect our communities, but targeted Indigenous, Black, and marginalized Canadians. This week, Mr. Speaker, I introduced Bill C-5, which will help our justice system become fairer and more effective. It shows that our government is committed to building a more equitable and inclusive Canada for everyone. I encourage members, Mr. Speaker, across the aisle to join us in turning the page on failed policies and instead move us forward in this positive fashion.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we've been waiting for legislation for 6 years to modernize the Official Languages Act. All the consultations have been done. All the organizations have been consulted. And they're just asking for one thing: for the Treasury Board to be the one central agency to enforce the Act with all the necessary powers. So my question to the Minister is, when they will table this bill, can they confirm that the Treasury Board will be this organization and they will have all the necessary powers to enforce this Act? The Minister of Official Languages. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I was very happy this week to have a conversation with him this week about the modernization of the OLA. As I said, the protection of French and the promotion of French is an absolute priority for us as a government and myself as a minister. We will be tabling the bill shortly. Thank you. The member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the minister is talking about the importance of this legislation, but there is a striking figure. Since the commissioner has been in place, there have been 60,000 complaints in our country, and nothing has changed. What organizations are asking for is for the Treasury Board to have the responsibility and to oversee this act and to enforce it. They wanted to have all the necessary tools. Organizations that defend minority settings across the country are asking for this. And my question is simple for the minister. Will the Treasury Board, will they have this? And will they have all the necessary tools? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We've always said that our two official languages are at the heart of our identity and our culture and the life of our country. We'll do everything we can to ensure when we table our bill that it will be done so quickly. Once again, as a proud Acadian, I understand the importance of promoting official languages, and I'm looking forward to tabling this bill, and I hope that the opposition parties will support it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Imagine a member of the Liberal caucus being accused of directing his constituents on how to fraudulently claim the CERB. According to a caller on a talk radio show the day after the election, this member had encouraged numerous people to claim CERB when they didn't qualify by splitting self-employment income with family members. In fact, in one area of this member's riding, 7 in 10 residents over 15 received the CERB, one of the highest concentrations in Canada, according to a Canadian Press report. If this is true, how seriously would the Prime Minister take claims of advising people to commit fraud against one of his MPs?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I can assure this House that government has zero tolerance for fraud. We are systematically following up on every active case and every issue that we address through CERB. We said from the beginning we were going to give Canadians, I'll remind you, 8 million of them, CERB, and at the end we are enforcing our integrity and compliance measures, and we have no tolerance for fraud.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I'm awfully glad to hear the minister say that there's no tolerance for fraud. The caller also stated that for the savvy advice, I gave the member of Calgary Skyview my vote, and he was telling everyone to do that. Asked by the host what he would do if the CRA came knocking, he said, well, I'm sending them straight to his office because it was all his idea and everybody in Skyview did it. Everyone 15 years of age or older. Does the Prime Minister agree that CERB fraud is a serious issue and the possibility that a member of the Liberal caucus was directing people to commit fraud requires an investigation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that my office and my department follows up on every allegation of fraud, and this would be no exception.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, Emily Sans-Fasson lost her battle with cancer in 2020. But the fight for employment insurance that supports seriously ill workers until the end of their treatment continues. 2 years ago tomorrow, Emily met with the Prime Minister, who promised her to increase the number of weeks of benefits. But since nothing's changed, Mr. Speaker, 15 weeks is not enough. 26 weeks is not enough either. When will the government realize that sick people need 50 weeks? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, of course, we offer our condolences to the family of Émilie Sans-Fasson. I was at that meeting with the Prime Minister, and that is why we committed in 2021 to extend benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. Now, we are in consultation about modernizing the Employment Act, and everything is on the table. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, amongst the people who are continuing Emily Sans-Fasson's fight is Jessica Mimo. She is here in Ottawa, and she's in a good position to see if this government takes its commitment seriously. The Prime Minister promised Emily Sans-Fasson that he would increase the duration of benefits. He has the duty to honour that promise for all the other sick people like Ms. Mimo. They need 50 weeks of EI coverage to recover. Will the government finally meet their needs? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course we know that sick people need more weeks of coverage for EI sick leave, and that is why we committed extended it from 15 to 26 weeks. And with the modernization of the Employment Act, we will put everything on the table. But I understand, as I spoke with people, that member before the question period, I'm looking forward to meeting with that individual.
Lennox and Addington.
Brandon Laird left his home in Amherstview on December 1st to do some Christmas shopping in the U.S. On his way back into Canada, ArriveCan crashed. Because of this government's refusal to accept paper or digital proof of vaccination, a position they now admit they were wrong, Brandon was forced into an 8-day quarantine despite being double vaxxed.
Shameful.
The minister is now taking a big victory lap on this, but it's still happening. Yesterday, Brandon was told 14 days. This does not make sense. Mr. Speaker, when will this government release Brandon from quarantine and other...
Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, this government will never hesitate when it comes to taking the measures that are necessary to protect the health and safety of all Canadians, especially now as we deal with the new variant of concern in Omicron. The ArriveCan app is a vital tool in the fight against this pandemic. Over 4 million Canadians have already uploaded it, and it is increasingly important as we ensure that we are taking the steps that are necessary to fight against COVID, Mr. Speaker. These decisions are informed by evidence, they're informed by science, they're informed by our top public health care experts, and we will never hesitate to do what's necessary to protect Canadians.
Yes. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years, Russia has refurbished and built over 30 Arctic bases, 14 operational airfields, 16 deepwater ports, and over 50 military icebreakers. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also recently warned Canada that all the resources beneath the melting ice in the Arctic Sea belong to the Russian government. When is this Liberal government going to stand up to this Russian aggression?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obviously very pleased to answer this question on behalf of the Minister of National Defence. She's obviously very mindful and on top of this file, and I know she's in contact with the Member of Parliament and will provide appropriate details.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, our seniors are struggling with the cost of inflation, adding a strain to their finances. Mr. Frank Pellegroni, an 80-year-old senior who lost his job due to the pandemic, is now facing the challenge of selling his home to ensure that he has enough funds to cover his wife's medical expenses. Mr. and Mrs. Pellegrini immigrated to Canada over 45 years ago, have worked hard to support their families. When will this government put the needs of our seniors first or leave them behind?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priorities have always been to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable. When it comes to supporting seniors, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our record. One of the first things we did, Mr. Speaker, was to restore the age of eligibility of OAS back to 65. We've enhanced the CPP. We have strengthened the OAS and GIS. Mr. Speaker, we have an ambitious agenda for seniors, and I look forward to encouraging the member and ensure that we implement that ambitious agenda. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast are concerned by climate change and the environment. This is one of the main concerns I heard at doors during the election. Climate change is real and presents real challenges to communities across Canada. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change update the House on the government's progress in addressing climate change and protecting our environment? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country for raising this important issue. And he did it in French. During the last elections, Canadians made it clear that they want a government that will act more and do more and quicker for climate change. We set a plan of net zero emissions by 2050, and we want to protect 25% of Canada's land and 25% of Canada's oceans by 2025. We want to help build energy-efficient homes more affordably and introduce measures to build clean. This is part of our agenda.
Mr. Speaker, Communist China has upped the ante against democratic Taiwan with provocative military pressure. The U.S. Secretary of State has warned China that any move to invade Taiwan will have serious consequences. This government has been absolutely silent. So, will this government join our allies and call on China to stop its campaign of aggression and to stand with Taiwan?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very concerned by the recent tensions in Taiwan. The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke with his counterparts. Parties must refrain from actions that could compromise peace in this region. There is a need for Canada to ensure regional security and safety.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government's negotiations with the RCMP left municipal leaders in my riding questioning who will pay for this 5-year retroactive salary coverage. Right. Now the RCMP deserve compensation for the hard work they do to protect my constituents. But negotiations did not include municipalities and will lead to property tax increases, compounding the Liberal inflation tax on homeowners and small businesses. will the Prime Minister be leaving my constituents responsible for even more justinous inflationary burdens?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is to thank the members of the RCMP who provide public safety right across the country, including in my honourable colleagues' constituency. And I know that we will continue to have good discussions at both the provincial and municipal levels to ensure that we continue to provide world-class law enforcement right across the country. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say with regards to his comments around inflation, this government will always have Canadians' backs when it comes to this pandemic. We have and we will continue to going forward. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta elects its senators. And on October 18th, Albertans made this clear by electing 3 senators in waiting: Pam Davidson, Erica Baroudis, and Mikhailo Martiniuk. Up to now, this Liberal Prime Minister has alienated Alberta, and our country is as divided now as it was during the National Energy Program of the 80s. My question is very simple. Will this Prime Minister respect the democratic will of Albertans? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is very proud of the changes we made to make the Senate less partisan and more effective. I think, Mr. Speaker, members would agree with me that it's somewhat ironic coming from the party of Stephen Harper to be lectured.
I'm hearing shouting from one side, clapping from the other, but I'm not hearing the minister. Minister, please start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, the pleasure is mine. I think you'll agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that it's somewhat ironic that our government would be lectured by the party of Stephen Harper for the quality of the women and men that we've appointed to Canada's Senate. We strive to appoint outstanding people, respecting the diversity of the country. And, Mr. Speaker, we're also very proud of the appointments we've made from the province of Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, owning a home is a long-held dream for many Canadians, but one that's becoming out of reach for many, especially young Canadians.
Are we ready to go, or can proceed? I'm still hearing. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Owning a home is a long-held dream for many Canadians. But it has become out of reach for many, especially young Canadians. I heard this at the doorsteps in Etobicoke Lakeshore during the campaign. Canadians were given a choice in this election, and we know what they chose. So, can the Minister of Housing share with this House how our government is going to make that dream more affordable? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for his strong advocacy and his question on this important issue. Our government has been working hard to make sure that more young Canadians and more middle-class families have access to the dream of home ownership. We, through this throne speech, we've committed to enhancing the first-time home buyer incentive and introducing an innovative and new rent-to-own program that will turn more Canadian renters into homeowners. These and other measures we are committed to make sure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, this October, 109 shipping containers were lost off the coast of Vancouver Island. The spill left toxic chemicals, damaged marine ecosystems, and has spread debris along our shores. The Liberal government did not immediately seek local or traditional knowledge or resources, allowing the spill to spread. Climate change and increases in traffic will only make these disasters more common. Mr. Speaker, when will this government deliver an emergency response plan to make sure communities and our environment don't continue to face such devastation? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Continue to monitor that situation closely.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I stopped the minister for a second. I can't hear her at all, and she just started. So I could just imagine how loud it's going to be by the time she's finished. I understand the enthusiasm on one side of the House wanting to hear, but I'm sure they want to hear the answer as well. Are we okay to start? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I remain concerned about the potential environmental impact of these shipping containers, and we're continuing to monitor that closely. But what I want to say is that the Canadian Coast Guard and its partners in the Unified Command did an amazing job of responding quickly and efficiently to make sure the safety of the crew, first responders, and the public, and communicating with partners. And that's why we were able to mitigate the potential even worse harm from that incident. The Canadian Coast Guard is continuing to work.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, there were 7,344 individuals staying in Toronto shelters. Unfortunately, this figure does not capture all of the people experiencing homelessness in my riding of Spadina, Fort York, and across the city of Toronto. These people are desperate for a home. They're desperate to stay safe and stay warm. And the concern for community safety is one that I hear from my constituents on nearly a daily basis. Could the Minister of Housing inform this House on how the government is addressing homelessness in Spadina, Fort York, in Toronto, and other urban centres?
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've substantially increased funding for Reaching Home to make sure that those frontline organizations, including municipalities, have more flexible funding to address homelessness. We also introduced the Rapid Housing Initiative, first and second round, that will result in over 9,200 new and permanent affordable housing units to be built. We've introduced the Canada Housing Benefit to help all Canadians who find themselves on the street to access independent housing. And we will also make sure that we continue to invest in the co-investment fund to build permanent housing solutions for those who are experiencing chronic homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for a question period today. We have a point of order, and when there, we'll start with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, acknowledge and support the government's clear and repeated position that taxing capital gains on primary residences is not under any consideration. B, reiterate its support for the government's $72 billion investments in housing through the National Housing Strategy, including $2.5 billion through the Rapid Housing Initiative. And C, declare its support for the commitments made by the government to ban foreign purchases of non-recreational residential property in Canada for the next 2 years, implement Canada's first ever national tax on non-resident, non-Canadian owners of vacant housing next year, and create a new home buyers' Bill of Rights.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. I don't believe we have unanimous consent on that one. We have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in relation to the question I asked in question period, I'd like to table two documents. One is a transcript from News Talk 770 CHQR Shay Ganem show on September 21st. And it's in relation to the discussion that the host had about the fraudulent claims of CERB. And the second is a letter that I wrote yesterday to the National Lead Center of the Canada Revenue Agency. And with unanimous consent, I'd like to table those, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion and tabling the documents, please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have any unanimous consent on that either. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm absolutely certain that if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House condemn the failed Liberal housing strategy, including its elections promise, found on page 13 of the platform, to impose a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residences.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. We don't have unanimous consent on that. Point of order? Oh, la question, on est...
No, we haven't gotten there yet.
Order adopted by the House on November 25th, 2021. The House will now use, for the first time in this Parliament, everybody's listening because you're going to be using this, okay? The remote voting application. Accordingly, before proceeding with the vote, I would like to share some information on the process for taking of recorded divisions that members may find useful. As per the special order, votes will continue to take place as per the usual process. For those in the chamber, members present in the House must stay in their seats for the duration of the voting period and should not vote via electronic system. La procédure suivante.
The following procedure will apply to members who are participating remotely. Members will receive a notice to say that a vote is being held, and once the vote has begun, they will have 10 minutes to vote using the electronic system by indicating that they are either for or against the motion, or whether they abstain from voting on the motion. Members will then have to take a photo to validate their identity and to submit their vote. Members will be able to change their vote during the 10-minute period, but all of the steps will have to have been completed before the end of the voting period in order for the votes to be recorded. When the vote in person is finished, members can continue voting through the electronic means if there is time left in the voting period. During that time, the votes of members who use the electronic voting system will be posted in the broadcast content, and there can be no calls to order or interventions during that time.
Business. I will invite any member who encountered technical difficulties to identify themselves using the raised hand feature and cast their vote, or to cast their vote. In accordance with the special order, I will then entertain any concerns raised by the House officer of a recognized party regarding the visual identity of a member using the electronic voting system. It is the responsibility of members to be ready to respond should concerns be raised about their photo, failing which, as per terms of the motion, the vote will not be recorded. Une fois ces étapes terminées.
Once those steps have been completed, the results of the vote will be compiled, and the clerk will announce the final results to the chamber.
Others are available before, during, and after a vote to assist members if they encounter difficulties with the system or for any technical matter related to the virtual sitting. It remains the responsibility of members to ensure that they have adequate connectivity to fully participate in the proceedings and that they fully complete all steps of the voting process. Thank you. It being 3:12, conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 20.
Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion of the second reading of Bill C-3.
The question is the following one. La question est la suivante. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Mr. Vandal, moved that Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajan. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Duclos. Ms. Qualtrough. Monsieur Leblanc. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Guilbeault. Ms. Hutchings. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Carr. Ms. Chagger. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Madame Fortier. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Miller. Mr. Mendicino. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Casey. Mr. Ananda Sanguri. Mr. Arya. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Beach. Mr. Biddle. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Zarevitz. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Garrettson. Monsieur Yakano. Mr. Dhaliwal. Correction, Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Ms. O'Connell. Mrs. Romanado. Ms. Sahota. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sarai. Monsieur Seri. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Varani. Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Baker. Mr. Batiste. Mr. Blois. Madame Briard. Madame Lalonde. Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Monsieur Zuberi. Madame Mendez. Ms. Sachs. Mr. Ali. Ms. Bradford. Madame Chatel. Mr. Chang. Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Mr. Koto. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Hefner. Ms. Kayabaga. Ms. Lapointe, Madame Lapointe. Mr. McDonald Malpec. Mr. Miao. Mr. Nakfi. Mr. Nur Mohammed. Mrs. Valdez. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Fast. Ms. Findley. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Chong. Ms. Rempel Garner. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Deltel. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Albus. Mr. Moore. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Martel. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Generu. Mr. Nader. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Richards. Ms. Lantzman. Mr. Upal. Ms. Dancho. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Reid, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Steinley, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Zimmer, Ms. Ferrari, Mr. Caputo, Mr. Small, Ms. Rude, Mrs. Vecchio, Madame Vien, Mrs. Goodridge, Mrs. Kramp-Nyman, Mr. Halan, Mr. Ellis, Mrs. Block, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Workington, Monsieur Gould, Monsieur Généreux, Mr. Williamson, Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Shields, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Waugh, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Lehoux, Mr. Weber, Mr. Motts, Mr. Benson, Mrs. Thomas, Mr. Dalton, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Bragdon, Mr. Dowdle, Mr. Epp, Mr. Cram, Mr. Currick, Monsieur d'Entremont, Mr. Lewis Essex, Mr. Mazer, Mr. McLean, Mr. Morantz, Mr. Morrison, Mr. Patzer, Mr. Redekop, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Soroka, Mr. Ruff, Mr. Van Popta, Mr. Brock, Mr. Chambers, Mr. Muse, Mrs. Roberts, Mr. Tolmie, Mr. Williams, Monsieur Terrien, Madame Normandin, Monsieur Simard, Monsieur Bergeron, Monsieur Garon, Madame Gill, Madame Michaud, Monsieur Fortin, Monsieur Villemur, Monsieur Thériault, Madame Gaudreau, Madame Larouche, Monsieur Perron, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, Madame Vignola, Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, Monsieur Beaulieu, Monsieur Lemire, Madame Sinclair-Degnagnay, Madame Chabot, Madame Desbiens, Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, Madame Bérubé, Monsieur Desilets, Mr. Julian, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Garrison, Ms. Blaney, Ms. Idlout, Mr. Cannings, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Gazan, Ms. Barron, Madame Hughes, Ms. Zarillo, Mr. Angus, Mr. Davies, Ms. Matheson, Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Morris, Mr. Vong,
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Okay. Are they done voting? Okay. The electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await for the end of the broadcasting of the votes for the members voting electronically before it resumes its proceedings. Lorsque nous reprendrons les travaux, j'inviterai les députés qui...
Once the proceedings resume, I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to vote in favor of the bill.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, or pour?
Monsieur Robillard. Ah, vous êtes en sourdine, Monsieur Robillard.
Oui, alors je vais voter pour.
Monsieur Robillard, for, pour?
C'est tout?
Il n'y a pas d'autres manavés, donc...
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 332, 332. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Okay. There we go. Now we've got a ruling. Maintenant, la déclaration hebdomadaire, l'honorable leader.
Weekly statement, please. The Honorable Opposition House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see that this Parliament is working well. I'm sorry, let me interrupt for a moment because I can't hear what the Honorable Member is saying.
Floor of the chamber, we'd appreciate a little bit of quiet. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition in the chamber, in the House.
So I will repeat.
S'il vous plaît.
I'm dropping. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. De toute façon, j'avais moi.
In fact, I myself was having a hard time hearing myself. Well, without further ado, I would invite my government counterpart to tell us about what will be done over the next few days. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. An excellent question he asks every Thursday. This afternoon, we will continue to debate on the Conservative Party's opposition motion. Tomorrow, we will move on to the fourth day of debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne.
Today, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will present the fall economic statement in the House at 4 p.m. We will schedule the relevant Ways and Means vote the following day on Wednesday afternoon. Further, Mr. Speaker, we will also focus our efforts to pass two bills next week, namely Bill C-2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19, and Bill C-3, which amends the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code to provide workers in federally regulated sectors with 10 days of paid sick leave and to make it offence to intimidate or prevent patients from seeking care. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer sur la question de privilège.
I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 23, 2021 by the member for Louis Saint-Laurent concerning the failure to produce documents. And I will also rule on the question of privilege raised the same day by the member for Barrie Innisfil concerning the events reported in the second report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics during the second session of the 43rd Parliament. While they are distinct questions of privilege, the Chair intends to render a single ruling given the procedural similarities of the two questions.
Everybody having a conversation in the chamber, but I'm trying to put a ruling out there. Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you. Avant d'entrer dans le vif du sujet,
before getting to the heart of the matter, The Chair wishes to briefly summarize recent events from the previous Parliament.
En ce qui concerne la question de
Regarding the question from the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, on June 21st, 2021, the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada appeared at the bar of the House to be admonished. But he did not hand over the documents required by the order adopted on June 17th, 2021. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent then raised a question of privilege concerning the failure to produce the documents. On June 23, 2021, the government applied to the federal court to seal these documents.
member for Barrie Innisfil, on June 10th, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics had presented its second report to the House, which described the problems it encountered during its study. And the member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes raised a question of privilege on the matter. The House then adjourned for the summer on June 23, 2021, before a ruling on these questions was rendered. The 43rd Parliament was then dissolved on August 15, 2021. Lorsqu'il a soulevé à nouveau sa question de privilège dans la
When he again raised his question of privilege in the current session, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent argued that the government's application to the federal court on June 23, 2021 was unprecedented in Canadian history. While the court challenge ended with dissolution, the member argued that openly challenging the authority of the House before the courts by attacking its fundamental rights constituted contempt. Citing the relevant authority, he pointed out that contempt committed in a previous parliament can be punished in a new parliament. He thus argued that dissolution did not eliminate the questions of privilege.
also mentioned that the House can consider contempt committed during a previous Parliament, referring to the question of privilege previously raised by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. He explained that the committee report, which was not concurred in by the House, described several breaches of privilege. These included that the people summoned to appear had not appeared to give evidence, that the government had interfered by instructing them not to appear, and that the member for Waterloo, then a minister, had given evasive and inaccurate response in his evidence. The leader of the government in the House then intervened on the two questions of privilege by responding that all business from previous Parliament ended with dissolution. He therefore argued that in order to raise a question of privilege on these matters, a motion or a committee report would be needed in the new Parliament for the House to be seized of. He later expressed the government's willingness to work with the opposition parties to find an appropriate mechanism to examine the documents that contain confidential national security information, like what was done in 2010 in the case of documents relating to the Afghan detainees. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent countered that he did not believe such an approach was necessary in this case, given the mechanism that had already been proposed to protect sensitive information. The member for Winnipeg North also intervened to talk on the question of privilege raised by the member for Barrie Innisfil. He argued that the quote from the 20th edition of Erskine May to the effect that contempt can be punished during a different Parliament does not apply in the current context. Moreover, unlike the members of departmental staff who were summoned to appear before the committee, it is the ministers who are responsible and who are accountable to Parliament. Il ne faut aucun doute pour la présidence que la Chambre.
The Chair has no doubt that the House or its committees can order a witness to appear or order the production of documents, as was the case with the orders adopted in the last session. It is not up to the government to decide what other people should have been summoned, or to dictate the conditions for the production of documents. The order adopted must be respected. However, when the time comes to rule on the matters before us, the Chair must consider how dissolution affects the business of the House and of its committees.
Procedures and Practice 3rd editions clearly stipulates on page 397, and I quote, "With dissolution, all business of the House is terminated. The government's obligation to provide answers to written questions, to respond to petitions, or produce papers requested by the House also ends with dissolution. Committees cease to exist until the House reconstitutes them following the election. All orders of reference expire," unquote. Conséquemment, en raison de la dissolution.
Consequently, as a result of the dissolution of the 43rd Parliament, the orders of the House from March 25th and June 2nd and 17th, 2021 have expired. The government and the people summoned to appear are released from their obligations. Similarly, the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations and the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics have ended, as have their studies. Any report presented in connection with this study involved only the committee from the previous Parliament.
As members have mentioned in their interventions, House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 81, and I quote, "Instances of contempt in one Parliament may even be punished during another Parliament," unquote. Une formulation très similaire peut être trouvée dans...
A very similar formulation can be found in a previous edition of Erskine May, the procedural authority for the United Kingdom. As indicated by the member for Winnipeg North, it is not found in the current edition. The circumstances in which such an issue may be raised are, however, more limited than this citation suggests.
In fact, we find very few precedents where questions of privilege from a previous Parliament were raised during a new Parliament. The member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes listed some of them in an intervention on November 24, 2001. Distinctions must be made between the matter at hand and the precedents cited. When we examine the latter, the House had not expressed itself beforehand because the incident or problem that occurred during the previous Parliament was brought to the House's attention for the first time in light of new facts. Speaker Perrin, in his ruling of October 9, 1997, found no grounds in the absence of a committee report. When the questions of privilege were raised during the second session of the 43rd Parliament, they took account of the orders then in effect. La dissolution.
Dissolution put an end to the business of the House and its committees, and thus to the various orders. Since we are in a new Parliament, the issues raised are no longer before the House. It is up to the House and its committees to decide whether it is desirable to adopt these orders once again in the new Parliament.
Le cas échéant,
should that happen, it would be necessary to determine whether the government or the witnesses agree to comply before a question of privilege can be raised.
It is therefore not possible in the current circumstances to seize the House on these questions of privilege arising from the previous Parliament. Thus, the chair cannot conclude that there is a prima facie question of privilege. I thank the members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders, business supply.
The supply motion on housing supply, standing in the name of Mr. General.
Je désire informer la Chambre quand les...
I wish to inform the House that due to the recorded division, orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak in this House and to speak on behalf of the people of my riding, Saguenay-Preston-Chesapeake. I look forward to speak about affordable housing, as well as about our government's action plans. Mr. Speaker, in the recent speech from the throne, we highlighted two central elements. First, the pandemic. We need to ensure the health and safety and security of all Canadians. The second element, the economy, how we can build back better. That's essential. A central aspect of this is housing in Canada. During the last election campaign, people in my riding told me that they need more housing. They told me that housing is needed for many different population groups, and I know that this is a reality throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we really saw a lot of different needs in the country. That's why we acted swiftly to deal with urgent situations everywhere in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's why we set up a rapid housing initiative. We worked with provinces and municipalities in order to meet their needs as much as possible. I'm happy to share with this House that the initiative was a success. I must thank municipalities. We worked together to build over 9,200 new homes. But, Mr. Speaker, there's still a lot of work to be done. In the past, affordable housing and housing issues mostly existed in urban areas. However, Mr. Speaker, now these issues are popping up in rural areas as well. This is a Canada-wide challenge. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, we set up a national housing strategy. And it's, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the very first national housing strategy in Canada. We've known how important this matter is for several years. That's why we went ahead with action plans and strategies. We need housing for seniors. Housing is also needed for vulnerable Canadians, such as women and children fleeing domestic violence. Housing is needed for Indigenous peoples and for persons living with disabilities. Housing is needed for so many different Canadians.
Our focus by 27-28, we will see the elimination of chronic homelessness right across the country. We will see the construction of over 160,000 homes. We will see repairs and renovations of over 300,000 units, and we will remove over 530,000 families from housing needs. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, our action clearly shows that we are up to this challenge, that we are working with provinces and municipalities. We have also set up a National Housing Co-Investment Fund, of $13.7 billion. This enables investments in other aspects of housing, such as renovating, aging housing, and housing that is not in good shape. This also helps build well-located housing near workplaces, near public transportation, near where schools are and where families live. This helps meet people's needs. Today, I'm proud to state that Budget 2021 further contributes to this crucial program. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have signed agreements with the 10 provinces and 3 territories. That in itself is very telling. It demonstrates how serious we are about helping. And it demonstrates that provinces and municipalities want to work closely with us. This wasn't the case for the previous Conservative government, which didn't feel that the federal government had any responsibility when it came to housing. So we signed these deals with investments of $13.7 billion over 10 years. These investments will help meet targets and goals that the provinces and territories have. I'd like to tell you about another investment which aims to speed up construction of housing. It's an investment project with municipalities. This means that we will be able to more directly help municipalities without necessarily having to be in concert with provinces and territories. This will help us address more practical needs and specific issues. For example, if there are obstacles which prevent construction of a specific project. An example, for building new and necessary housing, we can invest in infrastructure leading to construction. We will be able to invest to assist municipalities or to invest so that the funding can be used to hire more individuals for construction. Our initiatives are greatly helping on the ground and helping with essential projects to get them rolling. Young people are in a difficult spot. They have great difficulty buying property because it's very difficult to do so. It's very difficult to buy one's first home. That's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is here to support them. We made a commitment and we will follow through on our promise to help young people. For example, we will help so that there's more flexibility in the first-time homebuyers program.
Rent-to-own.
There's also our rent-to-own program.
Contributing towards ownership, qui est très important, and cooperative types of homes.
It's very important.
So, there's all kinds of strategies. Puis ça, c'en est quelques.
These are a few of the specific strategies which will tangibly help. Mr. Speaker, it is certain that our national housing strategy is helping. We can't do it without our partners, though. I thank the provinces, territories, and municipalities which have worked with us and will continue to work with us so that together we can ensure that we are meeting urgent needs all over Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, I must say I was impressed at the beginning of the speech with the Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chesacook's speech of the incredible list of things they hope to accomplish in the future on housing. An impressive number of statistics, and I'm sure the member knows that housing prices in our province have gone up by 21% in the last year. That's more than they've gone up in the national average Canada. So I think the plans that your government has put forward clearly aren't working. And why should the people of Nova Scotia believe any of those promises when this government has promised and this party has promised for 6 elections in a row a national child care program? I'd like to know from the honourable member, if we're supposed to believe those numbers going forward, can he tell me how many daycare spaces his 6 elections of promises have created in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague for his question, and of course he is from Nova Scotia as I am, but he's touching some topics of very interest to me, because childcare is one of the most important investments we can make, and I'm very proud that in January we will be moving forward right across the country. We signed already 9 provinces. Woo! Something to be proud of. Yeah. That's not talking. That's action, clear action. But I do want to underline to my colleague that in the Conservative platform, they wanted to give breaks to the wealthy landlords. That's what they wanted to do. And they were very clear in the Harper government that the federal government had no responsibility in housing across the country. We said that it could not happen. That's why things are improving today, because we are on the ground working for Canadians. Thank you.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments.
Monsieur le Président, j'entends mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The colleague says he's proud of the deals signed with all provinces and territories, but the deal signed with Quebec, they didn't get it in 1 year or 2, but it took, in fact, 3 years to reach a deal. During those 3 years, we were not able to build new housing. The price of building materials increased. Now it's more expensive to build than it would have been 3 years ago. Why? Well, the federal government has decided to build affordable housing. Quebec already has experience with social housing and community housing. So here's the question. Wouldn't it have just been simpler to transfer the money to Quebec? The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member of the Bloc Québécois. I thank my colleague. Oh, sorry about that. It goes without saying that housing and housing needs are very important in Canada. Yes, there have been negotiations to reach deals. We are going to ensure that we are meeting needs, the needs of Canadians in all provinces, be it Quebec or Newfoundland. Now, we have something that is satisfactory. If the Conservatives were in power, there wouldn't have even been any negotiations of any lengths, because they wouldn't have been investing in housing. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Questions and comments.
Today, and as someone who was on the ground almost for 9 years in a municipality struggling with getting affordable housing made, I wish that we had seen that passion from this government while there was money laundering, the lowest income rates, that those with the most wealth were taking advantage of housing to earn interest, and gentrification of family neighbourhoods. I wanted to ask a question about the rapid housing initiatives. As part of the Rapid Housing Initiative, we know many of the applications were denied, and I wonder if the member can tell us how many of the rapid housing requests submitted by municipalities, like my colleague in Courtenay, Alberni, that had a community-sponsored one that was denied, how many were denied by municipalities?
L'honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question. I can tell her that if there was any reason some of the rapid housing projects did not hit the ground, it was because of some provincial government, because it wasn't the municipal government that were directly, it had to become a priority to provincial government. But the good news for her is that the new accelerator fund for municipalities will directly help. So you can go back home and your constituents tomorrow morning and tell them how this program will help your municipality and help your people in your riding. Thank you.
Before we move on to debate, I need to remind a few people online that if you are wanting to ask a question, to make sure, especially if you're a man, that you wear a jacket and a tie to be able to ask a question. The dress code here in the House is also the dress code for those of us who are joining online. With that, continuing debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join the debate today on our Conservative Opposition Day motion and on a topic like housing that is so important to the people in the Kenora riding and across Northern Ontario. And I'm pleased to be able to join my Conservative colleagues who have done a great job speaking about this issue in their own ridings, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about what they have to say going forward, including the great member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, Mr. Speaker, who I'm very pleased to be sharing my time with today. She has been a great advocate for her riding in this chamber, as well as women and girls, especially across the country, and I thank her for her work on that important file. Mr. Speaker, housing is by far the #1 issue that I am hearing in the Kenora riding right now. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, I represent in my riding 9 municipalities and 42 First Nations across a very vast, diverse riding. So there's quite frequently a number of different issues, depending where we are in the region. But the one thing that has been unifying is the issue of housing, whether it's a municipality or a First Nation, or even those in the unincorporated areas, whether I'm in Kenora, Mr. Speaker, or Dryden, Sioux Lookout, Sioux Narrows, Ear Falls, Slate Falls, Red Lake, Pickle Lake, Bearskin Lake, or Casablanca Lake, I am hearing about the housing issue. I recently had the chance, after the last election and before Parliament reconvened, to visit all 9 municipalities in my riding and many First Nations as well. And I can tell you that the municipal and First Nation leaders have consistently raised this. And what they tell me is that it's more than just a housing issue, but it's specifically about housing supply. Supply is all I hear across the riding, and I'm sure that many members in this chamber have heard similar things at home as well. Because, Mr. Speaker, the issues we're seeing are touching people from all walks of life, whether they're looking for affordable housing, whether they're looking for starter homes, family homes, even seniors looking to move into seniors' homes are not able to find it. And the only way that we can actually address that is to increase the supply, such as the plan that we've put forward in the last election campaign that is included in this motion to free up and release 15% of federal land for development. That's something that I heard on the doorsteps as a very positive plan to put forward to help address this root cause of the crisis. And it's especially, I think, Mr. Speaker, it's especially important in a region like mine. Ear Falls, for example, is a community that is quite large geographically. You pass the sign that says "Welcome to Ear Falls," and it takes you, feels like forever until you actually get to the community. But the population is very small, the tax base is very small, and a bulk of the land within the municipal limits is Crown land. And that has been a problem not just for residential development, frankly, but for commercial development as well. The community is having a lot of trouble growing because they've had difficulty acquiring the land that they need to do so, and in order to attract people as well to the community. Of course, in the last campaign, we talked about the economy and our economic recovery from COVID-19, and many people noted to me that we cannot have that recovery in northwestern Ontario or in our riding of Kenora if people don't have houses to move into. And that's really the crux of it, Mr. Speaker, and why this is such an important issue. Another example I'd like to give is in Casablanca Lake First Nation, a community that some time ago was actually displaced by the federal government, and the community now is essentially all on this one island in the northern part of my riding, and they have grown. They've really outgrown the area in which they're living on. They're looking for opportunities for development. They're looking for more housing units, but they just have nowhere to go. And they have had a very difficult time of working with the federal government to be able to access more land and to be able to expand their borders, Mr. Speaker. And that's why specifically on the supply side, I believe that the motion we put forward today is taking a tremendous step in the right direction of addressing this housing crisis. As well, we in the motion we have proposed a ban on foreign investors from purchasing homes, purchasing Canadian real estate. Now, this is an issue that is, I guess, a bit bigger in the larger centres, Mr. Speaker. We know that commonly foreign investment is coming into centres like Vancouver and the GTA as well. Not as much in the Kenora riding, frankly. But here's where this is important: is that the effect, the market changes and the pressures that are put on the rising home prices in the GTA, for example, expand beyond their borders as people are now looking to move into Huntsville and into the Muskokas and other areas, and expanding further and further away. Eventually, these higher prices will make their way up into Northern Ontario as well, and to rural and remote parts of the country. So I'm happy to see in the motion that we're proposing that as well. And as well, this is something that has become a bit of a topic of discussion today, is that we're asking the government to commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of a primary residence. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know it's something that the government has flirted with in the past. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the past member from Spadina Fort York was once a proponent of this, Mr. Speaker, and the government has now gone to great lengths to try to distance themselves from their own platform and from their own comments previously, and frankly, I'm glad to see that they're trying to do that, because we know that that would only penalize Canadians and discourage Canadians for selling their home, and that is certainly not going to help us address this housing supply crisis, Mr. Speaker. So the motion we put forward, I think, has a number of very important elements to it, Mr. Speaker. Is it going to fix the housing crisis? Of course not. This is an issue that is deep-rooted. There are many facets to it, and there are many things that we need to do to move forward. But this is an incredible step in the right direction, specifically the first point that I mentioned about releasing 15% of federal land for development, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I cannot reiterate strongly enough how important that would be for the people in my riding. But one of the things that has troubled me about the debate today is that we've put forward this plan, Mr. Speaker, again, that we ran on, that many economists and many observers said was one of the strongest housing plans put forward in the last election. And what we're seeing from the government is that they're digging in their heels. They're doing a bit of grandstanding, saying that nothing's broken, that we don't need to change gears, we don't need to sway from the plan that they're currently moving on. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, the government has made some progress. They have been trying to address this crisis. But the fact of the matter is that housing prices are continuing to soar. I believe they've now gone up 30% over the course of this government. And I think it's important that we have a very robust discussion about all the different ways that we can address this, and that we can work together in this House. And Mr. Speaker, in my view, that is why we brought forward this motion today, so that we can have that discussion, we can find the path forward, and we can start to build upon the work that this government and all previous governments have done to help address this, because this is something that we've been seeing for a number of years, but of course has been exacerbated with the rising cost of living, with inflation and many other factors. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is running low. I'm looking forward to hearing questions and comments from my colleagues, and I'm looking forward, hoping to see and hoping to hear some new ideas and hopefully a positive discussion on how we can move this motion forward and how we can ensure that we are making housing more affordable for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really hoping that this afternoon this motion wouldn't be the same train wreck that it was this morning in terms of being all over the place. So we heard this morning the Conservatives try to backtrack on the fact that we were talking about land. They said, no, not 15% of land. We're talking about 15% of buildings, you know, the buildings on Bay Street in Toronto and whatnot. But then this member just said, and I quote, I encourage him to go to Hansard and to check it out. He said, quote, to release 15% of federal land. Like, he actually said federal land. So given that we know 97% of federal land is tied up in Parks Canada, Environment Canada, and National Defence, Can he please explain to the House which parts of Park Canada and our national defense is he looking to divest the country of so that we can free up the land that he referenced?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the member really enjoys the theatrics of this place and likes to contribute to that quite a bit. And Mr. Speaker, again, to reiterate, we need to be looking at ways that we can work together, as I said, to ensure that we're increasing the supply, the housing supply in this country. And I'd encourage the member to come join me on a trip to the northern part of my riding and see how the housing crisis is manifesting itself and why it's so important for this government and for this Parliament to work towards that. And I hope that the member will actually start working with the opposition and with all members instead of just his political grandstanding.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The housing situation in Quebec represents 50,000 new homes needed in the next 5 years. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion about the following. The Bloc Québécois is proposing that 2% of the federal government's revenue be invested directly and only in housing in order to have some foreseeability and a constant injection of funds. What does my colleague say about that 1% that we are proposing? Because the purpose is to avoid agreements here and there, just like what my colleague said about a 3-year period to negotiate an agreement. The member for Kenora.
I appreciate the thoughtful question from my colleague. Of course, he would understand the situation in Quebec far better than I would, and I would say that this is definitely the kind of things that we need to be talking about. These are the discussions that we need to have. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to probably go into the detail that I need to with the member, but I think that those innovative ideas are all the things that we need to be talking about to help find some unique and innovative ways to help address this crisis. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the summary of the things being put forward by the Conservatives. I wanted to speak a little bit about the public assets, using public assets for potential private development. So this happened in my very own riding on the provincial level, where schools, where what was considered to be excess school sites were sold off. But then when development came around it, we needed to buy land again for schools. So it's in my mind that I wouldn't want that to happen to public assets. So my question is around the 15%. This is public assets, public buildings, public real estate. Do the Conservatives support the idea that this should stay in public hands and it should be social housing or subsidized federal housing?
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question as well, with a very thoughtful question from the member. And I think that it's important that we look at all solutions. Once again, we need to ensure that we have affordable housing, that we have public units, no question about it. But we also have to work with the private sector. We have to encourage development, as I said, in all areas. Because what I'm seeing in the Kenora riding is that this is something that's happening right across the board. There is a shortage of housing when it comes to affordable housing, starter housing, and really people that in all stages of life. So I think we need to work to find a number of ways to work towards this. Thank you.
How about a quick snap around questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by saying that welcoming the honourable member from Kenora here, I've had the opportunity to exchange with him in the House and didn't have the chance to say I find his approach very respectful and I really enjoy engaging with him. I want to ask if he doesn't think there's a benefit, it's not in the Conservative motion, in creating programs that encourage the building of purpose-built rental housing. That is a big gap, and I wonder if he has any thoughts on that.
Member for Kenora, very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the first answer, excuse me, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the short answer is yes, this is definitely very positive ideas. Of course, there is a number of things that we can talk about at great length. Unfortunately, I don't have the time, as I see you're about to get up, so I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Kenora for that great speech. It is something that I believe all of us as parliamentarians are very concerned with. But what I want to do to begin is to actually read the motion back into the record, because I've been listening to a lot of questions throughout this debate, and I just want to maybe get some people back on track as they're asking their questions, because they're kind of a little off on things. So, Mr. Speaker, our motion states that given that the government has failed to increase the housing supply in Canada, the government's $400 billion of new spending has produced a surge of inflationary pressure that has driven home prices more than 30% after pre-pandemic levels. The House calls on the government to A, review and consolidate all federal real estate and properties in Canada in order to make at least 15% available for residential development. B, ban foreign investors from purchasing Canadian real estate. And C, commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residences. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to kind of start off with that, because I think that as we've heard so many of the answers that are coming here, the questions that are coming here, we've got to really talk about what the housing continuum looks like, what it happens when we have bubbles on each and every rung of the housing continuum and ladder, and how where we're at now is a heck of a lot worse than we were just 2 years ago. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to talk a lot about the housing continuum and looking at the role that I had as the Shadow Minister for Families, Children and Social Development from 2015 to 2019, in which housing was under that portfolio. During that time, the National Housing Strategy in November of 2018 was announced, and we saw a lot of spending that's going to be happening further down the future. But we have to look at where we're at today and the reality today. So I work a lot and very, very closely with LSTAR, the London St. Thomas Association of Realtors, and of course that is part of CREA, so the Canadian Real Estate Association. I've had the opportunity to work with them in my role for the last 6 years, and previously in my role as an assistant to the member. And so over the number of years, I've really been paying attention to this. Perhaps it's because I'm a mother of 5 and maybe I just don't want my 18-year-old living in the basement for the rest of his life. But these are things that are really, really important to me. What is the future for our children? I am very fortunate. My husband and I were able to buy a house in 2002 at an expense of $114,000. Today, that house, even with the addition that we put on, is over 6 times that price. I can tell you the value is so not there. I sit there and go, but that piece of wood, all of these things, how did this happen? So when I look at this, I start looking at some of the simple solutions, some of the simple issues that we're having. And one of the first things I want to talk about is supply. So when we look at the City of London, I want to really focus on the London and Southwestern Ontario region. When we're looking at the supply in November of 2021, the supply is 0.4. We're looking at the supply 10 years before, November of 2012, 4.8. So we have seen a decrease in supply of 4.4 units. There's part of our problem. If we can't get things built, we've got a problem. The active listings, and this was for November of this year, in 2021, we only had 210 active listings under LSTAR, compared to 2012, 1,625. The math is very simple, over a 1,400 housing difference. The average cost right now, if we're looking at the housing and the average cost is $632,625, and the median cost of $662,500. Now, I represent Elgin, Middlesex, London, and so part of that riding, of course, we're looking at the County of Middlesex. And what I can tell you is we're seeing an average price of November of 2021, and my colleague from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex is facing the same crisis we are having. The average price of a home in Middlesex, $991,000. So I have been really focusing on this and looking to see what we can do. And Mike Moffat, he is a member of the Ontario Home Builders Association. He has talked about this crisis that we're going through. So from July 1st of 2016 to June 30th of 2021, we have seen Ontario's population grow by 1 million people in just those 5 years. The size of the demand and the supply were totally mismatched. So we have put in, there are 1,000 new residents, or 1,000 new people, a million new people living in our area, living in Ontario, but they have no home. So those are things that we have to be concerned with. If we are allowing and if we're continuing to grow, this is part of that, what we need to do. This is part of the, we talk about putting lens. Every single time we're looking at things, this is where we have to put the lens on. What are we going to do for our infrastructure? What are we going to do for jobs and employment? And for me, what are we going to do for housing? Because as everybody knows, housing first is something that's very, very important as a first step to home ownership and for livelihood as well. The projections have indicated that an additional 911,347 households will be formed in the next 10 years. So I'm hoping that we can all work together, recognizing this problem's not going to go away, so we need a solution. I want to go back, sir, though, to the costs, because this is something that I think of myself with my 5 children, and I sit there and I look at my 27-year-old son. He has a family. He would like to buy a home. He has been saving his money after leaving the Canadian Armed Forces, and he would like to be able to provide a home for his family. He has put approximately $30,000 into his bank account for savings, and we know that's far from enough for today. So what I want to look at, what are the prices today compared to what we saw pre-pandemic? In Elgin County, the benchmark price is what they're expecting to receive, $524,000. But the average price that these houses were going for in February of 2021, $609,000. London South, another part of my riding, $527,000 is the benchmark, but they're selling right now for $651,000. In Middlesex, we're seeing the same problems. And then in the city of St. Thomas, the area that I live in, housing has gone up by $100,000 for a medium house. We went from $440,000 to $548,000 in 1 year. So, sir, I want to look at some of the stats and looking back where we were in 2020 for the County of Elgin. The County of Elgin, where we have the city of St. Thomas in the center of that, we have a variety of different things, a variety of municipalities, 10 different municipalities making up 8, Elgin, Middlesex, London. The average price in February of 2020, just weeks before this pandemic started, average cost, $387,000. In the city of St. Thomas, average cost, $376,000. Now, sir, I just shared with you that we saw other prices of over $500,000. So I think of my constituents. What are they going to do? I can tell you we have some of the best real estate agents, some of the best home builders. I can think of Doug Terry Homes, who has been part of the Ontario Home Builders Association and does a lot of things when it comes to NRCan to make sure that we have housing that is efficient. We are coming up with solutions, and I'm part of a coalition that's working. It's the L-Star Libro Coalition. We're working together in our region saying, what can we do better? What are some of the solutions? And so when we talk about land, that is something that we know is a problem. So I'm going to refer back to the motion when we talk about giving up some of the federal assets so that we can build land. We're talking about sometimes open spaces. I think of my own downtown in St. Thomas. It's about 2 kilometers long. We know that there are a lot of offices. We know that there is a lot of private and government spaces that could be used for housing. So I urge, when it comes to working with our municipalities and our provinces, to make sure that when we're going to take a bite out of the housing problem that we have to work together, and we have to look at how can we take some of these places and change them? How can we take them from commercial entities and put them into residential entities? That's the type of work that we need to do. We've talked a lot about what the future is for our children. And I just want to read to you what I have seen. It's a recent report from the Mustel Group and Sotheby's International Realty Canada, and they revealed the issue of the dream. And I just want to read these stats off before I answer. 75% of urban Canadian Generation Z adults are likely to buy and own a primary residence in their lifetime. Currently, 1 in 10 already own their own home. So that's a very small amount. 1 in 10 individuals own their own home in Generation Z. 82% are worried that they will not be able to buy their community of choice due to the rising real estate costs. I can tell you that's exactly what we're seeing. I am on that 401 corridor where we have seen people migrate from the GTA area. I always say it's because we're one of the most beautiful constituencies in the entire country, but it's also because the cost of living is lower there, or the cost of housing is lower there. We have to look at 70% want to buy a family single home. 50% have already given up the traditional dream. And we know that some of these top barriers is inflation. And so, Mr. Speaker, before I finish off, we have an issue. It's not just the housing crisis, but it's also the inflationary issue. If people are going to be putting money into their RRSPs so that they can save money, the cost of living needs to be reduced. So I'm asking this government to please step forward and help this next generation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate some of the comments that my colleague made from across the way. I think that we could probably agree on the ways in which organizations that are out in our communities can contribute positively to our current situation. Where I'm inclined to somewhat disagree with the member is the Conservatives seem to be of the opinion that there's this vast quantities of land. They're going into millions of hectares where the federal government can just kind of convert, take away from parks, take away from defense, take away from Environment Canada, because that makes up 95%, and they're talking about millions of hectares. I'm wondering if she could explain to the House where they got those numbers from. Was it the member of Carleton that brought forward saying we have millions of land that we can convert, hectares of land? Where did they get the 6 million mark from?
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for that misleading question. So I'm going to just actually state the facts. 37,246 buildings. We know that there has been a vast change when we look at employment. We know that more people are working from home. And I just heard the member from, I believe, from the NDP, from Nanaimo Smith. We talk about converting buildings. In the city of St. Thomas, Scott Street Public School was converted, and now there is affordable housing there. It is used for social housing, and it was within the city of St. Thomas, a developer, where we saw something happen, and it was good for all the people that wanted to live there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that my colleague has a lot of empathy for Elgin residents. Between 2011 and 2016, under the Harper government, Canada lost more than 320,000 units of housing for the most vulnerable demographic groups in Canada. How does she define a housing bubble? And perhaps when the price is stabilized, it will be because the Conservatives have lost their interest in the housing supply.
Well, when we talk about, to me, when I look at the continuum, I call it the rungs of the ladder. When our shelter has a bubble, when a rental unit or geared to income has a bubble, when that first-time home has a bubble, and then when that market value has a bubble, it means that you can't get into the next rung. If that rung is busy, you can't get up there. I think of so many people who try to leave the shelter, who try to leave geared to income housing. I'm so sorry about that, not getting that today. What happens if there is not a supply there, they can't move forward. So we need to work together at all levels of government to ensure that we're addressing each and every level. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, I would love to hear more about how we are going to help the homeless situation that is dire in my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha with this motion. How does implementing these three specific targets in the motion going to help the homeless crisis as well?
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
That is an awesome question because it's something that I see on the own streets. And I know I'm very passionate about Elgin, Middlesex, London, but I don't know if there's a street across the city a community across the city that you go to that homelessness is not apparent. We have to work on this, and part of it is with our mental health and addictions. Part of it is with the development. Part of it was economic. And to me, the first Housing First strategy that was put out by this Harper government back in that 10 years, that is what, if you speak to anybody that's working this in housing, they talk about Housing First, that was the ultimate thing that we needed to do. Yes, we need wraparound services, and it can be better, but I'm really proud of what we've had put forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it looks like, I thank the Conservative member, it looks like we may have some common ground here on partnerships and potential social housing opportunities. So I would just ask again if the Conservatives would consider an amendment to the 15% where that could be kept in public hands and be used for social housing.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And the amendment actually has to be done through the person who has put this forward. But I can tell you that I will continue to advocate with the developers, with all levels of government, to ensure that social housing is also there. We need to have something that helps all Canadians, whether you are the working poor, whether you are without home, or whether you are at the head of at the top of that scale. We need to be working with all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député or l'honorable secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and it's great to rise today to speak to this motion that has taken on a whole bunch of different forms today. And I think where I'll start is by properly answering the question that the Parliamentary Secretary asked just previously of the member from Elgin, Middlesex, Elgin, Middlesex. And he asked, where did the number of 41 million hectares of land come from? I can actually answer that question. And I would encourage anybody out there who's watching this who might be interested too, to just Google the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat and Land. And you will find the actual list of land that is owned by the federal government. It starts to break down, Mr. Speaker, how much land is owned by each various different department within the federal government. But the end result, and it gives you a total at the end, is just under 41 million hectares of land. So that's where the member from Carleton, who first started talking about this a number of days ago in question period, got his number of 41 million hectares of land from that Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat document that outlines where the actual land is located that the federal government owns. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, when you start to dig into it and actually look at the various different departments that own land, you notice that the top three own 97% of the land. 97%. Parks Canada owns just under 36 million hectares of that 41 million. Environment and Climate Change Canada owns 2.4 million, and National Defence owns 2.2 million. So why is this so important to talk about, Mr. Speaker? It's because the entire premise for this motion, and indeed the narrative that we've heard from the Conservative Party this week, has been premised on this idea that the federal government has all of this land available that can suddenly become ready for housing. And so I want to just dive into this for a second to examine why they're making this claim, but more importantly, why it's such a false claim to make. For starters, I don't think that any member in this House is going to actually suggest that Parks Canada land should be divested in order for housing. But more importantly, there would be very, very, very little Parks Canada land that could actually be serviceable for the creation of housing. You know, I mentioned it earlier to the member from Edmonton Riverbend, specifically about the planning responsibilities of municipal councils, to which he was oddly critical of municipal governments for somehow being responsible for this problem that we're in right now. But I'll come back to that in a second. But this idea that you can just suddenly take land and start utilizing it. I did forget to mention I'll be sharing my time with the member from Scarborough Centre, Mr. Speaker. Ironically, I just went and asked that before I started, but I still forgot. But in any event, this whole concept of using this land, and the truth is that it's not developable land, certainly not 15%, which is what they're suggesting. So one has to ask themselves, why are the Conservatives talking about land as though that's the only solution to the problem that we have? Well, it's twofold. One, they think that purporting and running around and saying this 41 million number sounds so incredible, and if that's all you knew, people would be like, well, yeah, why aren't we using that land? Until you start to actually understand, as I've tried to outline for you, Mr. Speaker, where the land is from. It's a really good talking point because it'll come off very well. But then more importantly, why do Conservatives focus so much on land? Like, why don't they talk about buildings? Why doesn't the member of Carleton talk about buildings? Because Conservatives know, Mr. Speaker, that part of their base are those that develop land. And when you sever off land and you look to build housing on it, you don't just, no federal government's going to go into an area and start severing off individual property lots and sell them to individual people to build housing on. They're going to sell it to a developer. So they're going to sell hectares at a time to developers who are going to develop that land to build housing. It explains why they were dead set against the NDP amendment to this, because that's who they're trying, that's their base. Developers. People that build things. Developers. It's fine. We should be supportive of developers, but it shouldn't be the only area that we look at. So when we talk about developing housing affordability, we also need to talk about affordable housing. The term that the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London was trying to get was rent geared to income. A lot of people out there need their rent geared to their income. Severing off land, selling it to developers who are going to build houses are not going to help the problem of people who need rent that is geared to their income. The other issue that I wanted to go back to was how the member from Edmonton Riverbend criticized me earlier this morning as though I was part of the problem that we're now in when I was on City Council because we weren't able to tackle this problem as a municipal government. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. A member of Parliament, through one statement, has broadly accused every city council out there in the country that has a problem with housing for creating this problem. Well, I'd like to educate that member from Edmonton Riverbend on what I went through. My first introduction into politics, Mr. Speaker, was actually on the Affordable Housing Development Committee in the city of Kingston. And you know who brought forward money in order to enable that government, Mr. Speaker? It was the Dalton McGuinty Liberal, provincial Liberal government that did that. And I brought this up earlier, and the member from Edmonton Riverbend started saying, oh, you want to lump yourself in with the McGuinty-Wynne governments? They were the only ones that were doing anything for housing, Mr. Speaker. Stephen Harper wouldn't put any money into housing. I sat on the committee that actually received the funding from the provincial government and used it to build housing in the Kingston area. Not a dime came from the feds. It all came from the province. So for this Conservative government to somehow accuse city councils throughout the country of creating this problem, when the government, or the previous government that party had formed, played a major role in limiting the funds, I think is so extremely disingenuous. You know, the member from Kenora accused me of political grandstanding. Read the first line in this motion if you want to talk about political grandstanding, implying that governments are failing. This is the problem with Conservative motions. They always do this. They bring in these motions that have this one clause that they know will never support, and then try to put in a bunch of reasonable clauses, not because they actually think it will get passed, but they want to later on say, well, we brought forward this and we talked about capital gains, but the Liberals wouldn't vote for it. See, told you that what they were doing all along. This is the problem with these opposition motions from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Every time they bring them here, they don't actually expect them to pass. All they're trying to do is trying to create ammunition for their next political fight, which is disingenuous to what they're supposed to be doing in this place, which is actually helping the problems that Canadians are having, and they refuse to do that. I feel bad for the Bloc because I think that the Bloc came into today thinking, yeah, we'll support this, makes sense. But as the day's been going on and the holes have been shot right through this opposition motion, they're probably starting to think, well, how can we possibly reassess our position on this? In any event, don't feel, well, I do nonetheless. In any event, Mr. Speaker, I have appreciated the time that I've had to speak on this today. This is unfortunately not a motion that I'm going to be able to support, no surprise to the Conservatives, but nonetheless, this government will continue to fight for Canadians and make sure that we can bring in as much housing supply as we possibly can.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you in the chair, as always. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the majority of his speech. It was on mute in the back, so I apologize to the member, but I can probably guess some of the things he said. So let me start from there. He's had better days in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. First of all, he ties himself to the Kathleen Wynne Liberals right off the bat. He brings up his failed tenure as mayor of Kingston, and has yet to recognize that young families cannot afford a home in this country. So, to the member, maybe pick a different day to show up when this day has just been a terrible day for him.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
He should have kept it on mute and not even become aware that I was out here with that question. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty were giving the city's money to build housing. Stephen Harper, his prime minister at the time, was not doing that.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my honourable colleague, but I feel like I always hear the same thing from that side of the House. I've been here for 6 years, and they've been in power for 6 years. And for 6 years, when things don't work well, they say it's the Conservatives' fault. Of course, the Conservatives say the same thing about the Liberals. But ultimately, it all bothers me. Why can't we agree sometimes? Here, this Conservative motion is on a major problem. I am not at all a Conservative, but we will support this motion. We think that this motion makes sense, and we think it can get us out of our current quagmire. So doesn't my colleague agree that his party should take a step in the right direction, show good faith, and say, yes, we will support our Conservative colleagues on this, because for the first time in 6 years, we'll have done something that makes sense. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The cozy coalition between the Conservatives and the Bloc continues. Listen, the member just said, Mr. Speaker, he said that the motion makes sense. The motion calls for 15% of the 41 million hectares of federal land, of which 97% are in environment, Parks Canada, and national defense. So my question back to the member is, can he tell us what part of those lands in Quebec he wants to give up in order to make this motion successful?
Well, obviously the member knows that's not how it works here. So questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to start by thanking the honourable member for the, for the defence of the municipalities and the city councillors in this country. They have been tirelessly working to find ways to get housing on the ground, whether it's variances, density bonuses, housing affordability funds, because the federal government has not come forward with the funding that's needed. So I thank him for those comments. I wanted to talk about the 15% again. In my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, we recently had federal post office closed down, an excellent building, an excellent location, walkable to parks and services and schools. So I just wonder how much real estate is available for this kind of redevelopment.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, that's an excellent question, and she's right. There are city councils throughout this country that have been working tirelessly to build affordable housing throughout this country. And for the member from Edmonton Riverbend to suggest that it's their fault that this all happened, I think is ludicrous. But to her question, that is an excellent point. And as the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government Health Leader said earlier, we already have an initiative in place like this. We have a land bank, basically, where surplus federal land will go. There is a process to divest of that land that I believe the process, at least when I was on municipal council, was first it's offered to the province, then to the municipalities. we can perhaps talk about adjusting that. How do we change that to be more effective at distributing these surplus lands? Because she is absolutely right. That is going to be where the success is when we find these parcels of property that are in highly dense areas and retrofit and rebuild those, not looking for land of the 15% of the land of the 41 million acres that the federal government owns.
Before continuing debate, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, Regional Economic Development. Second one will be Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre on Climate Change. La troisième, l'honorable.
Third, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte, the Economy.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you on your new role. Affordable housing and the high cost of safe and suitable housing is one of the biggest issues for the residents of my riding of Scarborough Centre. So I welcome the opportunity to speak to this pressing issue and share some of the solutions our government is already working on, which, unlike the few actual specifics proposed in this motion, actually can and are addressing this issue in a serious and meaningful way. Our government is committed to ensuring that Canada's communities are healthy, sustainable, and productive places to live and prosper. An essential part of attaining that goal is making housing affordable and accessible. In the speech from the throne, we have committed to further investment in housing that will see more units built, increase affordable housing, and ultimately put an end to chronic homelessness in Canada. In fact, investments in affordable housing are front and center in our government's effort to build diverse, inclusive communities that strengthen our economy and support our continued prosperity. Everyone deserves a safe, secure, and affordable place to call home. Since 2015, our government has invested close to $30 billion in housing, and we have helped create more housing for over 1 million Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is why we introduced Canada's first ever National Housing Strategy in 2017, a 10-year, $72 billion plan that is improving housing affordability for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Strategy addresses housing security needs with an emphasis on populations made vulnerable, such as seniors, Indigenous people, and women and children fleeing domestic violence. And by supporting climate-compatible, resilient, and affordable housing, we are taking important steps to support Canada's climate change initiative. The National Housing Strategy will help ensure that the current and the next generation of affordable and community housing in Canada is sustainable and built to last. As part of the National Housing Strategy, we have introduced the Rapid Housing Initiative, a $2.5 billion program to finance the construction of modular housing, as well as the acquisition of land and the conversion of existing buildings to affordable housing. I had an opportunity earlier this year to take part in the announcement of a modular housing announcement in my riding with the City of Toronto, a 57-unit supportive housing site that will be managed by a non-profit housing provider. This is the kind of initiative that makes a real and immediate difference in the lives of people made vulnerable across Canada. Let me talk about another program, the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. This program has seen incredible uptake since it was launched 5 years ago, and it is making a real difference for middle-class Canadians. It is a well-known fact that there is a shortage of purpose-built rental supply in Canada. Many of our cities have extremely low vacancy rates. This has driven up prices to the point where the very people who make our cities run can no longer afford to live in them. We can't just keep pushing the middle class to the suburbs if we want vibrant, inclusive cities. I see this every day in Scarborough. Our rental stock is old and dated and ill-suited to the needs of the many multi-generation families that call Scarborough home. And people are afraid to move to a new rental housing that may be more suitable, as They just can't afford the massive increases in rent that they have been somewhat shielded from as long-term tenant in their current rental unit. The Rental Construction Financing Initiative addresses this exact problem. It gives developers low-cost loans during the riskiest phases of construction. This helps developers to better predict costs, and they are more incentivized to build rental projects, all while meeting important criteria in terms of affordability, accessibility, and energy efficiency. From the beginning, the program generated great interest from the housing sector. To meet the growing demand, we increased our investments to $13.75 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that when the Rental Construction Financing Initiative comes to an end in 2028, the $26 billion invested will have created more than 71,000 new rental housing units across this country. Or in other words, 71,000 more middle-class families will be able to find housing that they can afford in the cities where they live. We are taking steps to make housing more accessible, more sustainable, and more affordable. These investments will give Canadians a healthier, greener, and more affordable place to call home. And we are helping communities implement more permanent housing solutions by providing them with the flexibility to direct funds towards local priority areas as part of their response to this pandemic. We have heard the concerns of Canadians. They want us to do our part to ensure they have affordable options wherever they are on the housing continuum. We know that housing affordability is a priority for people across Canada, as it is the priority for this government. When I look at the motion from the opposition, I don't see much that will help my constituents in Scarborough. We don't have surplus federal land. Our government is implementing, as of January 1st, 2022, a national tax on non-resident, non-Canadian owners of vacant, underused housing, and we will extend this to include foreign-owned vacant land within large urban areas. We also committed in our platform to temporarily ban new foreign ownership in Canadian housing to ensure that Canadians have more access to purchasing homes. The idea of a capital gains tax on the sale of a primary residence has never been considered by our government. It's a conservative fiction designed to distract from their own lack of serious ideas and a decade of conservative government where they abandon any federal role in housing. And they again decry the support that our government provided to Canadians during this pandemic. This $400 billion they villainize in this motion is money that allowed people in Scarborough and across Canada to make their mortgages and rent payments during the height of the pandemic. It allowed businesses to keep staff on their payroll and stay in business and keep their doors open in the darkest hours. These programs literally allowed people to stay in their homes. Mr. Speaker, how can you say you want to solve the housing crisis when you oppose helping people keep their homes during a pandemic? On this side of the House, we are taking strong action to make a real difference in the lives of families. We laid out that plan in the recent speech from the throne. The government will help families buy their first home sooner with a more flexible first-time home buyers incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing the closing cost for first-time home buyers. The $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund will increase the supply of the housing. We are building stronger communities in which people can live, play, work, and do business. And we are committed to working with the municipalities and the provinces and territories as partners to address this housing crisis. Canadians expect serious leadership and collaboration, and that's what we will deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's going to have to explain something to me. 70,000 new units over the next few years, okay, and it's supposedly energy efficient. Well, in Quebec alone, we need 50,000 new units in the next few years. So can someone explain this?
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for this question. Yes, there is a need for more housing units to be built. And that's why in this mandate, we are proposing a $4 billion housing accelerator fund that will help to increase the supply of the housing. That's why we are making easier for the new home buyers to buy their new homes through flexible first-time home buyers incentive. We are trying to reduce the closing costs, and we are trying to create a new program, which is rent-to-own program. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, we have an incredible organization, the Aboriginal Coalition to End Homelessness. They do incredible work in our community, but they need permanent, stable core funding. And Indigenous advocates and the NDP have been calling on this government to develop and to fund a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy. And although the funding component is critically important, it's also important that Indigenous people be directly involved in developing and governing the strategy. So my question is to the member, why hasn't this happened yet? The Liberals have been in power for 6 years, and will the member commit to pushing her government for a by Indigenous, for Indigenous housing strategy?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. And it is really very important that we have a housing plan for the Indigenous people. We have invested into a plan for Indigenous people. The National Housing Strategy targets many groups like seniors, Indigenous people, women and children fleeing home. And I look forward to working with my colleague to make sure that we have more housing built for the Indigenous people.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech. She's my neighbor just down the street. And I was wondering if she could comment on the government's proposals to make things more affordable. I'm getting a lot of complaints from young people. And to put it into perspective, in 2015 in Oshawa, the average price of a home was $362,958,000. The prediction for this March coming up is going to be over $1 million, 1,157,000. And for young people, many of them are complaining that this dream of home ownership is out of reach. It's getting to a point where they just don't see a way of making it happen. Could she explain her government's plan for young people specifically?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you. I would like to thank the honourable member from Ontario, Oshawa, for his question. And yes, we are seeing inflation, and it's a global phenomena. And I would ask my honourable member, if you really want to help the Ontario families, it is really very important you talk to your conservative cousins in the Ontario government to sign on $10 a day care, because a $10 daycare program will give more money in the hands of the families in Ontario. They will save approximately $1,000 every month if the Ontario government is there to sign that $10 daycare and early learning program. It will be a direct money to buy groceries, better, healthier groceries, to put their kids into programs. Thank you.
We have time for one more quick one. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really, my ears perked up when I heard the inclusive housing, so thank you so much for those comments. I have two amazing disability advocates in my area that remind me often that the BC Building Code makes accessibility optional. They need protection in the National Building Code, so I just wanted to leave that comment with the member. But I also wanted to just touch on to the purpose-built rental and the fact that it's not accessible to not-for-profit groups. Is the government aware aware of the limitations for not-for-profits and co-ops to access the rental construction financing initiative because you need to bring collateral?
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre, and a very short answer.
Thank you. I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. It is really very important that all levels of government work together to make sure that we have more housing built in Canada. Like the federal government should be a partner and should work along the municipalities as well as the provinces to make sure that we can help those who want to build like affordable housing for Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in this House to speak today to an issue that people in the Great Riding of Thornhill and across the country see as a priority. I'm also letting you know that I'm going to be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Mégantic-Érable. Mr. Speaker, we have a housing crisis. This country is facing a severe housing shortage, contributing to unprecedented increases in housing prices in almost every part of the country, including one of the hardest hit regions in this country, the GTA. The government simply can't ignore this, and I've heard it on the campaign. I hear it in my constituency. I hear it from many young people who continue to inspire me, but whose dream of home ownership is falling further and further out of reach. Some even laugh at me when I suggest a future in which they own a home anywhere near my riding. And worse, I think prospective home buyers have started tempering their expectations. I never thought that I would describe this country as a land of tempering expectations. But here we are. And in my community, Mr. Speaker, the biggest fear for parents and their constant refrain is that my kids can't afford to live in the same neighborhood they grew up in. I hear it over and over again. My kids can't afford to live here, full stop. And there's a bigger issue in all of this. And when you can't afford to live where you grew up, when you're priced out of the market, there is deep, deep impacts on families and on the community. Its impacts on the connection between us, between one another. And it has deep impacts on our connections to institutions that help build our communities, our churches, our synagogues, our senior centers, the connection points that do the work that government can't and never should are further out of reach. And so we live further from our parents and we see them less and they see us less, not because we don't want to, but because we've been priced out. So when many are leaving the communities entirely, they're moving to more affordable parts of the country, wherever those places may be. It doesn't sound like there are very many, and they're driving the prices up there and starting the same cycle. So there was a billboard in downtown Toronto that said, "Can't afford a house? Get richer parents." And while this might be tongue-in-cheek, it's not untrue. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. I don't have rich parents. Most Canadians don't have rich parents. Well, I suppose some do, but most don't. The real estate forecast in Toronto and in my riding at its gates will see huge gains next year. The average price is expected to hit $1.16 million. Wow. In October, that's up 10% this year. Over the past year, the average sale price increased 7%. That's 7% higher than the almost $1.2 million that it's going to take to break into the market. So you're going to need some very, very rich parents to break into that housing market. And the government will tell you that this is all a product of global inflation and supply chains and whatever the buzzwords of the week happen to be. But this side of the House continues to point out over and over again, with the hopes that one day this government will realize that land prices aren't actually tied to global supply chains. So the Prime Minister's failed to take action and address the growing housing and affordability crisis in Canada. In fact, home prices have reached record levels. As I just said, prices have risen under this government by more than 20%. So the government had 6 years to fix the rising home prices in Canada, but the problem has only gotten worse. And instead of putting forward policies to build homes, the government has doubled down on failed policy and pumped billions of taxpayer dollars into a national housing strategy. The national housing strategy from the government has actually resulted in higher home prices. So the government's affordable housing strategy has built housing units that are actually more expensive than the average rent. That's right, more expensive, not less. So you'll hear the government brag about spending money on this issue, and record amount of cash, actually. And yet $1.2 million for a starter home in my riding is a record that nobody wanted to break. It's one that we can't actually afford to break. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the wrong metric. You can never define the success of a federal strategy with the number of tax dollars that the government can spend. The metric should be the number of Canadians who are able to access the home that they need, the home that they want. So, with all of those tax dollars, the promise to build and repair over 1 million homes, construction is actually down from the last election to this past one, and that means things are actually getting worse. So, Mr. Speaker, our motion today touches on something very serious. There's a lot of foreign money flowing into Canada's housing market. Some of this being funded through money laundering and proceeds of crimes. In some cases, foreign investors are sitting on the investments and leaving homes empty. 1.3 million. That's how many empty homes there are in Canada. I'll repeat that, 1.3 million. So obviously we know that this pushes prices up, putting home ownership further and further out of reach for more and more Canadians. And the government solution is to actually tax them 1%. So billionaires have this government on their Christmas card list because of how absolutely generous they are at the cost of Canadians. Today's motion offers something better for Canadians. It's to ban foreign ownership. Billionaires abroad won't like it, but Canadians will, and our motion today has solutions. In fact, so many of my colleagues have provided thoughtful solutions in this House. Take, for example, the vast amount of land and buildings the federal government owns. More than 37,000 of them. We've heard that number before, nearly 41 million hectares of land. It's a substantial amount of property and buildings that could immediately provide the municipalities and provinces with help on supply. This is, after all, a supply-side problem. These are tangible solutions, and we are faced with a government who simply spends more to get less. So I have more in the way of solutions, since I have some time. This is a government that can work well to tie in, well, what can work well is if we tie it to infrastructure funding, the building of houses. Infrastructure is dollars that they spend on housing supply. That is, if the infrastructure dollars ever get out the door. I know there's some trouble with that, but we suggested building more in high-density areas, working with municipalities who are already getting cash for infrastructures. And stakeholders agreed, and communities in which it would be built welcomed it. And it seems that the government also agreed, at least to announce them over and over again, stopping short of just building them. So this motion makes clear that we also never want the government to commit to introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residences. And for communities like mine, of whom, like my parents, came to this country in the 70s, fulfilled their dream of home ownership through hard work, and they didn't have the benefit of fancy financial advisors or a retirement savings plan. For them, the equity in their homes is their retirement plan. That's it. And that's how it is for many. And I'm sure that with that tax, you won't see very many home sales regardless. I hope that members opposite understand that this is not a phenomenon that exists just in Thornhill. It exists for many others. Mr. Speaker, I've heard all day from those who have tied themselves in knots with reasons to not support this motion. But I'll remind members that we've been talking about solutions. We've heard it from the member of Carleton, who apparently lives rent-free in the heads of the members opposite. Our own platform made commitments to increase the rate of home construction, to build 1 million homes over the next 3 years, to make homes more affordable by renewing the extensive real estate portfolio of the government, the largest property owner with over 37,000 buildings. And we are talking about buildings, Mr. Speaker, and releasing at least 15% of that so we can build some more homes. We talked about requiring municipalities receiving federal funding to tie them to high-density public transit, things like that. We brought forward the notion that encouraged Canadians to invest in rental homes by allowing the deferral of capital gains tax when selling a rental property. Imagine that from this government. There are many. We want to see a government committed also to making it easier to get a mortgage. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running out, and for those reasons and many others, and I'll be pleased to take questions, on this last opposition day of the year, I hope that members of this House support the review and consolidation of all federal real estate in order to make 15% of that available for development. I hope that members will vote to ban foreign investors from purchasing Canadian real estate and commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on primary residences ever.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank this member for her speech and her contribution to the debate today. I'm going to get right to the last point she made. She raised this issue about capital gains tax on principal residence. My question to her is why, when everybody on this side of the House has said every single opportunity that will never happen, the finance minister has said it will never happen. The prime minister has said it never happened. Will she commit to stop saying this when she knows it is not true, and the only reason they're doing it is purely for political purposes, because it doesn't help the debate in any constructive way on housing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and if that is not true, then I look forward to him supporting the motion.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Mirabel.
Mr. Speaker, in the Bloc Québécois, we made a very simple proposal at the last election. We proposed that the government, year after year, devote 1% of its expense budget to housing for affordable and social housing. I did not hear very much about people who are renting. There are more than 400,000 who pay 30% of their income for rent in Quebec. So what does my colleague propose for people who are renting, who don't have a house, and who have a problem of non-affordable housing?
Thornhill.
I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and do know that that this is part of a solution that needs to encompass all types of housing, including rental housing, including those who don't have housing, and including those social housing. I know that the honourable members on this side from my party had spoken about it. I look forward to engaging in a constructive conversation with the honourable member on solutions for the increased supply of rental housing as well.
A commentaire, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, but also for this motion today and to talk about housing. And I know right now that the government, we talked a lot about housing for all people. One thing I'm worried about is the homeless people right now in my riding. And the government rolled out their rapid housing initiative. They housed less than 5,000 people in their first round, their second round, same thing. There's over 200,000 people homeless right now, right across our country. Does my colleague agree that the government needs to rapidly scale up their contribution to the Rapid Housing Initiative so that they can house a lot more people? In terms of the rate and pace that they're going, it's going to take decades to house the homeless, the most vulnerable people in our country. And I'm hoping that she'll support that call to action.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you to the honourable member for his question. Look, our platform during the last election talked about re-implementing the Housing First plan to deal with this, and I think there are a lot of different measures that we want to see from the government. More investment in mental health, more investment in a strategy on addiction and wraparound services, on recovery, because there are some core issues that I think affect some of that population, and I think there could be a lot more done on the periphery of this, including the re-engaging in the Housing First plan.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to follow up. Today, after question period, there was a question for unanimous consent, and that unanimous consent would have meant that a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residence would be a no-go factor. The Liberal government said we wanted the Conservatives to be on side to vote against it, but the Conservatives denied that motion to even come forward. So my question to the member is, does she not recognize that there seems to be a lot of hypocrisy nowadays coming from the Conservative Party? Explain the 15% of land that is going to be available. What parks are you going to shut down or ultimately take land from in order to fulfill that commitment?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Very much for the question. I'll first start by asking the member opposite to read the motion. I know my colleague just read it into the record again, and he knows very well that he was talking about buildings. But I know that it's been, it was 62 days after the last election before we recalled everybody to this place, and you might have forgotten that that promise was actually in the Liberal Party platform. So if you, it's on page 13 if the member opposite wants to revisit it, and if he, if he believes that, that he is against this today, as he wasn't during the last election, then I look forward to him supporting the motion today.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important to remind everyone why we are here today to discuss this issue. The opposition considers it extremely important to address this cost of living crisis. Everything is more expensive, and housing in particular. My colleague for Edmonton Riverbend, who was behind me a few moments ago, he's not there now, but I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure he would agree with me. He tabled a motion that is essential for all Canadians. I'll take 2 minutes to read it. That given that the government has failed to increase the housing supply in Canada, the government's $400 billion of new spending has produced a surge of inflationary pressure that has driven home prices more than 30% above pre-pandemic levels. The House call on the government to A, review and consolidate all federal real estate and properties in Canada in order to make at least 15% available for residential development, B, ban foreign investors from purchasing Canadian real estate, and C, commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residences. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. The motion. Oh, thank you. My colleague. Thank you. My colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière just sent me a little note. Well, there's breaking news. It's a press release that was just issued by one of my colleagues, the Minister for the Shadow Cabinet responsible for finance, the member for Carleton, that inflation is coming to a grocery store near you. Families will have to pay $1,000 more to eat in 2022. Inflation is skyrocketing. 80% of Canadians are saying that the cost of living crisis is making their life less affordable. 60% of families with children under the age of 18 are afraid that they will not have enough money to feed themselves. And the situation is getting worse. The Prime Minister's inflation tax is leaving less money in the pockets of Canadians, and inflation will get worse. The government is increasing the cost of living. More dollars are being spent to buy more, the same amount of goods means that is a sign that prices are rising. And that's what we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. We have a report that is showing that the cost of living, not only for housing, but for all of society, will increase, particularly when it comes to groceries. We see that here. It's worrying, and I will quote the last sentence. It is clear that the Conservatives are the only party seeking to bring prices down, fight the increase in food prices, and put an end to just inflation. There you go, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière for having handed me this press release that was very important to share with all of my colleagues in the House of Commons, because that is what we were talking about here. We're talking about the cost of living. We're talking about young families who are having a hard time making ends meet, that are stretching their resources, and they're trying to give a good life to their families. And that is something that more and more young families are facing. It is hard for them to have access to property. The leader of the official opposition revealed today that just yesterday, a poll said that half of Canadians under the age of 30 had given up on the dream of becoming homeowners. half of Canadians under 30 have given up on that dream. Then we're talking about Canada, where we have vast spaces, where we have room for everyone, where everyone should be able to access that dream. When half of young people under the age of 30 give up on the dream of ever owning a home, well, I think that society has a problem. And as if that weren't enough, in the coming days, years, it'll become even harder to realize that dream because real estate prices are going to rise more, 9% next year. That's the forecast. And if you look at the increase in interest rates that we're expecting, well, the dream of becoming homeowners just becomes more and more remote. I was trying to get together some information to see how we can actually give young families hope and tell them, well, wait, there is hope. Someday you will be able to think about becoming homeowners. But despite my research and despite analysis and despite requests at banks and financial services, I do not actually see a point in the future where that would be the case with the Liberal government in power. I would like to quote from the Bank of Canada with regard to housing affordability. It's a study that was carried out by Cal Dams and Alexandre Ducharme. And I'll quote just a passage. It's a sizable study. Access to property in Canada has decreased by 1.7 points in this third quarter of 2021. It's the third time this has happened since the beginning of the year. And in the last 12 months, accessibility has decreased the most in 10 years. I will say it again. In the last 12 months, access to property has decreased the most in a decade. It's 46.3% of a household's income is required to pay a mortgage. An average-priced home in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is not good news. And I have more such information because I did do my research. I was trying to give hope back to young families with people under 30, and there was an investigation by the group of renter associations in Quebec that shows that scarcity of rental units has increased costs, that the government's costs don't show that. So we're seeing figures, but the reality is even worse than the figures that we have. And that is what was published in a study that was published in June 2021. According to the study by the group, 49% is the gap between reality and what the CMHC is saying. So when we talk about $302,000 is 8% higher. In Sherbrooke, Trois-Rivières, and Granby, the situation is untenable because prices have gone up there too. The situation is difficult because we're talking about a 12% increase compared to last year when it comes to housing. Mr. Speaker, other cities in Quebec have been affected. Granby, rents are higher by 15%. 10% higher in Drummondville, Joliette, Saint-Hyacinthe, Victoriaville. The list goes on. An article on the 8th of December, it's very recent, in the Devoir, says that housing has been going up by 21% in the Montreal region. And the listings are fewer, but the prices have gone up by over 20% compared to just last year, not compared to 6 years ago, compared to last year. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. And that's the Professional Association of Real Estate Agents of Quebec. These people know what they're talking about because they sell houses. They are the ones engaging in the transactions, so they must know what they're talking about. 15%, that's the increase in the price of 2 to 5 room apartments. Co-properties, $374,000 more. That's what it costs. I have more examples. I have, unfortunately, many many pages filled with bad examples that will discourage Canadians and young families and deprive them of any hope of being able to buy a house. Mr. Speaker, the motion that we have before us is simple, it's clear, and it requests the government to act after 6 years of inaction. In my opinion, if the government means what it says about wanting to give young families under the ages of 30 the ability to realize their dreams of buying a horse, well, they should support the motion and vote with the opposition, with the Bloc Québécois, to support the motion. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it very difficult to support the motion for many different reasons in which I've articulated earlier today. But what I'm asking for the member to recognize that if we are going to be successful at overcoming the housing crisis in Canada, the national government has been at the table historically. This Prime Minister and this government, we have never seen the type of dollars, financial resources, and commitment brought to this particular issue in generations. You'd have to go back 60, 70 years. So we got a Prime Minister and a government that's committed to the housing file. But we also need provincial governments and municipal governments. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts on how important it is that provinces and cities continue to work with the national government to try to resolve this issue.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Member tried to be elected in a municipal government instead of being here. Maybe he will see what is the responsibility and the roles of each and every level of government. We are here in this house to talk about this government, this Prime Minister, this Minister of Finance, who make life unaffordable for so much Canadians that they cannot dream again for buying a new house, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was talking about being able to access a first home. Earlier this summer, the Liberals were saying that for people under 40, they could put $40,000 in a savings account with no taxes. But that sounded much more like a gift for the wealthy, because there aren't that many people under 40 these days who can afford to do that. Ultimately, it might help more just parents, wealthy parents who give that money to their children to ultimately contribute to their wealth. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about those who really need help to buy a first home. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can continue in the same vein. I was once a mayor. When the government injects a lot of money into an area, whether housing, construction, infrastructure, what happens then? Prices skyrocket. And this government, this Prime Minister's, this Finance Minister's solution, what we always hear from the Liberals is always, well, we're going to invest more money. And the result is that never before in Canada's history has it been so inaccessible to buy a house before 30. This government thinks money is the answer to everything. But no, we need a better thought out solution, something more robust, and something that's more appropriate for young families today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. My NDP colleagues and I support the ban on foreign home buyers and remain committed to not introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of primary residence. But this motion is crafted in a way that would actually allow governments to give up federal land to rich developers, potentially for luxury condos. And I think the member would agree that that is not what we want. That's not what will fix the housing crisis. Wouldn't it be better to ensure that we have public housing, non-market housing, or at the very least, strict affordability criteria for any development from federal lands? And the Conservatives, while they were in power, decreased investments in co-ops and social housing and didn't announce any plans to restore or expand the funds stemming from the expiration of operating agreements. So Will the member admit that this was a mistake and that actually we need more co-ops, more public housing, more non-market housing?
Le député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me look back at the motion. Review housing properties belonging to the federal government with the goal to borrow 15% for residential construction. Well, I don't see where in the motion there's any mention of favoring one group over another, Mr. Speaker. I think the motion is clear. Clearly, the motion is stating that the government should make at least 15% available for residential development to offer more housing to Canadians. I don't see anything in this motion about promoting one group over another. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start by saying that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, whose mother is here today. Mr. Speaker, when I found out that we would be talking about housing today, as an economist, I thought immediately of a number. 100,000. 100,000 units of housing, Madam Speaker, is the number of housing units additional housing units that we need here in Canada to ensure that our housing to population ratio becomes the same as in 2016. That means that since the Liberals arrived, even though they like to blame everything on the legacy of the Harper government, we have accumulated a deficit of 100,000 housing units. This crisis has been going on since 2016, and in fact, well before that. We blame many things on the pandemic, Madam Speaker, but the crisis has been going on for some time. In 1994, the Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin Liberals not only decided to get rid of their deficit on the backs of the provinces, but also stopped investing in social housing. Ever since then, there has been a housing deficit of 80,000 units. And ultimately, we're talking about houses, buildings, that once they've been built will be there for 100 or 200 years. There was a housing crisis well before the current crisis, and everything was in exactly the right position. It was already hard enough to keep a housing bubble from developing. So everything was exactly in a position to have caused us to fear any shock to the economy, and that's exactly what happened. The COVID pandemic happened, and indeed, exactly as we could have foreseen, there were lockdowns, people had to stay home, and what happened? People's preferences, their relationship with their space changed. We cannot blame Quebecers or Canadians for having decided that it was time for a bigger yard or bigger house. Therefore, a crisis that initially had been in our large metropolitan areas, as we know from statistics, that's how that crisis ended up spreading to the nearest suburb, then the next nearest, then the farther one out, and then finally into our rural farming areas. And now we even have a lack of housing availability when it comes to little fishing pond shacks. And yet now the recovery is starting. We want to increase immigration. Foreign students are coming back. We're having labor problems, labor recruitment problems. We do believe that immigration is the future of Quebec, the future of our economy. When we look at the ratio of housing to the population, well, it's pretty clear that this Liberal government wants the future to be sleeping in the street. Now, even though I have shown that the situation has got worse during their reign, the Liberals will immediately reply that they've done everything they can. They've told us that they invested $70 billion in the National Housing Strategy. I'm arguing in good faith, so I went to look at it. But when you look at the numbers, it's actually only half of that. half of it from the federal government and the other $35 billion from other stakeholders. Okay, but this government will say, well, it's at least $35 billion to help people who are having trouble getting housing. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, most of that money isn't actual grants, it's just loans. But all right, the government will say, well, it's something. And yet, when you look at the numbers once again, then you'll see that 25% of the program funds haven't yet been invested in anything specific. And for the money that has been earmarked, that doesn't necessarily mean that there are shovels in the ground. And 6.3% of the rental housing construction fund, 6.3%, if it were a political survey, that's essentially within that's essentially with a margin of error for zero. So ultimately, only a tiny amount has actually been earmarked. They may say it's better than nothing, but for many years now, we haven't been getting anything because Quebec has been asking for that money to be transferred so that it can be invested under the Quebec model, so that we can help people while they still need it. And yet we've been waiting for 3 years. Why? Because Ottawa wants to make sure that there's a nice maple leaf on the corner of the check. They want to be able to make announcements. And yet people in Quebec haven't even been able to watch these announcements because they didn't have even a living room to watch the announcement on TV on. That's why I will support this motion. I think the situation is crucial. I think we need to talk more about this. I think it needs to be constructive. We need dialogue. And that is why I will be supporting the spirit of the motion. Now, I will move on to the Conservatives. There are ambiguities in this motion. If you look at this motion, in the Conservatives' quixotic battle against just inflation, there is some verbal inflation. I would even call it error inflation. If you look at the preamble of the motion, it sounds to let the Conservatives tell it, it sounds like the Liberals went to the bank, loaded up entire airplanes with cash, and just started sprinkling it everywhere, and that the Conservatives never wanted to help people during the pandemic. I would remind colleagues that this was nonpartisan and that everyone wanted to help Canadians. That doesn't mean there weren't mistakes. That doesn't mean there was enough accountability. Perhaps the assistance lacked too long. Perhaps it wasn't targeted enough. Yes, that may be. All of that may be true, but everyone agreed to it. Which may mean that the Conservatives are not as ready as the Bloc Québécois to help people who are in a vulnerable situation. For example, when it comes to federal lands, well, they may ask us what lands we want. Well, I'd say I would like to get Mirabel back. But in any case, when we decide to build more housing and offer more housing, because we do need to increase the supply, well, we really need to start with those who need it the most. That's what really matters, Madam Speaker. They may say that there's a trickle-down effect and that if you build $1 million house, then a wealthy family will move into it, and then a smaller house will be freed up for a less wealthy family, and so on. And that ultimately, it will free up a little apartment for the most needy Canadians. And so that it all ends up trickling down. But the problem is that it trickles way too slowly. And during that time, people are still suffering. And meanwhile, there are 100,000 households in Quebec that are devoting more than 30% of their income to their rent. That's unacceptable. Yes, I support this measure because I think it shows some introspection on the part of the Conservatives, because they also did a great deal of harm during the Harper period. I support the motion, and I'll say to the Liberals, some action was taken, but what they did was extremely flawed, and much more flawed than they're ready to admit. We need this introspection. Because while this drags on and on, while it takes too long, while negotiations with Quebec drag on, while we're waiting for a Quebec strategy in the image of Quebec, too many people are waiting and suffering. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Conservative Bloc coalition is somewhat demonstrated through this motion. And I kind of feel sorry for the Bloc in the sense that the Conservatives obviously didn't share the motion with you before instructing you to support the motion, because no doubt there would have been some changes, because we heard that from a couple of members from the Bloc indicating, Madam Speaker, that there are flaws in the motion. I'm not going to vote for this motion because I believe it is fundamentally flawed. I don't see where the positive of misleading Canadians is out of this particular motion. I don't believe that we should be looking at closing down some of the parklands to provide additional housing. These are the type of things that are incorporated along with other misleading information. My question is, does the member not recognize that, yes, the federal government does have a role, and I'm glad the Bloc are conceding that. The federal government does have a role to play on housing, but so does the provincial governments and municipal governments, and what we can be doing is talking to MLAs, city councillors, working.
Unfortunately, I will have to allow for other questions. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. I know that my colleague is a gentleman, but today he surprised even me by his magnanimity. I'd like to thank him for his question. Of course there's a role here. I would love it if Quebecers could get 100% of their revenue and not have to share it with Ottawa. And it's unfortunate that we even have to ask for it. Quebec has its own housing priorities. The Quebec government is familiar with its own community and social system. Quebec has its own strategies, and it is because of this problem that we're having this very issue. I would ask the government to just transfer the money. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think the member is a very spirited debate, and I think this is just great that we're talking about housing as a whole. Now, I'm not sure about Quebec, but in Toronto, right now, to start and finish an apartment building is taking about 10 years. 10 years through planning processes, planning. We're not even talking about the amount of time it takes to talk about it even in this House. But my question to the member is, does it not make sense in this motion that we're taking the federal buildings that are available now, today, that are up, and talking about their various uses and making them into housing? Does that make sense? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He talked about how long it takes to build a building. With the National Housing Strategy, they were saying we'll fix everything in the world within 5 years. And yet, those problems have been building up since the Chrétien era. We'll need to be patient. Now, we know that these motions are a way to make proposals to the government. And I think it's healthy to review these real estate units, Madam Speaker. And in fact, it's problematic that the government doesn't have its own inventory of its properties. I think it's sensible to evaluate them first.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel. My question. I believe he used to be an economist. There are not many MPs who were economists. So what I would like to mention is that in this Conservative motion, there is no mention of homeless people. How does he feel we should protect the most vulnerable in our society? The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has never claimed that this motion fixes every single problem and all problematic aspects of the housing crisis, especially for the most vulnerable. But what I will say, as many times as is necessary, is that the government of Quebec, which is responsible for municipalities, is much more familiar with its communities and with people in Quebec. And it is the government of Quebec that is in a much better position to create a strategy. Unfortunately, the money is in Ottawa, which means we have to negotiate.
Reprise le débat.
But I'll be pleased to negotiate with my very kind colleague on the Liberal side. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I think my honourable colleague stole my thunder a little bit, but I would like to greet my mother who's here. I would just say that the honourable member cannot mention anyone here present in the House, whether or not it's an MP. Very well. There is a woman here in the House who is very inspiring for me.
Especially when it comes to housing and social housing. My mother has inspired me. She's inspired me politically. When we were young, we participated in walks and movements. She really contributed to my young activist DNA. So thanks to her. Madam Speaker, everywhere in Quebec and in Canada, families are increasingly having difficulty finding affordable and adequate housing. The demand for housing is massive, and for affordable housing, it's even greater. In Quebec, statistics have shown that we need 50,000 new housing units in the next 5 years to address the current housing crisis. In my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, housing needs are dire. In fact, in 2019, the vacancy rate in some towns in Abitibi-Témiscamingue hit about 1%. For example, just to describe the gravity of the situation, between 2005 and 2013, in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, in some towns like Rouyn-Noranda, Amos, and Val-d'Or, vacancy rates were between 0.8% and 1%. What's worse is that sometimes after a fire or when we welcome newcomers, families without housing, unfortunately, have to temporarily stay in our schools. Now, in 2021, the vacancy rate is approximately 1%. In Rouyn-Noranda, in my riding, when there's a new listing for an affordable unit posted on social media, it's rented so quickly, sometimes in less than half an hour. Landlords, as soon as they post a listing, within an hour, they get 20 or 30 requests to visit the property. The housing crisis is partially directly related to the federal government's lack of action when it comes to social housing, and that is for the past 20 to 25 years, this lack of action. I feel that everyone in my riding deserves a place to call home, a place that is safe and affordable. The Bloc Québécois thus supports the Conservative motion. We need to take action, and quickly. There are deeper problems. There is a chronic lack of housing in the housing supply. It's essential that we thus build more housing. We cannot wait any longer. Because we know that demand for housing will continue to increase in the next few years, the federal government must quickly find innovative ways to boost home building, especially social housing, community housing, and truly affordable housing. Increasing the housing supply would decrease rent prices and prices for different types of housing. Quebecers and Canadians would benefit from decreased prices, especially less well-off Canadians. For the Bloc Québécois, we feel that the lack of affordable housing is contributing to businesses' lack of ability to attract and retain workers in Quebec's regions, and especially in my region. Every day, I talk with stakeholders in my riding. They tell me how hard it is to attract people and retain people to work in our ridings because of the lack of housing. Businesses are trying very hard to recruit people to come from other areas and move to their areas, but it's so hard to retain workers. One of the main causes why this is so difficult is lack of affordable housing and appropriate, adequate housing. Our recovery and development is at stake here. Also at stake, land use and growth and development. This situation is a human issue. Many groups in our society are affected. For example, immigrants and newcomers. They arrive and have great difficulty settling because they don't have a network of contacts and support. This also affects seniors with precarious income, as well as young families who can't find big enough housing units, or Canadians with low incomes who pay 30% of their income for housing. Housing is a basic right. I think the federal government seems to have forgotten that. I'd also like to talk to you about First Nations and Indigenous communities. Picogan, for example, receives federal funding for 1.5 houses per year. Currently, Picogan needs over 60 houses. In Lac-Simon, they need 90 new houses. The community is experiencing demographic growth. Some households, though, there are 15, 20 people living in them. In Picogan and Lac-Simon, there are kids who are sleeping in other homes, like in family friends' homes, because there's not enough space in their own homes. There are a lot of psychological consequences of this. This is a reality in these communities. And I believe this is the situation in all of Quebec's Indigenous communities. The housing crisis has a major impact on quality of life, but also on the dignity of those who live in these communities. This causes many social problems caused by lack of space in houses and overcrowding. According to statistics, between 40 and 80,000 housing units need to be built on reserves. The federal government knows that, but funding is not sufficient to deal with the deterioration of housing units and the demographic booms on reserves. And the government knows that too. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report about affordable housing, evaluating federal government programs to help, the report says that the government is not managing to boost housing supply, despite having invested several $billions. The Bloc Québécois proposes that Ottawa invest progressively in social and affordable housing until 1% of federal government income is being used. This would be consistent and predictable funding rather than one-time deals. The federal government is not doing enough for social housing. Quebec is currently experiencing a dire, acute housing crisis. How did we get here? Well, let's talk about the National Housing Strategy. The negotiation periods lasted way too long. It took 3 years to get to a deal with Quebec, 3 years during which no funding was made available until such time as a deal was reached. There is chronic underfunding. Also, as always, with negotiated deals with the federal government wanted to impose its conditions. The government loves to put a Canadian flag on checks sent to Quebec for programs. The federal government keeps Quebec's taxpayer money and that with one hand, and with the other hand imposes conditions on Quebecers for programs. The federal government is not present enough when it comes to social housing. From the 90s through to now, Liberal and Conservative governments alike, it is essential to increase the housing supply. In fact, needs have been massive for a long time under Conservative and Liberal governments. And now the Conservative Party is tabling a motion to call on the government to increase housing units, but in fact the Conservatives are just as responsible as the Liberals are when it comes to responsibility for the deterioration of housing and lack of housing units. The Stephen Harper government really hurt the situation in 2015. Liberals and Conservative governments in power have in fact negatively impacted the economic development of Quebec and its regions. Whoever forms the government, Liberal or Conservatives, I'd like to remind my colleagues that they hold power. A deal was signed on October 6, 2020 for $3.7 billion. The Bloc Québécois does support the Conservative motion. That said, it's very harmful to Quebecers and to Quebec when the Liberals delay funding until a deal is reached. It's very harmful for Quebecers who are not well off. For several years now, we've just been trying to make up for lost time. Meanwhile, the crisis is worsening.
Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from the bloc for his speech. And I have a question for him. 37,000 buildings. The proposal is 15% of those buildings. You know, if that would roughly be equivalent to 5,500 buildings if you looked at it that way. Of course, they wouldn't all be in the same building, but that's roughly what we're talking about. Now, what we're not saying is that the federal government should just give these away. They could sell these buildings and potentially raise hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, that they could leverage into forward-looking new housing policy as well. Would my honourable friend not agree that this is a win-win in that regard?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do agree, and I support the motion in that regard, but we need to go a bit further back. During colonization, there was a certain way of proceeding, and the federal government should do things. If we want to bring down inflation and prices, we need to build more houses. We need to invest in our domestic markets. Currently, we're having a conflict on softwood lumber with the United States. Couldn't we invest in processing softwood lumber here at home without having to pay export tariffs? We need to develop our own economy, invest in our economy. For example, lumber processed and made in Abitibi-Témiscamingue should be used to build homes in my riding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Part of the problem is that members don't necessarily know. The example that was just given is actually happening today. There already is civil servants that are reviewing and looking at the buildings with the idea of conversion. In fact, the member that asked the question will know about Campion Barracks, former federal land now being converted Indigenous-led housing. Madam Speaker, this resolution or motion is fundamentally flawed. All sorts of misinformation, and the numbers just don't add up. Yet the bloc is cozy with the Conservatives, and they're supporting it blindly. My question to the member is, would he not have rather supported a motion that provided for co-op housing, other progressive measures, some of which the member himself referred to? Why not have that in a housing motion? A motion that has and calls upon the federal government to work with other stakeholders to make it happen. I'm wondering if he would prefer a motion of that nature as opposed to what he's obligated to vote in favor for today.
Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I would have liked to support is a speech from the throne prioritizing access to housing, social housing, community housing. The government has a duty to act on this. We in the Bloc Québécois work constructively. We make constructive proposals. For example, 1% of annual government revenues should be spent on building housing. This should be predictable, consistent funding. This would help build more housing. That is one idea, one suggestion. We should also create an acquisition fund that would help cooperatives and not-for-profits build to help them deal with competing with speculation. Those are some solutions that we have for the government. A brief question. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his excellent speech. I also commend the member for Mirabel for his speech. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable talked about Granby. Yes, we have similar issues. Granby has one of the most dire housing crises. The federal government should transfer money to provinces. We know how to handle housing in our provinces. The Liberals and Conservatives are fighting today. They've both underfunded for a long time. I participated in a debate on homelessness and poverty in my riding. I had many suggestions for the Eastern Townships, for Estrie, and there were no Liberals or Conservatives there. A brief reply. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Shefford, for her question. It is so essential that we act now. Funding was not available for 3 years until we had a deal. Now there is massive inflation, especially for building materials, and COVID has accentuated that. I don't want to be too dramatic, but if there hadn't been inaction for so many years, many more Quebecers would have roofs over their heads now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly an honour to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, to engage on the debate on this very serious topic. Off the top, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say I'll be splitting my time with the member from Bay of Quinte. I'm very proud to say that. So, Madam Speaker, I suspect every member of this place knows that the housing affordability crisis that face many Canadians. We all know it, and we certainly know that the Prime Minister knows of this. How do we know this? Well, let's go back to 2015, September 9th of 2015, in fact. On that day, the Liberal Party of Canada released a statement. Now, what did the headline say? Well, that the member for Papineau promised, and I quote, promises affordable housing for Canadians, end quote. It then went on to say, and I quote, we have a plan to make housing more affordable for those who need it most, end quote. Well, where's that plan? That was back in 2015. Today we know that there is no plan. Just the usual say-anything promises from a Prime Minister who never once himself faced an affordable housing crisis. What was worse, in 2017, this Prime Minister actually rated the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation the amount of $4 billion. That money came from CMHC premiums that first-time homebuyers paid. That money was meant for CMHC to help more first-time homebuyers. Instead, the Prime Minister rated that money for general revenue. That didn't help any first-time homebuyers. In 2019, with an election fast approaching and realizing he had gotten nowhere delivering on the affordable housing that he had promised in the 2015 election, the Prime Minister made another announcement. The first-time homebuyer incentive program that the Prime Minister promised, and I quote, would help 100,000 Canadian families buy their first home, end quote. In 2020, after the election, we learned that only 3,252 applications were made to CMHC, and of those, 2,730 were accepted. This program wasn't just a failure, it was a total disaster. But wait, Madam Speaker, there is more. In 2019, this Prime Minister also promised he would take on foreign buyers driving up housing costs, a promise he made right before the election. It is now 2021, soon to be 2022, and I ask any member of this House, do we have any measure from this Liberal government on taking on foreign buyers that are driving up housing costs? No. We have zero, none. Just another broken promise from this say-anything Prime Minister. And of course, we're not done yet, Madam Speaker, because in the last Parliament, we actually had yet another motion come before this place on affordable housing. Within that motion, it called for, and I quote, examine a temporary freeze on home purchases by non-resident foreign buyers who are squeezing Canadians out of the housing market, end quote. Not only a completely reasonable motion, but something that the Prime Minister himself promised Canadians he would do in 2019. But guess what happened? Do we even need to guess? Despite all the opposition parties voting for that motion, this Prime Minister voted against it. And of course, he whipped up his whole caucus to vote against it as well. Now, let's think about this for a moment. This is a Prime Minister who promised to take action on foreign buyers driving up housing costs, and then when he had the chance to vote for what he promised Canadians he would do, he turns around and votes against it. It is literally unconscionable. It is this type of thing, Madam Speaker, that creates cynicism and distrust from everyday Canadians over what goes on over here. Concerns, by the way, that this Prime Minister also professed that he cared about. But of course, it didn't just end there, did it? because during this most recent election, an election only called by the Prime Minister because he believed he could win a majority government, during this election he had the gall to say, and I quote again, "Houses shouldn't sit empty. So many Canadians are trying to buy a home. So we're going to ban foreign ownership in Canada for the next 2 years," end quote. I mean, seriously, this is the Prime Minister who in the 2019 election promised to take action against foreign buyers, who then, when presented with an affordable housing motion that will allow this Prime Minister to honor the very promise to Canadians that he made, he turns around and votes against his own promise. And then in yet another election, just 3 months after voting against taking action on foreign owners, what does he do? He promises once again that he will ban foreign ownership in Canada for the next 2 years. So to recap, make a promise, break that promise, make the promise again, vote against that promise, and then finally make the promise yet another time. I mean, Madam Speaker, who does that? I will tell you who. No one who is serious about taking action on affordable housing is who. This is 6 years of demonstrated inaction and failure, of broken promises, of blatant hypocrisy, of total failure. This Prime Minister is literally the Groundhog Day of failure when it comes to broken promises on affordable housing. So here we are again, debating yet another motion on affordable housing, because of course this Liberal government has made zero progress on affordable houses, and this motion is very reasonable, as was the last one, yet this Liberal government voted it down. The motion, among other measures, proposes to ban foreign investors from purchasing Canadian real estate. Not only did the Prime Minister promise to do this in the 2021 election, he also promised it again in 2019 during that election. Will this government vote for this motion or oppose it like they did last time? This motion also proposes that the government commit to never introducing a capital gains tax on the sale of a primary residence. Once again, this is something the Prime Minister has already promised he would never do. But of course, he also promised that he would never prorogue Parliament. We also know that this Prime Minister really doesn't care a lot about honoring his promises. However, we can hope this time that the Prime Minister will once vote for a motion that would allow him to keep his word to Canadians. Now, we also know the motion proposes to increase the housing supply in Canada, which, of course, this Prime Minister has promised repeatedly throughout his time in government. And ultimately, this motion is responsible and I think reasonable. That is to say, if this Prime Minister is actually serious about any of his promise or commitments to affordable housing, now I'm not quite certain after reviewing the case that I've made, Madam Speaker, that he is, mostly because it's hard to believe a Prime Minister who promised Canadians so much but has delivered so little. How people could think he'd actually be serious about his commitment on affordable housing. I mean, we know that this Prime Minister was serious about legalizing cannabis. Now, he got that done, and he got it done in his first term. But affordable housing? Nothing but broken promises. So in conclusion, let me say I will be voting in support of this motion. What is there to disagree with? Now, we have some members that are trying to make our suggestion about reviewing and then utilizing existing federal buildings of the 37,000 that currently exist that the federal government has in its inventory, many of them in urban centers like Vancouver, Toronto, Ottawa, Gatineau. There's so much there, Madam Speaker, that just 15% could be utilized. That's what we're talking about, not the outrageous claims by the member for Winnipeg North or Kingston and the Islands. So many of the proposed measures are things, Madam Speaker, that this Prime Minister promised he would do. Some several times, in fact. Affordable housing is important, and in my riding, communities like Merritt and Princeton who've lost housing to devastating floods, they're going to need affordable housing like never before. Otherwise, there are some that will have nothing to come back to. And let's keep in mind, Merritt and Princeton for many were more affordable than communities like Vancouver or Surrey. And we need to help them rebuild. We need to help this whole country to be able to build up and give people a place to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, sorry, it's been a little while, Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my colleague, it's good to see you back in the House. I have to say that I disagree with absolutely everything you said. Through the Speaker, Madam Speaker, through you, everything that the honourable member said. I'd like to know as well that I don't recall in this years that we've both been here ever to hear the other party, the official opposition, ever talk about establishing a national housing strategy or ever seriously talking about the need for affordable housing. I can tell you there have been millions of dollars that has been spent in the Toronto area specifically for affordable housing. I can practically knock on the doors of many of it that's already been built in the last 2 or 3 years. I want to ask the official opposition, is their intention to establish a national housing strategy if they ever get back in as the governing party?
The honourable member Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's contribution for her service and for being part of the debate tonight, and I certainly hope she gets to ask that question, but from this side of the House in the future. Seriously, though, let's just take a look. When I first became a parliamentarian in the 41st Parliament, one of the things I remember speaking to the previous minister responsible, Diane Finlay, about this, and she had worked out with the government of British Columbia a national, affordable housing framework, where we actually worked hand in glove with provincial governments like the province of Quebec so that we would see those dollars go further. Now, we can always argue, should more money go to something or less? Naturally, this place there's going to be politicization, but I think what we need to start seeing is a focus on results, something, unfortunately, this Prime Minister has failed repeatedly at.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député. Sorry, the honourable member for, I just want to make sure I get this right, Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the information today. One of the things I note, and some of my colleagues have also spoken about it, is the need for not-for-profit social housing co-ops. I see that seems to be forgotten or missed in this this motion. So I wanted to ask the member, why were the social housing, the co-ops, the not-for-profit opportunities not included in the initial motion?
15. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you. I'd like to thank a fellow British Columbian and first congratulate her on her election, but also for participating tonight. Look, Madam Speaker, the NDP has made its points today in regards to it. It also has the ability to raise its own opposition day motion specifically, because sometimes political parties are going to say this is where we see the main problems as being. It's not to say that there aren't other areas that can be worked on, particularly in the social housing space, where that requires a lot of work as well. But right now, Madam Speaker, we know that the system of housing, the markets are not working as well as they should, and that's where we need to see more supply. That's where the 15% of federal buildings would help immediately. That's why we think banning foreign buyers from investing in and displacing Canadians right now is important. So I will continue to advocate for the solutions I believe are important. I believe this member will do the same from her constituents and from her party's beliefs. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think this is going to be a first in the House. I'm going to disagree with my colleague. He called the Liberal National Housing Plan a total disaster, and I want to let him know that it's not a total disaster. It can always be held up as an example on how not to do things. In Oshawa, in 2015, when the Liberals came in, the average single home was $360,000. 7 years later, Madam Speaker, it's $1.157 million. It's about 3 times. Could the member from the Okanagan please tell this House why it's so important that the opposition gets together and the urgency that we pass something like this? Because for young people, they're losing the dream of home ownership, and it needs to be done immediately.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I attended, along with the member for Edmonton Riverbend, the FCM meeting in Quebec City. And one of the things, I attended a forum on affordable housing, and at the time, the BC Housing Minister, Selena Robinson, who now happens to be the Finance Minister, when she was asked about the National Housing Strategy, she responded, the government has come to the table, but they have yet to invest. I would be curious to hear from her, and some of my NDP colleagues might want to phone her up and ask to see if that's still the case. We, again, want to see more results. That's why we're pushing the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, I think it's high time that we started not just using the word crisis when it comes about talking about our housing, but as Elvis said, we need a little less conversation, a little more action. We need to declare housing a crisis. We need to swing hammers and get homes built in this country. In my home riding of Bay of Quinte, housing is an existential crisis that needs action. The lack of homes has resulted in sky-high costs for both housing and rental units. Only a massive increase of supply will fix the situation. We need to double new builds of homes in Canada right now, utilizing the private sector with government-assisted affordable housing, utilizing existing housing inventory by the government, 15%, and we need full collaboration between all levels of government. In Canada, it is the top issue right now, a housing bubble that has absolutely been exacerbated by COVID-19, the amount of cheap cash that it entered this country's economy. So what does this housing crisis mean for Canadians? More poverty, a further out of reach unaffordable housing situation, and further out of reach ability for first-time home buyers to afford a home in this country. It has also resulted in increased homelessness. I have double the homelessness rate in the last 2 years than I had the 4 years prior. Mortgage payments now eat 45% of an average home owner's income. That is already being eroded by massive inflation. And speaking of the inflationary tax, rental in Vancouver, Toronto, and Halifax is up over 16% when paychecks are down over 3% because of inflation. When we talk about a crisis, we talk about citizens who are having trouble deciding whether to pay for rent or groceries, mortgages or medication, or having to take several jobs in order to afford a down payment for a first-time home. Take the case of Erica from my riding. Erica and her family have lived in the same home for 6 years, the time of the Liberal government, and now are being forced to leave as their landlords sold their home and new owners want to renovate and flip the property for profit. She wrote to me that they are paying $1,000 a month plus all utilities, and now are being served an N11 and made to move January 31st. Both her husband and she work full-time but cannot find affordable housing. The cheapest housing they can find is $2,000 a month plus utilities. So what is the cause of this housing? It's supply. That is the problem. It's going to be building supply that is the solution, alongside some other key government programs, but supply is the key ingredient. Take the Golden Horseshoe of Ontario as an example. In 5 years, again, the Liberal government, 2016 to 2021, the region added 780,000 new residents, but only 270,000 new homes. How much supply do we need in Canada? Well, if we compare ourselves to other G7 nations, we are dead last in supply per capita. In fact, to meet the median of our friends in the G7, Italy, France, the UK, Germany, Japan, and the United States, we would need 1.8 million homes today, according to a study from Scotiabank on affordable housing. The government would like to say they are making a dent in supply. The Honourable Minister of Immigration stated in the House that the Liberal government has created in 6 years 100,000 units. So if I do the math, and believe me, I'm correct, that means just to meet the medium household supply in Canada, not including increased immigration we need and is coming as COVID ends, that it would take 108 years at the government building supply just to meet demand today. This, Madam Speaker, is why I'm using the word crisis to describe housing. What has been happening is not working in quelling our housing prices and housing and rental, creating more poverty, and it's creating unaffordability. In this country, Madam Speaker, we have the land. What we don't have is supply. And because of that, and the reason for that, is an ample amount of red tape NIMBYism, and lack of coordination of programs to ensure we take this crisis as seriously as we can. And to be clear, the government has never taken concerns seriously enough. According to home builders associations, including home builders in my own Bay of Quinte, the government is just not engaging the stakeholders in the trenches. Home builders who are more than capable of building homes are under-respected and underrepresented in all levels of government. Here is the reality. The process of taking a parcel of land from concept to reality has become far too complex, expensive, and slow. For a small subdivision, this is approaching 10 years. The financial risks and amounts are so significant it is becoming only available to large corporations who have little to no interest in small regions of Canada. And if they do, it's too late, too little for our local response to meeting housing needs. The layers of various approval agencies and utility corporations without accountability are so great that even if we wanted to build the housing we need, it fits into the Liberal plan of decades into the future. We need all levels of government to treat this as an issue to solve, with the federal government leading the way. We need to utilize the creative entrepreneurial skills of Canadians to solve the problems. We have some great ideas that can be implemented from the Conservative Party right away. That included in our platform during this unneeded election, freeing up the private sector to work alongside the government to build 1 million homes in 3 years. This motion, which frees up 15% of real estate, or 37,000 federal real estate buildings for affordable housing, is absolutely incredible. It stops the time we need to start construction to end and actually utilizes supply that's there right now. Implementing a immediate freeze on foreign home builders for 2 years is absolutely essential, and we've heard support of that across the aisle. And yes, we've heard universal support for not taxing primary residences. The Conservative plan is an appropriate federal government response to the situation, but recognizing, and I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, that we also make this a national crisis, that in this crisis there are broader solutions that will require collaboration by all parties across all levels of government. And there are solutions that the federal government can help take a leadership position in, including cutting red tape to increase building starts. This includes building housing units through city-urban core intensification. One example includes housing approvals being no more than 120 days. I mentioned earlier in this House, the average time to approve an apartment building to build in Toronto is 10 years. We need to make sure we're starting to build, and we build now. We need a staging and development policy in each municipality that always ensures there are shovel-ready lots in a 5-year slot, and if not fillable, they have the tools to insert more buildable lots. There should be no reason for every municipality to not have builds occurring every season and to meet the needs of supply in this crisis. We need to complete a housing needs assessment by the end of 2022, working with existing and developing newly recommended changes to provincial legislation and municipal official plans. Too often we are seeing development come to councils when the public unaware of where the housing is going and what kind of housing is needed to fix this crisis. What this results in is NIMBYism or banana people. The build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone. Terrible. We need a 25-year outlook on housing needs with clear communication that all that live here to convert NIMBYism into YIMBYism. There are examples across this planet where governments are working with developers who are working with residents on creating more housing in their own backyards. They're saying yes. We need to work with the provinces, immigration, and our local education institutions to attract and train skilled tradespeople necessary to work in our housing industry and build new housing starts. We are missing a tremendous amount of skilled trades that pay incredible salaries in this country, and we need to make sure that we again start saying skilled trades are great, get into the trades. We need to increase necessary infrastructure that supports increased housing units in all sectors. This includes intensification developments, transit systems, water, sewer and treatment plants, green energy developments, building walkable cities and neighborhoods, and looking at a regional urban growth, to name a few. We need to build a mix of housing units that represent our regional and local needs and demands, and we need to build up in our downtowns in our rural areas. We need intensification. And something that has worked in Toronto and Vancouver for affordable housing is inclusionary zoning. But we need to ensure there are enough carrots versus sticks to ensure we have the right type of housing and incentives that will attract developers to invest in the area. Affordable housing that is 30% of income or 80% of market rent. Again, back to our Conservative motion. When we take existing inventory, we can do that. To my NDP friends, that is possible. That's a reason to vote for this motion. Madam Speaker, there are measures that fit into all levels of government, and the role I see the federal government having in a crisis is a leadership role at looking at emergency measures to build supply. The role I see Parliament taking is taking a leadership role in order to vote for good motions that produce housing and takes a little bit of a bite out of this crisis. For rental and stand-alone housing for our citizens, for newcomers to our country, with the second most land in the world, it should not be that we are in a housing crisis, and the measures undertaken, the measures to try to beat COVID-19, had cash influxed into the economy instead of efforts focused on building supply. 100,000 units in 6 years is not enough, Madam Speaker. It is disgraceful. And for the money, the $29 billion touted as a success alongside more than $400 billion that has been the fuel to the fire in this housing crisis, we are in a situation that will not leave many of our Canadians untouched by this crisis.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member said this good motion. Even their coalition partners in the bloc, agree that this is not a good motion. They'll still vote for it, but it's not a good motion. And Madam Speaker, we have, a government that is invested in social housing, historical amounts. The member across the way would not be able to tell me another government that has ever invested as much in national housing. My question to the member is, does he recognize any hypocrisy between the Conservatives now calling for the federal government to act on social housing when Stephen Harper did absolutely zip when it comes to social housing, and this is a government that has invested historical amounts?
Good question.
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm actually listening to the government that has the worst housing crisis this country's ever had. If we want to talk about government support, we're giving that support tonight. We're talking about actually fixing that and looking at solutions that, as we've said with trade and other failed promises this week, that it's a made-in-Canada solution where we're having all parties agree to go forward to fix this today. Madam Speaker, we need to swing hammers. We have to stop talking. Less conversation, more action.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. This year, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported on how the federal government has spent less than half of the funding earmarked for their two main housing programs. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer talked about the limited impact of the Liberals' National Housing Strategy. More and more people in my community of Victoria are struggling to pay rent. They are unable to afford a home, and the pandemic has only made things worse. The Liberals are failing Canadians when it comes to housing and at the same time patting themselves on the back. And my colleague, the NDP critic for housing, obtained data showing how the Liberals are failing to help provinces like British Columbia, prioritizing provinces like Ontario. And I understand the member represents a riding on Ontario, but especially with BC facing a housing crisis, people facing the impacts of the climate emergency, making the housing crisis even more dire. Through you, Madam Speaker, can the member speak to the need for this government to prioritize housing across the country and make sure that BC is getting its fair share?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I couldn't agree more. We have to prioritize housing. And like I've said, we have to start prioritizing action on housing. And I think this motion, and it sounds like the member is agreeing with me, she should be agreeing with this motion. It gets units that are existing, standing in government coffers into the housing supply system. Like I said, we need 1.8 million homes. We should be making sure we take as much land as we can, as many buildings as we can, and convert them into housing, all kinds of housing for everyone that needs it. If we don't take action, we're going to be in a heck of a mess in a little bit of time. We're already in it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my friend from Bay of Quinte. I listened to the Liberal question, and over again, all throughout this debate, all that was said on that side is how much money they are spending on this program. But yet, the problem is getting worse, and that's what we're trying to explain all day long, is that the problem is growing, but they just say, we're going to spend more. Then they say we're going to fix it with yet another government program. Does my friend from Bay of Quinte recognize, I know he has, that the government just continues to fail and they can't figure out how to get out of this?
Our member for Bay of Quinte has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, we have cash being handed out, and right now what we see from people are they can't make their mortgage payments. They can't pay for groceries. They're having trouble with the next month's rent. And it's because of more cash. And I'll tell you right now, the government solution, more cash. And what's going to happen in 3 months from now? I still can't afford my family because groceries have gone up another $200. Again, we need action. You know, the best part about this plan for housing, if we have housing now that we can get tradespeople in to create units, we create jobs. And what do jobs create? They create paychecks. And that's what fixes this problem right now once and for all.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot's rising on the point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a honor to be able to rise to ask for unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to table some documents. Now, these documents have particular interest, I hope, to every single member in this House, because it has to do with the very foundation of what our democratic system is, and specifically the impacts that that has in the province of Alberta. So, Madam Speaker, I today would ask for unanimous consent to table in both of Canada's official languages the results for the 2021 senatorial election race that took place in the province of Alberta on October 18th. Madam Speaker, this is an opportunity to make sure that these results are represented on the record here in this place. I would ask for unanimous consent to table these documents. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table? There's no unanimous consent. Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Let it be noted, Madam Speaker, the contempt for democracy that those Liberals who shouted down...
Point of debate.
Sorry. Ici, ça va être non.
J'ai pas besoin de celui-là?
Ça, c'est déjà fait. C'est celui ici.
OK. It being 6:27 p.m. and this being the final supply day in the period ending December 10th, 2021, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Généreux.
The question is as follows. Mr. Genereux, seconded by Mr. Redekop, moved that given that one, shall I dispense?
Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire demander un vote par appel.
If a member from a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded vote or that the motion be adopted on division, I would ask them to rise now.
House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Madam Speaker, I request to be adopted.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Generous, seconded by Mr. Redicott, move that given that 1, the government has failed to increase the housing supply in Canada. 2, may I dispense? Very good. That was good. There we go. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veuillent bien.
All those who support the mission shall now rise.
Finley.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Oback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Duncan Stormandada South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormandada South Glengarry.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
Will all those who oppose the motion please rise?
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madam Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madam Koutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madam Lalonde.
Ms. Latenzio.
Ms. Latenzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madam Shepard.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madam Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Suds.
Suggs.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Those who are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
There we go.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
No. Okay. Monsieur Lauzon?
Mr. Lauzon? Yes, I vote no. And I was asked to check with you whether the vote was counted yes. Thank you.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 179, 179.
I declare the motion defeated. The next question is on the supplementary estimates B. The question is as follows. Madame Fortier
Mrs. Fortier
moves that the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022 be concurred in. Si un député d'un parti
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded stand-up vote, please.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Blair.
Mr. O'Regan. Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Qualtrough. Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fredriscatos.
Mr. Faguscatos.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mrs. Zahid.
Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diaz.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Mr. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mrs. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suggs.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madam Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Fast. Ms. Finlay.
Finlay.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rampel Garner.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Obach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, Southern Gary.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Lanceman.
Lanceman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stewart.
Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Grecian.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Reddercop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques, ils peuvent...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function.
The table will now compile the results for the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried. Madame Fortier, appuyée par Monsieur Hussein, propose que le projet de loi...
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022 be now read, and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi. I don't have to say that.
No.
Yep. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that Bill C6, an act to granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
Okay, I asked Her Majesty. She's fine. She's got nothing.
Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent dans la Chambre désire demander un vote.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
L'honorable Whip.
The Honorable Government Whip.
Monsieur le Président, je crois que vous constaterez...
Mr. Speaker, I think you will find that there is unanimous consent to have the result of the prior vote to apply to this vote, with Liberal members voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Nous sommes d'accord d'appliquer le vote avec les députés.
I agree to apply the previous vote with Conservative members voting no.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. The Bloc Québécois will vote in favour and it agrees to apply the vote.
North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply and will be voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees and will be voting in favor.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote in favor from the previous vote.
I therefore declare the motion carried.
We need to read that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I am sorry. We have to wait for a second. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
This bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. The House will now go into a committee of the whole.
House and the Committee of the Whole on Bill C-6, an act for granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, can the President of the Treasury Board confirm that the bill is in its usual form?
The Honourable Minister of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The presentation of this bill is identical to that used during the previous supply period.
Shall Clause 2 carry? Avec décidence. L'article 3 est-il adopté?
Shall Clause 3 carry?
Avec décidence.
On division.
4.
Clause 4.
Avec décidence.
On division.
Clause 5 carry? With division. Shall the schedule carry? With division. Shall Clause 1 short title carry? With division. Shall the preamble carry? Avec décidence. Le titre est...
Shall the title carry? On division. Shall the bill carry? On division.
Rise and report the bill. I shall rise and report the bill. Agreed.
Hey, he did a great job.
I'm sure. Right, I'm going to go down. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-6 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Very good. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that Bill C-6, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, be concurred at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Oui, définitivement, l'honorable whip du gouvernement.
Monsieur le Président, nonobstant nos différents...
The Honourable Government Whip. Mr. Speaker, despite our occasional differences in this House, I think that this time you will find that there is unanimous consent to have the result of the prior vote apply to this vote, with Liberal members voting yea.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
We agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting no.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees and will vote in favour.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply the vote and will be voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
The Greens also agree to apply the vote and will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
612, 212. Nays, compte 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Hussein, propose que le projet de loi C
Moves that Bill C-6, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable
As we gather for the last time in this way on this fine December evening, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Nous sommes d'accord d'appliquer le vote.
We agree with the official opposition voting no.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Monsieur le Président, le Bloc québécois est d'accord pour appliquer le vote et il votera en faveur.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
The Greens agreed to apply the vote and will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
Very good. The chair will now... Okay, there it is. The table will now complete the results of the vote. Or compile.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays, compte 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
This bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I have the honor to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi S-214, loi...
Bill S-214, an act to establish International Mother Language Day.
Act to amend the Income Tax Act, use of resources of a registered charity. Projet de loi 223.
Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question that this House do now adjourn
Right.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 30th, I asked the Minister why the Liberal government was always leaving rural Canadians behind. And I didn't receive an answer to that question. In fact, what I did receive was a bunch of talking points of what the government hopes to accomplish with broadband by 2030. And while I certainly won't downplay the importance of a well-formulated plan for rural broadband, what the government is offering is not that. Mr. Speaker, there are many questions that deserve an answer, like why 2030 was chosen as the target. If rural Canadians are important to this government, then why not 2025, which is what the Conservatives proposed? But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. Why is this government only targeting a 50-10 megabyte per second? A speed that certainly isn't fast when you compare it with urban centers that can have speeds of a gigabyte available. And what about the cost of broadband in rural areas? Mr. Speaker, constituents are calling my office all the time, and they're very frustrated because they're paying upwards of $1,000 a month for their cell phone bills because there is no high-speed internet available, and people are trying to work from home and kids are trying to do school from home, so they just can't stream and do the video options without using cellular data. So I want to know what this government's plan is, Mr. Speaker, to deal with affordability and stability. If there's no accountability to service providers taking the federal funding to fund projects to bring broadband to rural areas, and then they delay the last mile. So why is there no accountability to get that last mile finished? And given the government's record on managing other affordability crises, I'm really skeptical of any grand promises of help from this government. Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians have little choice than to wait and to rely on action from this government when they're consistently faced with a downward spiral for their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, allow me to name a few priorities for the minister that go beyond broadband, priorities that would also make a difference in the lives of rural Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, our migration from urban areas is driving the need for housing supports and infrastructure. And with municipalities unable to run a deficit, they often struggle to meet demand for such resources without assistance from provincial or federal governments. So, Mr. Speaker, where does the minister stand on committing funding to partnerships with municipalities in need? And it should come as no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that small businesses are of concern to rural Canada, and because they are the backbone of our economy. In rural Canada, a shortage of labour hurts the small community businesses that provide goods and services to towns. And if it hurts small towns, it hurts our agriculture sector, it hurts our natural resource sector. It's a domino effect that will also affect revenue from exports. And without fixing this problem quickly, it will compound. We need to be taking measures to encourage work in rural Canada to help our economy thrive. Mr. Speaker, what is the minister doing to address the labour shortage to help get people into these vacant jobs?
Secrétaire parlementaire de la
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to respond to the comment made earlier by the members for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex regarding rural economic development. C'est assez euphorique d'entendre cette
It's quite interesting to hear that question from the Conservatives. The Conservatives, for over a decade, delayed internet deployment.
For all Canadians to have access to fast and reliable internet, no matter where they live. Canadians living in rural and remote communities overwhelmingly identify a lack of high-speed internet as the #1 issue to prevent them reaching their full economic potential. Since 2015, improving connectivity has been a top priority for our government. In fact, Our government have invested 10 times more than all previous governments combined, including the Conservative. We have a plan to connect every Canadian across the country. And let me tell you how we are delivering on that plan. Depuis 2015,
Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, our government has invested a total amount of $7.2 billion to expand broadband internet access services. When I was elected in 2015, it was the very first file that we addressed in Rural Caucus. We talked about it for meetings and meetings and meetings. We talked about broadband connectivity issues. These investments will help ensure that 98% of Canadians are connected to high-speed internet by 2026 and all Canadians by 2030. Our government has committed to giving everyone access. We've always been committed to that, and in fact, we already have deployed efforts to connect over 900,000 Canadian households. I have traveled all over Quebec and Canada to make announcements. In Quebec and Ontario, with Quebec and Ontario, we have so many programs such as Connected for Innovation. We launched that program in 2016. That program helps with basic infrastructure in remote communities in Canada. In fact, this is the new infrastructure challenge. And it's important because being connected means being connected to the global economy. It's important for healthcare, virtual healthcare, access to the workforce, access to education. Our program, Connected for Innovation, gives better internet access or internet access for the first time to so many remote communities. In fact, this includes 190 Indigenous communities. Universal broadband access is crucial for our government. We have a new program, a $2.75 billion program to improve internet access. This is one of the most substantial broadband internet access investments in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 has increased the need for connectivity. That's why we have acted quickly to give access to broadband. During the pandemic, we've heard so many stories. The internet helps us break isolation. The internet is mandatory, Mr. Speaker.
Sex.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response, but I must emphasize the importance of these concerns. Something the Liberal government needs to understand is that we are all Canadians, regardless of geography, regardless of where we live, and we are all deserving of equal representation. And, Mr. Speaker, here's a few concerns directly from my riding. A professor at Western University has written in to say that he can't offer his students the same services he did before the pandemic due to a lack of reliable internet. Parents are at their wits' end, having called frustrated that their children can't receive a proper education or access to online school due to poor internet quality. And it's unacceptable that rural Canadians can't connect to high-speed internet and that the voices of rural Canadians have not been heard by this Liberal government. I will continue to raise the concerns of rural Canadians and fight for their issues until we get solutions.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coming from the Conservatives, you know, we are actually there for Canadians in rural areas. It's really quite interesting to hear this from the Conservatives. It's interesting that my Conservative colleague is trying to talk to the House about internet needs. We have implemented programs for this. Internet access is essential for education. We have prioritized rural resiliency in all ridings, not just in one riding. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the chance to speak tonight with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change on the topic of the climate crisis and fossil fuel subsidies. In my community, no matter what neighborhood I'm in, the sentiment is the same. What's the point of anything else if we aren't ensuring we've got a safe climate future for our kids, our nieces and nephews, for our grandkids? Recognizing this is our last chance to ensure that we do so. Of course, we're already seeing these impacts every day across the country. Recently, of course, we've got the mudslides and flooding from BC to the East Coast. A reminder that we must listen to scientists, to Indigenous leaders, to young people who are calling for us, parliamentarians, to act immediately, which of course will require bold and transformational action to reduce emissions by what scientists tell us is required to keep the possibility of 1.5 degrees alive, our fair share being 60% by 2030. Now, how are we doing on this? A couple of weeks ago, the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development released a scathing report in which he wrote, "We can't go on from failure to failure. We need action and results, not just more targets and plans." As of now, Canada's emissions continue to increase since 2015 as of the most recent inventory, and we are the worst performer of any G7 country. One obvious reason is we continue in the midst of a climate emergency to subsidize fossil fuels to the tune of approximately $17 billion domestically in 2020, including over $5 billion for the building of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. The report pointed to one example with a clear opportunity to improve the onshore program of a so-called emissions reduction fund. Launched in November 2020, part of Canada's COVID-19 emergency response plan, the government saw the onshore program as a way to help the energy sector deal with lower oil prices during the pandemic. It was designed to support emission reduction efforts by providing financial support to struggling companies in the sector. Here's the important part. It offered up to $675 million to oil and gas companies to maintain employment and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, with a particular focus on methane. To date, the government has funded 40 projects via this $675 million fund without verifiable emission reductions, 2/3 of which of these projects actually led to increased oil and gas production. The good news is we've only spent 134 of the $675 million to date. And so now we've got an opportunity to use these funds for real climate action, for significant emissions reductions, by creating good jobs, for example, in retrofitting buildings, in retraining workers in oil and gas, to be supporting their transition in a just economy. And so my question is, can the Parliamentary Secretary share what the government intends to do to ensure that this remaining $541 million actually reduces emissions?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Kitchener Centre for his question. I'd like to congratulate him on his election to Parliament. I had a chance to meet with him at the All-Party Climate Caucus meeting, and I'm looking forward to working with him on these important issues about climate change and the environment. Now, it's important to remember that the Emissions Reduction Fund was launched in response to the COVID crisis as a way to help workers and communities. It came at a time of record low and at times negative energy prices, and our government needed to help workers and communities reeling over these events. And Canadians expected us to do that, and that's what we did. But we also had a policy objective to ensure that the industry continued to act on methane reduction. I'll note that to date, this program is anticipated to reduce 4.6 megatons of greenhouse gas emissions, and those reductions are being tracked carefully. This is like taking 1 million cars off the road today. providing immediate environmental and health benefits for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to draw the member opposite's attention to correspondence that we received from the Pembina Institute and the David Suzuki Foundation. Both organizations recognize the fund's success in reducing methane emissions and suggesting improvements. The Pembina Institute, during the pandemic, the Emissions Reduction Fund has been one of the few programs around the world that addresses the economic impacts of the ongoing health crisis while creating jobs and contributing meaningfully to reducing emissions in the oil and gas sector. This program has helped to drive Canadian leadership in methane abatement technology that will be in greater demand as the rest of the world increasingly acts on methane and will continue to do so if renewed. And if I can, the letter from the David Suzuki Foundation noted, when your department announced the results from intakes 1 and 2, we were pleased to see that 97% of the emissions reductions came from projects that eliminated intentional routine venting and flaring of methane, outcomes that go beyond 2023 methane regulations and that were achieved for less than $20 per ton of CO2. This is a notable achievement. Now, those are two important statements about this program. We're carefully considering the Commissioner's report and will consider a broad range of perspectives. We're carefully considering all of the pieces to go into this, and I would urge members to consider a broader context and to take into account our bold actions to meet these ambitious climate targets. Take, for instance, our recent commitment to place a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector. This is something no other oil-producing nation has done, at least so far. And there's more. Consider that we have one of the highest prices on carbon in the world. Our government is also in the process of phasing out unabated coal-fired electricity by 2030. And we've signaled to the auto industry and Canadians that starting in 2035, all light-duty vehicles sold must be zero emitting. Mr. Speaker, these are big steps, and there are others, like the upcoming Clean Fuel Standard. And that's why we are continuing to work to take these necessary steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for that constructive response. I'll just briefly speak in the report from the Commissioner, just to be really clear, in terms of the reductions, we need to be mindful of the concept of additionality, meaning would these reductions have happened without the incremental funding? And in section 4.34, the Commissioner was clear, in the absence of an additionality analysis, there is no guarantee that it was designed to result in emission reductions beyond those that already would have happened. More importantly than quibbling at what happened before, though, is talking about what can happen now. We still have $541 million left, and so my question is the same. Can the Parliamentary Secretary speak to what the government intends on doing as they look to restructure this existing fund to work towards, in future, getting meaningful additional net new emission reductions? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned some of the initiatives that we're working on, but there are so many initiatives on energy efficiency in homes and buildings, hydrogen, nature-based solutions. On the bottom line is that we know that we'll take nothing less than an all-out effort to confront this crisis, and that's how we're approaching this challenge. Now, I urge when I speak to the member opposite for him to consider the broad range of measures in our climate plan. I'll refer the member back to the fact that Canada maintains a higher price on pollution than even California and is set to pass the EU next year. We are set to move forward on a cap on emissions for our oil and gas sector, and we have made significant investments in energy efficiency and renewable energy. So we know that there is a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the opportunity. It's my first late show, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak again on housing. And a question period the question I asked was on whether the government believed that supply was serious and the lack of supply and supply inflation was causing this housing crisis. And I come from a region or very much like all the other regions across Canada that are seeing such a dire position in terms of housing, and it comes down to our lack of supply. And how did they get those numbers? Where did those numbers come from? Well, when we compare ourselves to other G7 nations, we are dead last in supply per capita when we have the country with the most amount or the second most amount of land on the planet. And that means that all of those countries per capita, even the UK and Ireland, have way more supply per capita than we do, a nation with just an incredible amount of land. And when it comes to what's happening, well, we've all seen it. We've been talking about it all day. We have people who, right now, because of the lack of supply, are having trouble deciding whether they can afford rent or groceries. We have individuals who have become homeless of no choice of their own. My region has seen double the homeless population, and at a time when we just don't need that. We have so many other problems. At the time, we have so many more people that can't find affordable housing. And when I talk to my home builders in my region, I talk to those that are building homes, they say that it has been harder than any other time in their existence to build a home, and they're not finding support from the local government. We are now seeing up to 2 years to 3 years before we even get subdivisions started or in the ground. We've seen conditions in Toronto where from start to finish an apartment building now takes a decade. We've seen conditions where we have people who want to just put plans together to go into certain neighborhoods, and we get what's called NIMBYism, or not in my backyards. People saying, that's not something I desire, and we're finding that it just takes longer and longer in this country in order to build a home. When we look at how many homes we need to meet the medium household or the medium houses in the G7 for the rest of those countries, we need right now today, Mr. Speaker, 1.8 million homes. When we compare, and I know I'll hear from the government, we've been hearing it all week on programming that is going into building homes. The government over 6 years, and this was confirmed by the Minister of Immigration this week in the House, had stated that they had built 100,000 homes over 6 years, spending $29 billion. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not enough. When we look at building 1.8 million homes, we need to ensure we're unleashing that innovation that comes from our home builders, that we're making sure we work with our provinces and municipalities to ensure that we're freeing up the red tape that is holding back our Canadian workers, our skilled trades, and our municipalities from being able to put enough homes up to take just the people that we have here, let alone the backloads of immigration that we surely have coming into this country. Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity to create jobs, to make sure we have a lot of trades and jobs created that create paychecks for housing. And this opportunity comes from leasing innovation. My question to the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary is, will the government commit to working on creating supply on bills that include discussion on all sides with all governments to fix our housing crisis?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I am thrilled that the member opposite would like to speak about the economy. Around the world, governments, very much including Canada, are taking immediate action to address the Omicron variant. Earlier this week, Canada announced strong action at our borders and in regard to testing and entry. And this is another reminder that all Canadians who can should get their vaccines as soon as possible. There is no more important economic policy for Canada today than finishing the fight against COVID. Today's renewed COVID fears are also a reminder of why the measures in Bill C-2, which provides targeted personal income and business supports, are so urgent and essential. Over the last 20 months, Canadians have faced tough times. Various health and safety precautions have caused financial and emotional distress for many people, not to mention those who have also had to care for or who have lost loved ones at the same time. Across the country, many businesses have had to close, some temporarily and others permanently, and the majority have experienced reduced revenues even when they were open. This has translated into many people losing their jobs or having their hours reduced. That is why when the crisis hit, the government rapidly rolled out a full range of effective, broad-based programs under the Economic Response Plan, with much-needed support for individuals, businesses, and communities to see Canadians through our country's greatest economic shock since the Great Depression. In terms of its scale, Canada's economic response including budget 2021 investments, was one of the largest and most expeditious among G7 countries. So it helped engineer a near-term economic turnaround at a faster than anticipated pace compared with some industrialized countries. This support has worked. Many businesses are now safely reopening. Employment has recovered to pre-recession levels, and of the 3 million jobs that were lost at the peak of the crisis, all have now been recouped, faster than any other recession. Canada's economic recovery is well on track, and the pandemic economy is fading from view. As our government looks to secure a more prosperous future for Canadians, it's helpful to look back and consider the key measures that have helped us to get to where we are today. These include the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and lockdown support, and the Canada Emergency Business Account. Federal support also includes significant financing for the provinces and territories through its top-ups to the Canadian Health Transfer, as well as through the Safe Restart Agreement, the Safe Return to Class Fund, and the Essential Workers Support Fund. All told, more than 8 out of every $10 spent to fight COVID-19 and support Canadians has come from the federal government. In Budget 2021, the government promised that if additional flexibility was required based on public health considerations later in the year, it would continue to do whatever it takes to be there for Canadians. And that's why in October we announced the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. And we're working to ensure continued support to Canadians ongoing throughout this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
And thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and thank you very much for your responses. The facts right now is that we still are battling through COVID, but we now have different problems than we had prior to COVID, and they require an immediate response from the government. That tackles housing, that tackles supply, and that works with all members of government across all agencies. As stated, we have people now not able to afford their homes. We have people now who are finding themselves homeless. The action we need now to swing hammers includes working with all levels of government, ensuring that we put enough resources in, that we start doing the work needed now, not just talking about it, less conversation, more action, ensuring that we have those homes built so that Canadians can then find a home for an affordable price. Can the Minister confirm that we will now look at supply, and the government will look at supply in order to fix this problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the initial part, I talked about how we had announced in October the Canada Workers Lockdown Benefit. This is to ensure that workers continue to have support and that no one is left behind. This benefit would provide $300 a week in income support to eligible workers should they be unable to work due to a regional lockdown until May 7th, 2022, with retroactive application to October 24th, 2021 if required. It would continue to offer support to those who still need it in case a pandemic requires further public health lockdowns in any part of the country, including workers who are both eligible and ineligible for employment insurance. The benefit would apply in any region of the country that is so designated by the government for the duration of the lockdown. This measure would be activated quickly to support affected workers in the event of a new lockdown in their region of work. Mr. Speaker, we are there to support Canadians. We have been and we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you for that debate. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Everyone.